Stardew Valley, next stop. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. At the conductor's announcement, Leon picked up his small travel bag and moved toward the rear exit. The bus rolled through a long tunnel. When it emerged, the world suddenly opened into endless greenery. Apart from the paved road cutting forward, there was barely a trace of human activity. The bus finally stopped at a modest station. Leon stepped down, taking in the unfamiliar yet strangely nostalgic view. Leon, right? A man in a felt hat, green shirt, and brown suspenders approached him with a warm smile. His handlebar mustache twitched as he spoke. I'm Louis, the mayor. We talked on the phone. I was a close friend of your grandfather. It's good to see his grandson back in Stardew Valley. Though silver streaked his beard and hair, Louis looked energetic and strong. Leon couldn't help feeling a little envious. Hello, Mayor. Thank you for helping arrange the farm matters. They shook hands. Before leaving his job at Joja Corporation, the farm had been abandoned. Without Louis's assistance, the inheritance paperwork alone would have delayed everything for months. Your grandfather and I were good friends. Helping you is only natural, Louis said. Besides, this valley needs farmers. The soil here is rich, the scenery unmatched. You'll do well. He gestured for Leon to follow. Let's head to your farm. I asked Robin, our town carpenter, to fix up your house. They walked west along a grassy dirt path. 10 minutes later, they reached the property. Waist-high weeds swayed in the breeze. Rocks and fallen branches lay scattered everywhere. Trees had grown thick and wild. Louis cleared his throat. It's been untended for a while, but I'm sure you can bring it back to life. If you need anything, come to me, he added, perhaps worried Leon might feel discouraged. But Leon's eyes shone with excitement instead of doubt. So this is my farm now, right? Of course. After we sign the deed. It's inside. They followed a cleared path toward a small house at the center of the land. The exterior showed fresh repairs, and the sound of hammering came from within. Robin. The farm's new owner is here. The hammering stopped. A red-haired woman stepped out, wearing work overalls and an orange jacket. Her rolled sleeves revealed strong, well-defined arms. Welcome. I'm Robin, Pelican Town's carpenter. The house is livable for now, but if you want upgrades later, come by my shop. Nice to meet you, Ms. Robin. I'm Leon. Louis chuckled. She's the best carpenter around. Only when it comes to carpentry, Robin replied with a playful smile. Inside, the house was simple but neat. A new wooden floor carried the scent of fresh timber. A small table, chair, old television, brick fireplace, and a single bed were arranged cleanly. It's better than I expected, Leon said honestly. Robin nodded, clearly pleased. There's no bathroom though, she added. Farm life has its limitations. Leon blinked. I'll manage. Once Robin left, Louis pulled a document from beneath the bedding. If everything looks fine, sign here. Leon read through the deed carefully before signing his name. Your grandfather called this place Red Star Farm. Want to change it? No. I like it. Louis smiled. Pelican Town is east along the road. Pierre runs the general store there. The townsfolk are curious about you. You should introduce yourself. With that, Louis left. Alone in the cabin, Leon didn't rush outside. Instead, he opened the system panel that hovered before him. Name, Leon. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Foraging, 0. Mining, 0. Combat, 0. Fishing, 0. Special skills, none. Inventory, axe, pickaxe, watering can scythe, hoe, 5/12 upgradable. The interface was identical to Stardew Valley's character screen. Back when the accident had thrown him into this world, he noticed familiar details. Joja Corporation. Zuzu City. The Republic at war. The worship of Yoba. Then he found his grandfather's letter. That was when he realized the truth. This was Stardew Valley. The system had remained inactive until he signed the inheritance deed. Now it was fully unlocked. No more 9-to-5 life. With his own farm and game knowledge, making money would be simple. First step, find the beginner seeds. In the game, you always received 15 parsnip seeds. But after searching the cabin thoroughly, Leon found nothing. Reality wasn't a perfect copy of the game. Still, he wasn't discouraged. He had $2,000 in savings from his last salary. More than enough to start. What interested him more were the tools. He stepped outside. The farm was covered in weeds and debris. With a thought, a silver scythe appeared in his hand. It felt light. He swung. Every weed in its path vanished instantly. Leon stared at the cleared patch in amazement. This changes everything. Swing after swing, the land cleared rapidly. Soon, he stood in an open space, breathing hard from the repetitive motion. Then he noticed items on the ground. Dry yellow bundles. Green plant fibers. A small handful of seeds. When he touched them, descriptions appeared. Fiber, raw plant material. Hey, dried grass feed. Mix seeds, plant them, and see what grows. He could store them directly into his inventory. Leon's excitement doubled. Mixed seeds could grow into valuable crops. And here, they dropped just from cutting weeds. Looking at the endless, overgrown field, he no longer saw chaos. He saw opportunity. An entire farm waiting to be conquered. Sources.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With each sweep of the scythe, patches of weeds fell away, leaving behind fibers, hay, and the occasional mixed seed. Leon gathered them all, sweat beading on his face, yet the smile of satisfaction never left his lips. The spring weather wasn't hot, and the cool breeze brought an unprecedented sense of comfort. As the weeds fell to the swing of his scythe, Leon could faintly sense a strange, subtle energy quietly seeping into his body. Only when his arms began to ache and grow numb did Leon reluctantly stop. He surveyed the farmland, now far cleaner and tidier than when he first arrived. The earth lay fully exposed under the sunlight, and a surge of pride welled up in his heart. Standing on the steps of the small cabin, Leon gazed at the transformed farm. He was truly happy. It was only a small step forward, but it had been far easier than he had expected. With the weeds gone and the soil exposed, it was time to dig and plant. He silently thanked the system for the scythe. It was far superior to ordinary ones, cutting weeds clean down to the roots instead of just trimming stems above the ground. No need to turn over the soil to clear them completely. Weed control had always been a major part of farming. After all, weeds consumed the soil's nutrients and water, competing with crops. If they weren't removed thoroughly, the yield and growth of any planted crops would inevitably suffer. Now, without those weeds to interfere, Leon could till the land in peace and plant the mixed seeds he had gathered earlier. But first, he needed to rest. Clearing nearly half the farm's weeds was no easy task, even with the scythe's efficiency. The physical toll was real, especially given the sheer size of the property. Sitting on the steps of his cabin, Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and took deep breaths. His eyes roamed over the still slightly wild-looking farmland, his mind already spinning with plans and ideas. However, before his thoughts could run far, his stomach grumbled loudly. Hungry. He rubbed his belly, finally noticing the emptiness inside. Earlier, he had been so caught up in the joy of clearing weeds that only now, during this pause, did his body truthfully remind him of its needs. Looking around the farm, Leon realized with some dismay that he had nothing to eat. The cabin had water and electricity, but no kitchen or fridge, meaning no food reserves. This wasn't a game where the player could go without eating or drinking, work for 20 straight hours, then crash for 4 and wake up fresh the next day. Since there was nothing to eat on the farm, Leon decided not to sit and starve. Without hesitation, he grabbed his savings and left the farm, heading east along the dirt road he had traveled when he first arrived. Pelican Town lay just east of the farm, under Mayor Lewis's jurisdiction. It was the only town in Stardew Valley, a central hub for socializing, festivals, and shopping in the game. Unlike the game, where the town was only a few steps from the farm, Leon spent 20 minutes walking before stepping onto a neatly paved stone road. Even before entering, he could see Pelican Town's general layout, a traditional European-style settlement, most buildings 2 stories tall with a mix of stone and timber. Greenery peeked from some sloped rooftops, ivy crawled along weathered walls, and trees grew freely without ornamental trimming, blending the buildings seamlessly into nature. One glance was enough to tell this was nothing like the concrete jungles of the modern world. The town lived in harmony with its surroundings. Following the stone path a little further, Leon passed a sign reading, "Welcome to Pelican Town," and emerged into a wide, open square. The plaza was large, with stone-paved walkways and street lamps around its edges, but few structures with a modern look. That didn't stop it from being a gathering place. Unlike the game, which only had a few dozen named NPCs, here Leon saw many unfamiliar faces. Some wore miners' gear, others blue uniforms, and others still dressed casually in shirts or dresses. They gathered in small groups, chatting, while a few parents kept an eye on children running wild in the plaza. Most faces wore smiles. Leon noticed then that it was already close to dusk. "Oh, a stranger? Are you visiting?" As Leon tilted his head up to watch the sky, a brown-haired woman with what he could only describe as a dangerous hairstyle, straight out of a Japanese drama, happened to pass by and spot his unfamiliar face. "No, I'm the new farmer. Red Star Farm, not far from here, is under my care now," Leon replied with a smile. "Oh, you're the one Mayor Lewis mentioned would be arriving in the next couple of days. Hello, I'm Jody, a resident of Pelican Town. Pleased to meet you." Jody's expression showed surprise as she introduced herself. "I'm Leon." He returned the courtesy, studying her with curiosity. She was a very familiar resident of Pelican Town indeed. "Leon, that's a nice name. Welcome to Pelican Town. We're neighbors now, so I hope your farm brings some surprises to our local market." Jody smiled warmly. "By the way, is this your first time in town? If you're free, I can show you around. It's bigger than it looks." "I'd be delighted. But doesn't Mrs. Jody need to prepare dinner for her children?" Leon asked. Even though he was fairly familiar with Pelican Town from the game, reality was different. Having a guide was more than welcome, but he also knew she had 2 children. "So I really am getting old, huh? Even at our first meeting, you pegged me as a housewife right away." Jody's expression turned a bit downcast, though Leon suspected she was only joking. Her smile hadn't faltered. "But the kids have their own plans today, so I'm free for once. Are you sure you don't want me to give you a tour of Pelican Town?" "With pleasure." Leon agreed without hesitation. Jody covered her mouth, chuckling. "Haha, then let's head out together. I imagine you'll want to know where Pierre's General Store and the Joja Corporation supermarket are. After all, you're a farmer, and seeds are essential to your farm. But more than either of those, I'd like to find the town's restaurant." Leon shook his head with a wry smile. "After a long day's work, I'm starving. Then we have to go to Gus's Starfruit Saloon. He's the best chef in town. And you can meet plenty of your new neighbors there." Jody suggested at once. "All right. Please lead the way. If you haven't eaten yet, perhaps I could invite you to dinner as thanks." Leon nodded promptly, not forgetting her kindness. Haha, too bad I've already eaten. But if you insist, I wouldn't say no to a beer." Jody spread her hands. "Then a beer it is." Leon replied with a grin. The two set off toward the saloon together. Along the way, many people greeted Jody, proof of her good standing in Pelican Town. Several curious glances were cast at the unfamiliar young man walking with her. Most were simply curious, without any hint of rejection or hostility, something that let Leon breathe easier. The Starfruit Saloon wasn't far from the town square, just to the east. It was a completely wooden building with a large sign of a starfruit hanging above the door, and a smaller sign beneath reading, "Serving food and drink." Outside, several townsfolk were chatting. Jody led Leon through the small crowd and into the saloon, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Most eyes turned toward Leon. A new face. "Oh, a young fellow I haven't seen before. Handsome too. Is he related to Jody?" "Haha, Leon, you actually came. Welcome, welcome." Unlike the stranger's curiosity, Lewis strode over the moment he saw Leon enter. "Looks like you've met Jody already. That's good, she's one of the nicest people in town." Lewis praised Jody openly, then turned to address everyone. "Everyone, this is the man I mentioned a few days ago, Leon, the new farmer inheriting Red Star Farm. From now on, he's one of us in Pelican Town. Let's all make him feel welcome." "Welcome." The saloon's patrons clapped and cheered, and it didn't feel perfunctory. Clearly, a newcomer was something worth celebrating here. Not many young folks are willing to move to a rural town like ours these days. "Welcome, Leon. I'm Marnie. I live just south of your farm. If you ever build a coop or a barn, come visit my ranch. I'll make sure you get the healthiest young animals. Marnie, a warm-looking, slightly plump middle-aged woman, stepped up to introduce herself. I will, Miss Marnie. That's actually part of my farm plans. Leon readily accepted her pitch. As one of Stardew Valley's key suppliers, her ranch was an important business to connect with. With Circumflex knew. He did plan to raise chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs eventually. There was no way he'd pass on building ties with the ranch owner. Still, seeing Marnie and Lewis side by side brought to mind a certain little secret between them, though the thought quickly passed. Spotting Lewis looking ready to drag him into rounds of drinks, Leon quickly spoke up. Making new friends is great, but I think I should eat something first. I'm about to faint from hunger. Haha, I forgot your house is still empty and you don't have any food. Go try Gus's cooking, he's the best chef in town. I recommend his salad. My treat. Lewis said warmly. Mayor, there's no need. I have money with me. Leon tried to decline, but Lewis pushed him toward the bar. Don't be polite. I was closer to your grandfather than you realize, and I owe him a great deal. As his grandson, I won't neglect you. And I told you, just call me Lewis. With that, Lewis pulled a mock-angry face and called toward the bar, where a plump man was polishing glasses. Gus, come serve our new farmer. You might have a new supplier soon, freshness guaranteed. With pleasure. Welcome, Leon. Here's the menu, order whatever you like. Gus set down his glass, walked over smiling, and handed him a menu. Of course, if you want a drink, too, I'll cover that myself. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. Leon didn't refuse. He knew Gus's friendliness was genuine. A woman with long blue hair, wearing a striking red dress, stepped up from behind the bar. Her features were lovely, and she carried a lively, almost magical energy. Hello, farmer. I'm Emily. If you ever want a drink, come find me. Her bright, energetic greeting made Leon smile. Thanks, but I don't really drink much. Haha, that's fine. We also serve fresh juices. It's spring, how about some peach juice? Since Gus is treating you, you don't have to worry. Emily winked, and Gus, overhearing, didn't mind. Instead, he nodded cheerfully. That's right. Spring peaches are the sweetest. Give it a try, I picked the ripest, juiciest ones. Then I'll have a peach juice and a pizza. Leon scanned the menu. Most dishes were familiar to him. Considering both his appetite and value for money, he went with the hearty pizza and Emily's peach juice suggestion. All right. 1 pizza and 1 peach juice, coming right up. When the pizza was finally placed in front of Leon, he swallowed hard at the sight of the thing bigger than a wash basin. Just from the size alone, it outclassed every pizza he had ever eaten before. This was a monster over 14 inches across. Normally, a pizza of this size could feed 3 or 4 people comfortably. Now, presented to Leon alone, it gave him quite a shock. Seeing Leon's surprise, Gus leaned close to his ear and whispered, "This one's made just for you." Life on a farm burns through a lot of calories. Even if you can't finish it, you can always take the rest home for breakfast tomorrow, right? Thanks. Leon remembered that his little farmhouse didn't have any ingredients for cooking. He had no idea what he was going to do for breakfast tomorrow, so he quickly thanked Gus. This plump bar owner and chef really did have a thoughtful side. Gus chuckled and reminded him, "Go on, eat it while it's hot. And if you ever get too busy to cook, you can place an order here. I can have someone deliver to your farm, so you won't need to make a trip into town just for a meal." I'll keep that in mind. Leon nodded. After all, this was a real need. His wooden cabin didn't have any cookware yet. He picked up a pre-sliced piece and took a bite. The rich cheese and soft crust were deeply satisfying. It was an American-style pizza, heavier on toppings than the traditional Italian variety, but that didn't hurt its flavor one bit. Along with the cheese and butter, there was basil and chopped ham, with onion and black pepper to enhance the taste. Every bite was addictive. When you're hungry, carbs are the best fuel. After 3 large slices, even Leon felt stuffed. He glanced at the 5 remaining slices and washed them down with the rest of his peach juice. I'm full, Gus. You really are a great cook. This was an excellent dinner. Pleased, Gus grinned. Of course. As long as you're full. I'll pack up the rest for you. As Gus helped him pack the leftovers, Leon looked around the bar. When he'd first arrived, a lot of people had eyed him curiously. Now everyone was wrapped up in their own drinks and conversations. Even Jody, who had brought him here, had found some friends and was sharing beers with them. Leon suddenly remembered he still owed Jody a beer. He turned to Gus. "Put Jody's drink on my tab." "How much?" "20, Gus said after glancing at the beer in front of Jody. Leon blinked. That was pricier than he expected, but he paid without complaint. "Wondering why it's so expensive?" Gus asked with a knowing smile. "Yeah," Leon admitted. It was a normal thing to ask. Unless you were rolling in cash, few people ignored prices. She ordered a pitcher for 4 people, not just herself. Knowing Jody, if she'd known you were buying, she would have just gotten a single bottle of stout. No problem. Making friends, after all. Leon didn't dwell on it. With his pizza in hand, he said goodbye to Gus and walked over to Louis. "Louis, I'm heading back to the farm. Thanks for dinner, this really is a great bar." Louis put down his glass and patted Leon on the shoulder. "Of course, lad. Heading back now? Get some rest. I'll come by to check on you tomorrow morning, so don't sleep in too late." "Obey." "All right." Leon didn't mind the visit. Louis was the mayor of Pelican Town, after all. Checking in on a farm was part of his job. After saying goodbye to Marnie and Jody, Leon started the walk home. Truth be told, even though this was a rural town, without the pollution of neon lights, the night sky was filled with stars and a bright moon. Occasionally, a breeze from the valley would carry the scent of flowers to his nose. It was peaceful and pleasant. By now, the square was nearly empty. It seemed most people here really did live by the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Leaving Pelican Town, the dirt road to his farm wasn't too dark. The moon and stars gave enough light to see where he was going. The walk was uneventful, and he soon reached his farmhouse. Glancing at his quiet, moonlit fields, Leon felt an itch in his hands. He set the boxed pizza inside and went to the plot of land closest to his cabin. Pulling out his pickaxe, he began clearing the piles of stones on the ground. In theory, these piles could be cleared by hand, but since this was a system-provided pickaxe, it probably had special properties, just like the scythe he'd used earlier. Sure enough, with one solid swing, Leon felt a clear jolt from the impact. The pile of stones cracked, but didn't disappear like weeds, it simply got smaller. Another swing, and the pile shrank further. On the third strike, it broke apart entirely, scattering fist-sized stones on the ground. Stone, resource a common material with wide use in construction and processing. He put the stones into his backpack and noticed 2 chunks of black, moonlit reflecting or underneath. Coal, resource a combustible or used for processing and smelting. It was a nice find, but not particularly exciting. Stone piles sometimes yielded coal, but Leon was hoping for something rarer, like a geode. Take one of those to the blacksmith, and you could crack it open for all kinds of treasures, including rare minerals you couldn't even find in the mines. Whether sold for gold or donated to the museum for rewards, they were always worth it. A sort of mineral mystery box, fun and rewarding. No geode this time, but it wasn't a big deal. Leon kept clearing the stone piles. Once he'd finished cleaning this patch of land until it was completely free of debris, he put away his pickaxe. After a short rest, he pulled out his hoe, ready for the most important pre-planting ritual, tilling the soil. The flat hoe head was fixed to a wooden handle over a meter long, the common trapezoid-shaped kind. Raising the hoe high, Leon brought it down into the soil. Leveraging its weight, he pried the handle back, flipping over a patch of earth. Beneath the dry, hardened crust lay fertile, black soil. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Leon continued until he had tilled every inch of the plot he had chosen. Satisfied that the once flat land was now fit for planting, he stopped and retrieved the mixed seeds he had gathered while cutting weeds earlier. He scattered them evenly over the freshly turned earth. To his surprise, the seeds sank into the soil the instant they touched it. Leon was startled, but not alarmed. It had to be the system's doing. The mixed seeds he had gathered weren't many, only enough to cover about a quarter of the area he had tilled. Still, the rest of the work wouldn't go to waste. Tomorrow morning, Leon planned to visit Pierre's general store in town to buy more seeds. He stowed the hoe and took out his watering can. It was heavier than he expected, but still manageable. Tilting the can over the seeded soil, clear water sprinkled down like raindrops. The flow stopped precisely when it should, Even though Leon kept the can tilted no matter how he tried, not a single extra drop would spill. It made him realize that even someone with no farming experience could manage the job easily with these tools. When the last seed was watered, Leon finally breathed out in relief. He had done everything he could for now. After putting the watering can away, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Inside the cabin, he rinsed his hands and face at the sink, drank 2 big gulps of water, took off his jacket, and lay down. When he was busy, he hadn't noticed, but now that he'd stopped, his body told him exactly how tired he was. His muscles ached, and a drowsy heaviness pulled at his mind. He hadn't done much by normal standards, yet the fatigue was real, just like the stamina system in the game. He hadn't seen a stamina stat on his personal panel, but clearly it existed. Perhaps this was the price of using the system tools, heavy physical exertion. Even so, Leon felt it was worth it. Doing all this with normal tools would have cost him several times more time and energy. With that thought, his body claimed victory over his mind. He drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep, only waking when sunlight streamed in through the cabin window. That was a good night's sleep, Leon murmured as he got up and dressed. A glance at his watch told him it was 6:15 a.m. He hadn't checked the time when he fell asleep, but it couldn't have been later than 10. Early to bed, early to rise, it felt good. He was refreshed and full of energy. After washing his face and brushing his teeth with cold water, he was glad he had packed daily necessities, including clothes, before moving to the farm. It saved him a lot of trouble. With a cute epsilon-s. Breakfast was yesterday's pizza from Gus, now cold but still edible. The taste wasn't great, but it filled him up. Still, it made him think about getting a kitchen of his own. He couldn't eat out for every meal, not with his budget, and he also needed to figure out how to sell his farm produce. There was no magical shipping crate in reality that could turn crops into cash overnight. He would have to wait for Lewis to come and explain the selling process. Since Lewis hadn't shown up yet, Leon decided to make use of the time. Stepping outside, he watered the mixed seeds again. He didn't know what they would grow into, but watering them daily could only help. The task drained some stamina, but not much, about the same as running for 5 minutes. A short rest would be enough to recover. Lewis still hadn't appeared, so Leon took out his axe and eyed the trees crowding the farm. Wood was an essential resource. Yesterday, he had been busy exploring and meeting people, but now he could spare the time to clear land and stockpile lumber. He chose an oak about as thick as a bowl and swung the axe. The impact jarred his grip so much that his hands tingled, leaving a clean mark in the bark. This time, Leon was smarter. Instead of striking with full force, he chopped steadily with half his strength. The recoil was lighter and each strike bit deeper into the trunk. When the cut had eaten halfway through, gravity took over. The oak leaned and creaked loudly. Leon stepped to the opposite side and delivered 2 final chops. The tree crashed down, hitting the ground with a resounding thud, and instantly transformed into neatly cut logs, all uniform in size. Wood, resource is sturdy, flexible plant material with a wide range of uses. Leon sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected the system tools to be this powerful. He'd already thought it was outrageous when the sickle could clear underground roots with a single swing. Now the axe could not only fell trees, but also produce perfectly cut, ready-to-use lumber. Even selling it in the market, no one would complain about the quality. The cuts were impossibly clean, with no splinters, and every piece was identical in size, as if processed by machine. No one would believe they had just been chopped down moments ago. That realization made Leon frown. He would have to be careful when using system tools in front of others. If ordinary people saw this, it could cause him no end of trouble. If you've been enjoying the story, please consider rating it on Novel Updates. Your feedback helps more readers discover it, and it motivates me to bring you chapters faster. Although Stardew Valley held many secrets, most ordinary people knew nothing about them. That was why keeping a low profile while developing the farm had made its way to the top of Leon's priority list. With that thought, Leon stowed away all the lumber he'd gathered and decided to stop chopping for the day. After all, Lewis was coming today. With nothing else to do, Leon naturally returned to the front of his cabin and began tinkering with his kitchen setup. It wasn't anything complicated, just a pit dug into the ground, with the stones he'd collected yesterday stacked into a small stove. A crude wilderness kitchen complete. It looked rough, but it was sturdy enough. All it lacked was a pot and some seasonings, so one way or another, he'd have to make a trip into town today. After all, food was a necessity. People could do without many things, but not without eating. Looks like you're already thinking about meals. Leon had just finished washing his hands and stepped out of the cabin when he spotted Louis crouched by the new stone stove, inspecting it with great interest. Noticing Leon's arrival, Louis stood up with a teasing grin. That's right. It takes half an hour to get to Pelican Town. That's too much wasted time, Leon explained. I understand. Your farm really does require your constant attention. But when you have free time, I hope you'll visit the town more often, Louis said, glancing toward Leon's neatly prepared fields, where traces of watering still lingered. Oh, you've already started planting? Very industrious. As it happens, I brought you a gift, but you'll have to wait a moment. With that, Louis turned and left the farm. Before long, he returned driving a pickup truck. Yesterday, some things were still on the way. Now that they've all arrived, I've brought them over. They'll be useful to you. Hopping out, Louis called over, "Come help me carry these. I can't have an old man like me doing all the heavy lifting." Leon hurried forward to assist, spotting several items in the back of the truck. The most eye-catching was a mini fridge over a meter tall. "This was a special order I had Willie bring from across the Gem Sea," Louis said proudly when he saw Leon's gaze fix on the fridge. "It's much cheaper over there, and the quality is excellent." That's a pretty extravagant gift. Leon wasn't sure about local prices, but furniture and appliances were never cheap. This world's technology wasn't overly advanced. Despite its fair share of odd, almost magical gadgets, the overall level was more like the 70s or 80s. It's fine. You don't know this, but local farmers receive certain support policies. And for the first 3 years after acquiring Red Star Farm, you're exempt from taxes, Louis explained. These things will help with your life and work, so think of it as my investment in you. The local economy needs you to contribute as a farmer. Stardew Valley is a tourist town. We need some representative landmarks. You mean tourists will visit my farm? Leon's brow furrowed at the thought. No, not at all. I won't let outsiders enter your farm easily, Louis said, shaking his head. They only need to know that Stardew Valley has a large farm. He glanced around. Seeing no one else nearby, Louis lowered his voice. Kid, you're new here, so you don't know the details. But this farm was your grandfather's pride and joy, and once the pride of Pelican Town. Its origins are full of miracles. Every generation of mayor helps guard its secrets. On this matter, you and I are on the same side. What do you mean? Leon asked. He knew bits and pieces about the hidden side of this world, but nothing concrete. Louis, however, clearly knew far more, which piqued his curiosity. In time, you'll understand. Louis smiled without explaining further. Then, to keep Leon from asking more, he said briskly, "Come on, let's get your fridge inside. We still need to install your mailbox, and I brought some seeds and fertilizer. All good stuff. Move it, Leon." With Louis being cryptic, Leon had no choice but to drop the subject and help carry everything from the truck. The mini fridge was set up inside the cabin and plugged in. Back when Robin had renovated the place, she'd left plenty of spare outlets, saving them trouble. The fertilizer was stacked in the empty woodshed outside. The mailbox was a small iron box hung on a wooden post. After digging a hole and planting the post, it stood beside the cabin. Remember to check your mailbox every morning. You might get letters. And if you want to send mail, just put it in the box. You can buy stamps and envelopes from Pierre's general store, Louis instructed. The Pelican Town mail carrier works almost every day, so you won't have to worry about deliveries. Louis, didn't you say you wouldn't let outsiders onto my farm? Leon teased. Of course. But the mail carrier isn't an outsider. If you happen to run into them one day, don't be too surprised, Louis said with a knowing smile. Once they finished with the chores, Leon quickly asked, "By the way, Louis, if I want to sell my farm's produce, what should I do?" "If you need money fast, sell crops to Pierre and ores to Clint, our blacksmith. Robin can take building materials, you've met her. Fish can go to Willie. If you're not in a hurry, workers will install a shipping box here today. Just throw your goods in there, and I'll have someone collect and sell them for you. But it might take a couple of days for the money to arrive," Louis explained. A shipping box? Leon was stunned. He'd thought that kind of convenience only existed in the game. He hadn't expected it to be real, just not yet installed. Yes, a shipping box. A marvelous thing. You'll see once it's set up. It's another one of our little secrets. Louis smiled mysteriously, clearly looking forward to Leon's reaction when he discovered its wonders. When will the workers come? Leon asked curiously. When you're not at the farm, Louis replied. And if I don't leave the farm? Leon pressed. Then they'll come while you're sleeping, Louis added. Leon hated riddlers, especially when the riddler was throwing the puzzle at him. But Louis clearly wasn't going to explain. No matter how much Leon was dying of curiosity, he probably wouldn't get the truth out of the sly mayor. Maybe he'd have to find it out himself. It was a bit of a hassle, but Leon thought it could be fun because if Louis went to such lengths to cover something up, it had to be interesting. Thanks for the explanation. By the way, are you heading back to town? If you are, I'd like to hitch a ride. I need to buy some ingredients and kitchenware. Since there were no answers coming, Leon could only push his curiosity aside for now and return to his earlier plans. Of course. It's on the way. In fact, even if you hadn't asked, I would have invited you along to meet Willie. He has a gift for you. Louis nodded, then climbed into his pickup. Hop in. We'll go together. I'll show you around town while we're at it. Leon didn't refuse. Once he got into the passenger seat, Louis drove them off the farm. Having a car made all the difference. A trip that would have taken half an hour on foot took just 5 minutes by car, and they were already in Pelican Town. This is the only clinic in town. Harvey, the resident doctor, is very skilled and a good man, just not great with socializing. If you ever get hurt or fall sick, this is where you'll get the best care. Louis had stopped the car on the north side of Pelican Town Square, pointing to a large building marked with a red cross. After introducing the clinic, Louis drove on for a short stretch. This is Pierre's general store. Besides seeds, he sells some daily necessities, but his main business is farm goods and mid to high quality seeds. They're a bit pricey, but if you want top quality crops, Pierre's seeds are the best choice. From the window, Leon spotted a building with a sign for Pierre's general store. It took up quite a bit of space. Through the glass doors, he could see plenty of customers browsing inside. The layout was much like a small supermarket, but with a stronger rural charm. Most of the shelves were stocked with vegetables. On Wednesdays, Pierre closes for the day. If you need seeds then, you'll have to go to Joja Mart. With that, Louis kept driving. They crossed a stone arch bridge and came upon a modern-looking blue, 2-story building. Its steel and concrete design was completely different from most of Pelican Town's architecture. A massive Joja Mart sign hung overhead, and through the glass front, rows upon rows of goods and uniformed employees bustled about. Louis gave the place a glance and said, "Joja's pretty convenient, open year-round, 24 hours a day. Affordable, plenty of variety, but I just feel like its style doesn't fit Pelican Town." Then he added, "Still, it has boosted the town's economy. Morris, Joja Mart's local manager, has been pushing me to turn the abandoned community center into a Joja warehouse. I'm torn. On one hand, it would mean economic growth, but on the other, it would hurt the town's cultural atmosphere. I don't know what to choose. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go to Clint's blacksmith shop." Louis turned the car south. Passing a small park, they arrived at a dark brownstone building. Clint's blacksmith shop is one of Pelican Town's oldest businesses. His family's been running it for generations, so their craftsmanship is excellent. Their tools and weapons are top-notch. If you ever go exploring in the wild, this is the place to get a good weapon. Leon nodded. This world wasn't exactly safe. There were monsters in certain wild areas and in the mines. After the blacksmith shop, Louis drove further north, toward the river that curved around Pelican Town. Soon, they stopped in front of a large building. This is Pelican Town's library and museum, the cultural hub of the town. Unfortunately, the previous curator ran off to the Gautreaux Empire with all the museum's artifacts. Now it only functions as a library. Louis's expression twisted with anger. That damned old curator. I never thought he'd defect to the Gautreaux Empire. If I'd taken the museum more seriously back then, I would have put a bullet in that bastard before he left. Leon said nothing, just nodded quietly. Realizing he'd gotten worked up, Louis took a deep breath to calm himself. All right, enough about that. Let's head to the beach. Willie's waiting for us there. Arnoe. He pressed down on the accelerator, speeding through town. After crossing another stone bridge and passing along a wooded path, they reached a beautiful beach. Stardew Valley sits on the edge of the Gem Sea. Back in the day, our natural and mineral resources were shipped out by sea. Pelican Town was founded for that reason. But times have changed. Now we're on the outskirts of the Fangier Republic, and we focus on tourism instead. Driving along the clean, tidy beach, Lewis explained. Does Pelican Town still do shipping? Leon asked. Not really. The roads are better now and cheaper for transport. Besides, there's no large-scale cargo to justify keeping the docks for shipping. The port only runs fishing operations these days. Lewis parked at the beach, and they both got out, stepping onto a pier that stretched into the sea. At the far end stood a solitary wooden shack. As they approached, Leon spotted a middle-aged man on the dock, a suntanned face under a felt hat, a thick beard, a sweater, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He was gazing out at the ocean. "Willie, I brought the new farmer you wanted to meet," Lewis called out. "Haha, thanks, Lewis. Let me take a look at what kind of young man our new farmer is," Willie replied, turning toward Leon. "Kid, do you like fishing?" That sudden question caught Leon off guard for a moment, but he still answered honestly. "I do like it." After all, fishing was the kind of hobby most men unlocked naturally with age. In modern society, hunting opportunities for ordinary people were virtually gone. Fishing was probably the most accessible form of hunting left, straightforward, simple, and able to give one the pure joy of outwitting and reeling in prey. "Do you know how to fish?" Willie asked again. "A little. Whether I catch anything depends entirely on luck," Leon replied truthfully. "No problem. The local fishing scene needs fresh blood like you. I have high hopes for your future." Willie laughed heartily, patting Leon on the shoulder. Then he quickly ducked back into his house and soon emerged holding a bamboo fishing rod. "I've had a good haul from my recent trips out to sea, so I can afford to replace my rod. This one's a bit old, but it's perfect for a beginner. As a welcome gift, I'm giving it to you." With that, Willie held the rod out toward Leon. Leon glanced at it. Though the body was made of bamboo, it had everything reel, lure, float, and the handle had been polished smooth from years of use. "Don't turn him down." Willie loves seeing young folks join his ranks. "But most of Pelican Town's residents aren't too keen on fishing," Lewis chimed in from the side. Leon was genuinely interested, so after thanking Willie, he took the rod. Seeing Leon holding his old rod, Willie's smile grew even brighter. "Good. Think of it as a bit of tradition being passed on. If you ever catch more fish than you can use, bring them to my shop. I'll give you the fairest price based on quality." "I will," Leon nodded. He was already thinking about it. After all, fishing was a profit-making activity with no costs beyond time, and he wasn't about to pass that up. "Well, you've met Willie. I should get going. What are your plans?" Lewis asked once their chat was over. "Coming back to town with me, or staying here to learn some fishing techniques from Willie?" "I'll head to town. I still have a lot to buy after moving in. I need to get prepared." Under Willie's expectant gaze, Leon chose to return to town. Day-to-day necessities took priority over hobbies for now. Still, he didn't forget to thank Willie for the gift. "As for fishing, I'll come to Captain Willie for advice next time." "Haha, just call me Willie. I'm no captain." His words denied it, but his beaming face made it clear he enjoyed the title. Leon found it easy to read people like this. The residents of Pelican Town might not know him, but he knew them very well indeed. After meeting Lewis, Robin, Jody, Gus, and the rest, Leon was certain their personalities, preferences, and backstories were exactly as he remembered them. They climbed into Lewis's pickup and, at his suggestion, headed to Joja Mart. Compared to Pierre's general store, Joja Mart had a wider variety of goods and generally lower prices. "Leon, Lewis, hello there." As soon as they entered, Jody, whom they'd met the night before, spotted them and greeted them warmly. "Hello, Jody," Lewis replied, and Leon did the same. Carrying 2 shopping bags, Jody stepped closer to Leon and whispered, "Thanks for the drinks last night. If I throw another party, you must come." "All right," Leon agreed. Friendships like this were worth keeping. He had no interest in married women, but more friends meant more opportunities. And Jody was a good person. Getting along with her would help him settle into Pelican Town. Oh, by the way, you're still single, right?" Jody suddenly asked. Yes, Leon replied, giving her a curious look. Jody's lips curved into an amused smile. Then I think I know exactly who to invite to the next party. She shot him a playful glance before heading out with her groceries. Leon was left both speechless and a little intrigued. You go ahead and shop. I need to have a word with Morris, Louis said once Jody was gone. Got it. Leon nodded, and Louis walked off. Leon began browsing the store. Joja Mart was hardly unfamiliar to him. Before leaving his old job, he'd worked for Joja Corporation, managing procurement plans and orders for a store. And in this country, Joja Mart was a near monopoly. Cities, towns, even small villages, Joja was everywhere. Their store layouts were almost identical, and so were their product lines. It didn't take Leon long to find the kitchenware section. He picked out a set, then grabbed some basic seasonings, a bag of rice, and a few long-lasting vegetables and meats. At the checkout counter, he ran into Louis again, this time accompanied by a man in glasses, a suit, and a calm, steady demeanor. Morris, meet Leon, the new farmer in Stardew Valley. Leon, this is Morris, manager of Joja Mart's Pelican Town branch, Louis said, introducing them. Hello. Hello. They exchanged a handshake, Leon's expression neutral, Morris's bright with enthusiasm. Mr. Leon, perhaps we can explore some business opportunities together in the future, Morris suggested. As far as I know, Joja uses unified suppliers for its goods. I doubt there's room for cooperation, Leon replied with a polite, businesslike smile. That's true for the city stores. But here in Pelican Town, I have the authority to choose more convenient and suitable suppliers, Morris explained, his gaze locking onto Leon. And it seems you're quite familiar with how Joja operates. I used to work for Joja, Leon answered. I see. Morris nodded, his eyes now alight with interest. The look in Morris's eyes made Leon a little wary. In this day and age, even men had to watch out for themselves when outside. Still, Leon didn't really think Morris was some weirdo. That gaze probably meant there was some kind of benefit Morris saw in him. As someone who used to be one of us, I'd like to ask you something, Mr. Leon. Do you support Joja Corporation's proposal to turn the old community center into a logistics warehouse? This would strengthen Pelican Town's logistics system and modernize the place. It's good for both of us. With better logistics, your farm might gain more sales channels. Sure enough, the next moment, Morris laid out his vision directly. Sorry, I'm still unfamiliar with this town. For a question like that, I think you should ask the mayor, not a farmer who just arrived. Leon smiled, choosing to brush it off. Well then, would you be interested in learning about our Joja membership program? Morris looked a little disappointed at the answer, but immediately switched topics. No, Leon rejected without hesitation. No need to answer so quickly. Joja will always be here in Pelican Town, providing the best shopping experience for residents. You can think about it when you need it. As a gift for our first meeting, I think you might like this. Morris handed Leon a slip of paper. Leon glanced at it. It was a coupon. 20% off, one-time use. He didn't refuse. Instead, Leon smiled and thanked him. Then thank you for the gift, Manager Morris. I'll think about your membership proposal. I look forward to your reply. Happy shopping. Morris's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile before politely taking his leave. Leon wasted no time using the coupon. It saved him over $40, enough to buy another 10 kilograms of rice. Not a bad deal. When Louis and Leon finished loading everything into the pickup truck and set off toward the farm, Louis asked while driving, "What do you think of Morris's proposal?" "You mean about the old community center?" Leon asked back. Louis nodded. "Maybe I can only answer that after I've seen it for myself," Leon replied. "I should at least find out what it's like first. When I drop you off, if you're interested, I can take you there," Louis suggested. "So, what's your take on the community center?" With some roads still ahead, Leon decided to make use of the time and ask. "Me? I'm conflicted. You know, the community center used to be the liveliest place in Pelican Town. Most events and gatherings were held there. But now, young people would rather stay home watching TV all day than go out, so it's been abandoned." Epsilon. Louis's face dimmed. "I don't like it. But Morris has brought up buying it more than once. His offer wouldn't be small. Pelican Town could use that money to develop, but I don't want to see it disappear. Fixing it would also take a lot of money, and the town can't afford that. So, Leon, what do you think I should do? This isn't something urgent. You have plenty of time to think it over. Leon spoke gently. You're right. It's not urgent. Louis's shoulders eased, the thought making him feel better. He wasn't worried Morris would lose interest if things dragged on. The community center was one of the few large plots left for sale. As long as Morris wanted to expand in Pelican Town and Stardew Valley, Louis believed the proposal would always stay on the table. In the meantime, he could try to raise enough funds to restore the building. Deep down, he didn't want to see it abandoned forever. Relaxing, Louis chatted with Leon about various stories and legends of Stardew Valley along the way. When they arrived at the farm, Leon immediately noticed a tall wooden crate, 2 meters by 4, sitting next to the mailbox. Haha, looks like our workers installed your shipping bin ahead of schedule. Just like I said, if you're not here, they'll still get it done for you. Louis wasn't surprised, and even teased Leon about it. I'd like to meet these hardworking folks, Leon replied, though he already had an idea in his mind. You will, Louis assured him. They got out and carried Leon's supplies into the farmhouse. Then Louis asked, Want to come to my place for lunch? Of course. And after lunch, maybe we can check out the old community center. Leon accepted without hesitation. Louis's warmth felt like that of an elder, and the invite was clearly genuine. Let's go then. Louis hopped into the driver's seat and called out, I was planning to take you there anyway. You know, when the community center was built, your grandfather played a huge role. This has something to do with him? Leon was surprised he hadn't heard that before. Of course. Your grandfather brought a lot of change to Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. Do you know why we got along so well? Why? Because my position as mayor, strictly speaking, was secured thanks to him. Pelican Town wasn't like this back then. Without his support and the reputation of Red Star Farm, I might have been out of office long ago. Louis's voice grew nostalgic. That's why I care about you, Leon. Your grandfather did so much for me. But by the time I could repay him, he had already passed away. So I want to return that kindness to you. And more than that, I want to see Red Star Farm restored to its former glory, or even better. Leon, I believe you can do it. In Pelican Town, Leon stepped into Louis's home, curious to see what kind of handiwork the mayor was capable of. On the way here, Louis had shared quite a bit about how, back when Leon's grandfather was still around, he had helped Stardew Valley flourish. It felt a little strange to Leon. Things here didn't seem to match what he remembered from the game's story mode. Still, Louis spoke with reason and sincerity. Leon couldn't help but believe him. Of course, Leon suspected Louis's words weren't just about reminiscing or getting closer. They were probably meant to encourage him to revive Red Star Farm. After all, the local economy relied heavily on tourism, which only kept things stable at best. If managed well, his inherited farm might bring new vitality to Pelican Town's economy, much like how developing cities invite major companies to set up factories to boost growth. True, his farm probably wouldn't create many jobs, and neither he nor Louis had any intention of letting outsiders interfere in its operations. And with Louis already having promised not to collect any taxes from the farm for the next 3 years, Leon still wondered, why was Louis so confident that the farm could drive the town's economy? As Leon mulled over the question, Louis came back carrying a big pot of stew and 2 bacon sandwiches. Just something simple, Louis said, setting them down. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Nothing fancy. He gestured for Leon to dig in. Leon nodded and enjoyed the simple but delicious lunch before voicing his doubts. Louis, how did Red Star Farm bring economic growth to Pelican Town back in the day? That question. Louis thought for a moment. Not too hard to answer. You've just started running the farm, so you don't know much yet. Let me give you 2 points. He began explaining. First, the land of Red Star Farm. It's incredibly fertile and strangely unique. It can produce crops of exceptional quality. These crops are larger than normal, and their flavor and nutritional value are far superior. Their economic value is obvious, but their social value is just as important. Countless wealthy merchants and politicians seek out such crops. If a farm can consistently produce them, it wins their favor. To secure a steady supply, they offer extensive support. The town that hosts such a farm naturally benefits as well. That's the first point. Louis paused, watching Leon as if waiting for him to absorb the news. Leon already knew about high-quality crops from the game. After planting, various factors, like farming skill level and fertilizer, determined whether the harvest would yield normal, silver star, gold star, or iridium star quality crops. In the game, the only difference was higher selling prices and better buffs when eaten. Otherwise, they weren't anything special. So he asked again, "What's the social value of high-quality crops?" "Health and longevity," Lewis explained. Botanists have studied and tested this, and they concluded that long-term consumption of high-quality crops can greatly improve a person's physical fitness and extend their lifespan. I see. That made perfect sense to Leon. When it came to health and longevity, no intelligent being could resist such benefits. What's the second point? Leon pressed on. The second point has to do with faith. Yoba is the creator god, a belief universally recognized. In Yoba's legend, he was also a farmer. Our world is said to be just one plant in his garden. So, to Yoba's faithful, a farm that can produce high-quality crops is a place blessed by the divine. Pelican Town became a tourist city largely because of the prestige your grandfather earned when he ran Red Star Farm. Then Lewis leaned closer and added mysteriously, "The governor is a follower of Yoba. Every summer, he attends Pelican Town's luau. That's thanks to your grandfather. When he heard you were inheriting Red Star Farm, he gave a lot of support, hoping you'd restore its former glory." "Sounds like farmers are held in high regard in this world," Leon muttered. "What was that?" Lewis asked, not having caught his words. "Nothing. Just wondering why my grandfather never told me any of this, why he only gave me a letter on his deathbed, telling me to come here when I was tired of ordinary life." Lewis chuckled. "Huh, are you complaining that he didn't leave you a fortune?" "I happen to know the answer. We talked about it once, and he told me he started from nothing to build this farm. He wanted his descendants to do the same. But if you ask me, he's already left you the greatest inheritance, Red Star Farm itself. No." Lewis's tone grew more serious. "Leon, you may not realize the farm's potential value, but when you uncover all its secrets, you'll see it's a fortune beyond measure. After your grandfather passed, many tried to take over, but none succeeded. You became the second owner the moment you contacted me. Do you know what that means?" No, Leon admitted honestly. His understanding of this world was still limited to what he knew from the game. How could he possibly know its deeper secrets? "It means countless eyes are on you, some kind, some not. But I believe you'll get through whatever trouble comes your way," Lewis said. "There's much I don't know. I'm just a mayor. If you want to understand more, you'll have to discover it yourself. But as mayor, I promise this. I'll support you unconditionally in running Red Star Farm. It's the best choice for both of us. Pelican Town needs the farm. So I ask you, make Red Star Farm shine once more." Leon felt an overwhelming pressure under Lewis's gaze. He quickly nodded in agreement, hastening his eating pace. As soon as he finished, he made a suggestion. "I think we should go check out the old community center." "All right." Lewis didn't seem very hungry. He put down the half-eaten sandwich in his hand, stood up, and led Leon outside. This time, they didn't drive. Lewis walked north with Leon, crossing Pelican Town Square. After about 20 minutes on foot, they arrived at a building half-covered in creeping vines, its exterior looking worn and shabby. "Here it is. This used to be the community center. I haven't been here in a long time. Every time I see it abandoned and in disrepair, I feel ashamed," Lewis said awkwardly as they stood at the entrance. Leon said nothing, just stepped closer to the tightly locked door. "Can we see inside?" "Of course." Lewis quickly pulled out a key, unlocking the rusted padlock and tossing it aside. "I'm not planning to lock it anymore. If you ever want to impress a lady from town with an adventurous date, you could use this place. The mice in here will definitely bring you two closer together." Leon gave a helpless look at the offhand but oddly reasonable joke, then stepped in first. The moment he entered, the pungent scent of damp would hit him. Sunlight streamed in through the open door, catching the floating dust in the air, forming a bright path textbook Tyndall effect. Lewis followed him inside, glancing around the hall before sighing again. "It's really fallen apart this badly?" Leon was about to reply when, on the rotten floorboards behind Lewis, he spotted something strange, a small, apple-sized creature with a perfectly round body. For thin limbs stuck out from its sides, and crude facial features sat on its surface. At first glance, it looked cute, but on closer inspection, there was something unsettling about it. Leon forced himself to remain calm. He had already prepared for the possibility of seeing such a thing before coming here, so now that it had appeared, he wasn't caught off guard. "What are you looking at?" Lewis asked curiously, turning to look behind him. But the moment he spoke, the little creature vanished, leaving only the decayed wooden floor in sight. "Nothing. I saw a mouse," Leon said casually. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something kick the top of his foot. Looking down, he saw the same little creature reappear behind his heel. Clearly, it wasn't happy about being called a mouse and had delivered a tiny act of revenge. Leon ignored it, and sure enough, when Lewis turned back, the creature was gone again. It's perfectly normal to have mice here. This place has been abandoned for years. It's dark, damp, exactly the kind of place mice love. Lewis moved to the center of the hall, surveying the surroundings before speaking again. "Leon, do you think this community center is even worth keeping? It's already in such a state." "Yes." Leon's interest in the place had grown now that he'd confirmed he could see those strange creatures. Pelican Town should have a community center. It'd feel odd to replace it with a warehouse in such a scenic spot. "I don't know. Restoring this place would cost a fortune." Lewis looked bitter. "And right now, Stardew Valley's finances aren't looking good. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Besides, I'm really interested in this place," Leon said. "You're thinking of restoring it?" Lewis perked up at the idea. But Leon didn't give a direct answer. Lewis's tone made it obvious he was trying to push responsibility onto him, and Leon wasn't about to let himself be so easily played. "Ayo. No. I just think your earlier suggestion about dates was pretty good." Lewis gave a dry chuckle, unsure how to respond. Leon's gaze shifted to a bare patch of dirt beside the fireplace, where an arch-shaped little hut made of wood and vines stood. It looked like an igloo, only crafted from plants. The hut sat quietly, and when Lewis followed Leon's gaze, he noticed it too. Probably something Jazz and Vincent made when they snuck in here. "They're kids from town, good kids," Lewis explained. "It's fine. I just think it looks interesting. Anyway, we've seen the place. Let's go," Leon said. "All right. Like I said, I won't lock it again. We'll just leave the community center open." Lewis nodded, and the two left, one after the other. "Heading back to your farm now?" Lewis asked once they were outside. "I'm going to walk around town and meet more people," Leon replied. "That's good. You've moved into the farm, so you're part of the town now. Knowing people will make festivals less awkward. You won't be the guy standing around without a single familiar face." "I'll head back. Still have financial reports to sort out," Lewis said before heading off without suspicion. Leon didn't return to the community center right away. Instead, he wandered nearby, eventually spotting a small park not far from it. Unlike the community center, it was well maintained, with a sandbox, swings, and slides for children. At the center stood a fountain, where a blonde girl leaned lazily against the edge, basking in the sunlight. She noticed Leon as he noticed her. But before she could ask about the unfamiliar face, Leon turned away and walked off. "Weird guy," the blonde muttered, watching his back. "Still, pretty handsome." Leon returned to the community center, heading straight for the vine-covered little hut. Crouching down at the entrance, he peered inside with curiosity. He had been wondering for a long time what it looked like in there. Unfortunately, all he could see with the naked eye was pitch darkness. Light seemed unable to pierce the blackness within. Leon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against sticking his hand inside. The unknown was always tinged with fear. Who knew, if he recklessly reached in, would he end up like Yonggwa? Strangely enough, being so close to the hut and still seeing none of those little creatures emerge made him think they simply didn't want to meet him right now. So Leon began wandering around the old community center, purposefully searching for anything special. But most of what he found were broken pieces of furniture and trash. Hardly anything remained intact. In the game, the community center had a special tile to interact with, but reality didn't. That made things tricky. This place was big, and with the poor lighting, finding what he wanted quickly was no easy task. Just then, the little apple-like creature reappeared before him, waving its sprout-like arms as if greeting him. Then it bounced off toward a dilapidated room. Leon hurried after it, and under its guidance, he finally spotted a scroll sitting on a dusty shelf. He quickly grabbed it and unrolled it. The strange symbols inside made no sense to him, but he still breathed a sigh of relief. This proved the old community center really did have offerings. The little creature saw Leon open the scroll, bounced twice in place, and then vanished without a trace. Leon didn't dwell on it. With the scroll in hand, he was ready to leave. But just as he opened the door, he noticed a figure outside pushing it open. Startled, the other person jumped back when Leon pulled it open first. In the sunlight, Leon recognized her. It was the blonde girl he had seen earlier at the small park. "It's you," she exclaimed. "How did you unlock the community center door? Don't tell me you're a thief." "The stump? What's worth stealing here?" Leon replied, exasperated. Then he introduced himself. "My name's Leon, the new farmer. Mayor Lewis brought me here for a tour. He's the one who unlocked the door." "Oh, so you're the new farmer. I'm Haley." Hearing that, Haley relaxed and politely greeted him. Leon nodded, then stepped outside. "What, you want to take a look inside?" "No way, it's too dirty." Haley quickly shook her head. "Then I'll close it up." He shut the community center's door and was about to leave when Haley spoke again. "Lewis brought you here. Does he want you to fix it up?" "No, he just wanted me to see it. And restoring such a big place isn't exactly easy. Best not to come here, there are mice. Anyway, I need to get back to the farm. Oh, Thailand body yes." Leon shook his head, clearly uninterested in chatting further. He had plenty to do. Haley picked up on his dismissive tone and felt a flash of irritation. She had only come out of curiosity to see why the stranger was hanging around here. Now that she knew he was a farmer, she hadn't even minded his profession, so why was he the one looking down on her? Still, she didn't stop him. After all, they had only just met. She pursed her lips, unable to think of a retort, then turned on her heel and left, fuming silently. Leon watched her go, baffled by her reaction. He wasn't about to try to figure her out. Haley seemed like trouble, and at this stage, he had no intention of getting involved. Red Star Farm was still in shambles. Who had time for romance? With that thought, he headed straight back to the farm. He needed to study the scroll. Half an hour later, Leon arrived, a little out of breath. After a quick sip of water in the cabin, he spread the scroll out on the table. The symbols were chaotic, but thanks to his knowledge of the game's storyline, he could more or less guess their meaning. This scroll was important. It was a way to connect with one of Stardew Valley's big figures. After staring at it until his head started spinning, Leon gave up. He put it away and set the matter aside for now. He turned to sorting through the day's purchases and the items Lewis had sent over. The mini fridge was already running, holding a steady sub-zero temperature. Leon put the vegetables and meat he had bought at Joja Mart inside, basic supplies for daily life. He then neatly arranged the seasonings and set up a simple kitchen set: soup pot, frying pan, chef's knife, ceramic bowls. For now, cooking would have to be done outside. Next, he checked the rest of Lewis's gifts. Alongside the mini fridge, there were seeds, fertilizer, and a set of rain boots and raincoat, plus rubber gloves and rubber shoes, protective work gear. Strangely, the system had no reaction to the work gear. But when he picked up the seeds and fertilizer, a notification appeared. Parsnip seeds plant in spring. Takes 12 days to mature. In the game, 1 year has 4 months. In reality, it's stretched to 12. Basic fertilizer. Fertilizer slightly improves soil quality, increasing the chance of growing high-quality crops. Can only be applied to tilled soil. Since these had been identified by the system, they could go into his system tools inventory. But with only 12 slots in the backpack, most already full, Leon had to leave the seeds and fertilizer outside. At this moment, Leon missed the crafting menu from the game more than ever. If he had that, he could make some chests, set them outside, and store things in them instead of stuffing them in his backpack and wasting valuable slots. Unfortunately, the system interface only had the personal panel, no other pages. It felt like it had been stripped down, which made Leon more than a little frustrated. The items stuffed in his backpack weren't easy to take out either. His wooden cabin was so small that if he moved everything inside, half the space would be filled with clutter. Complaints aside, the farming tools provided by the system were excellent. They weren't as automated as certain high-end black-colored ones from elsewhere, but they still worked remarkably well. Carrying the parsnip seeds and the bag of fertilizer that Lewis had given him, Leon set out once more to begin his farming work. The extra plowed land from yesterday finally came in handy. First, he sprinkled fertilizer over the soil. Pale yellow-white speckles appeared on the dark earth. Then, on those fertilized plots, he planted the parsnip seeds, pulled out his watering can, and gave them all a thorough soak. 10 or so minutes later, the planting was done. He checked the seeds he'd planted earlier, but there were still no signs of sprouting. Not that he was in any rush. After pacing around the little field a few times to confirm there were no problems, Leon glanced at the sky, then at his farm, and quietly pulled out his axe. 80, 80, 80. Shouting this meaningless chant, Leon transformed into a logging maniac, chopping down the trees that had grown unchecked across the farm. One by one, neatly cut logs piled into his backpack, and the more he worked, the more energetic he felt. Some trees even dropped seeds, which Leon promptly buried in small holes in the dirt. Tree seeds were different from crop seeds. They only needed to be buried in soil, with no care required, and they would grow on their own. Before evening came, Leon put away his axe. Not by choice, his stamina was gone. The neat stack of what he'd harvested had sent waves of dopamine through his brain, but the physical drain was catching up fast. Near the cabin, the land was now almost completely cleared of trees, Leon's handiwork for the afternoon. The cost, however, was that his hands now felt like they no longer belonged to him. With no strength left for logging, he didn't just stand idle. Instead, he wandered around his farm. Red Star Farm was huge. After half an hour of walking, Leon finally had a clearer sense of its size. Aside from the abandoned greenhouse in the center, most of the farm was still wild and overgrown. The best part was that the land was quite flat. The whole place seemed perfect for large-scale agriculture. Scattered across the farm were small ponds. They weren't large, but the water was clean, clearly fed by underground springs. These ponds were probably not naturally formed. They were most likely left behind by his grandfather when he ran the farm, and they were crucial to its operation. Whether for watering crops close by or providing drinking water for livestock, these ponds made farm work much more convenient. Combined with the vast, level fields, Leon could easily envision the entire area being converted into farmland with enough effort. But the sheer size of it made his scalp tingle. Taking care of his small starter plot was easy. Expanding that to cover the entire farm, however, was another matter entirely. A with tilde Omicron Beta. It wasn't something one person could manage. If he planted crops across the whole farm, he'd have to start watering at dawn and keep going until midnight, and still might not finish. This world needs sprinklers. It absolutely needs sprinklers. Leon silently prayed. Large-scale farming without automation wasn't something he could handle alone. Hiring workers was out of the question. Not only could he not risk revealing the system, but he also didn't want outsiders meddling in his farm's affairs. Strangers brought trouble. Better to rely on automation than gamble on unknown people. For now, though, none of that was within his reach. He needed to focus on building his initial capital. From experience, he knew that leveling up his abilities in the system would eventually give him the tools to solve these problems. For now, it was all about surviving the early grind. Once his assets and skills were up, he could think about bigger plans. Returning to the cabin, Leon opened a sack of rice, grabbed 2 handfuls, rinsed them clean, and tossed them into a pot. From the fridge, he took out a rock-hard piece of frozen pork, sliced off a small portion, cleaned and shredded it, and added it to the pot along with salt and oil. Carrying the pot outside, he set it on a makeshift clay stove he had built. From his backpack, he took out some hay and lit it, then chopped some of his neatly cut logs into small pieces and fed them into the fire pit. Sitting on the ground, he watched the wood crackle and burn, waiting for his meat porridge to finish cooking. By now, the sun had set. Twilight draped over the land. Frogs croaked and insects chirped in the distance, and Leon felt his whole body relax. The quiet atmosphere was comforting. No car horns, no noisy streets, just the peace of a farm close to nature. He felt a long-lost calm settle over his heart. Here, there was no need to worry about navigating office politics or counting down the days to the next holiday. Here, Leon only had to live for himself. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice of a young woman behind him made Leon jump. He quickly recovered and turned his head to see a beautiful girl with long purple hair looking at him. If you're enjoying this story, please consider rating it on Novel Updates. Your ratings help more readers discover it and keep the translation going strong. Preparing dinner, Leon replied truthfully. Though the purple-haired girl hadn't introduced herself, her distinctive hair color made it easy enough for him to guess her identity. So you're the one who inherited this old farm, right? The girl gave Leon a quick once-over, then took a small step back and explained. Sorry. I knew someone had inherited the farm, but I didn't know you'd already arrived. I just came over without thinking. It's fine. But it's not exactly safe for a girl to be wandering around here at night. Leon shook his head and asked, Aren't you afraid? Not at all. I like the night and quiet places. Before you moved in, this farm was my favorite spot to come at night. It's peaceful here, no one to bother me. She tilted her head, then asked a bit awkwardly, Do you think I'm weird? Not at all. Everyone has their own preferences, Leon replied with a shake of his head. Thanks for understanding. Oh, I'm Abigail. What's your name? Her face brightened at his answer, and she stepped closer without hesitation. Leon, he said. Nice to meet you. Same here. We don't get many newcomers in Stardew Valley. Everyone in town's a familiar face. It's nice to meet someone new. Abigail nodded in agreement. Leon smiled. Seeing she had no intention of leaving, he asked, Have you had dinner yet? Want to eat together? Are you asking me out? We've only just met. Abigail blinked at him in confusion. Leon winced inwardly. He'd forgotten that the culture here leaned more Western. He had only meant it as a polite gesture, but to her, it might have sounded like a date. After all, in Western culture, sharing a meal outside of friendship was usually something couples did. He quickly explained, Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought it might be livelier with company. You're strange. But you seem like a good person. Abigail smirked, unintentionally handing Leon a good guy card. Why do you say that? Leon was puzzled. How had he earned that label so suddenly? Just a gut feeling. I can't really explain it. I just think you're not a bad guy. Though definitely a bit odd, Abigail said, looking conflicted. Leon only shrugged. He didn't mind her calling him strange. Glancing at the pot, where steam was curling upward and the scent of meat was in the air, he asked again, So, do you want to stay and have something to eat? If not, I still think you should head back soon. It's not safe for a girl to be out so late. Well, since you've invited me twice already, I guess I'll stay for a bit. Abigail hesitated, then decided to accept. Leon was a little surprised, but he said nothing more. Once he knew she was staying, he went back inside the cabin to fetch an extra set of utensils. When he returned, he found Abigail crouched by the fire pit, poking at the burning wood with a stick. You know, I've always wanted to try making a campfire outdoors. That's part of why I came over when I saw you, she explained eagerly when she noticed him. So you're the adventurous type? Leon concluded. Yeah, you could say that. I don't like a quiet, uneventful life. I feel like I should do something special. That way, when I'm old, I won't regret living such an ordinary life. Abigail's eyes lit up, clearly pleased by his assessment. Leon opened his mouth to say something, but since they had only just met, he decided against it. He simply set the utensils down and turned his attention back to the fire and the simmering pot of meat porridge. They stayed like that for a while, one squatting, one standing, watching the fire and the pot. Leon felt a bit awkward, but Abigail seemed perfectly fine, occasionally sneaking glances at him before turning her gaze to the pot again, a curious look on her face. It's about ready. How much do you want? Lifting the lid, Leon saw the meat shredded and tender, the rice grains plump and swollen. He tossed a handful of dirt into the fire pit to put out the flames, then grabbed a ladle and began serving. RS. Just half a bowl. I can't eat too much at night, Abigail said. Leon filled her bowl generously anyway, with extra meat. After all, when you had a guest, you had to show some hospitality. The porridge was simple, just salt, oil, and pork, but the rich aroma of meat mixed with the soft, soup-soaked rice had a certain charm. Leon found it comforting, downing 2 large bowls without pause. Abigail, in contrast, ate slowly and neatly, taking small spoonfuls, cooling them with her breath before tasting, savoring each bite without much expression. Good? Leon asked after setting down his bowl, feeling nearly full. It's okay, Abigail replied, finishing her last spoonful. You're blunt, Leon chuckled, taking her bowl. Well, since you're done, you should head home. All right. She nodded and, without another word, turned and walked off into the night. Leon was left staring at her retreating back, speechless. Then he simply shrugged and took the bowls back inside. After washing the dishes and cleaning up, he went through his nightly routine and went straight to bed. Since taking over the farm, he hadn't stayed up late once. By 8 or 9, he was always ready to sleep, well before midnight. With nothing else to do at night, sleeping was the best option. The next morning, Leon woke naturally after a full night's rest. The sky outside was dim and overcast. He got out of bed, walked to the window, and glanced at the clouds. A look at his watch confirmed it wasn't too early. Looks like it's going to rain. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, Leon looked up at the dim sky. The air felt damp, though no raindrops had yet fallen. But judging from the clouds above, Leon knew the rain wasn't far off. Thick, dark clouds were rolling in, the cold, moist wind whispering of a coming downpour. Glancing at the crops on the ground, Leon was pleasantly surprised to see a few tender shoots already poking through the soil. It had only been 2 days since he planted the first batch of seeds, yet they were already sprouting. The soil of Stardew Valley truly was fertile and special. Since rain was on the way, Leon didn't bother taking out his watering can. Waiting for the rain was far easier than watering each plant by hand. Caw, caw, caw. At that moment, a crow landed right on the tilled soil. Croaking loudly, it actually tried to jab its beak into the dirt, searching for seeds to eat. There was no way Leon would just stand there and watch it plunder his property. He lunged forward, grabbing his scythe and swinging it at the bird. Startled, the crow flapped into the air, squawking angrily as if cursing Leon for the sneak attack. Leon frowned at it. Crows were smart, and they held grudges. If this one decided to come back while he was away and destroy his crops, it would be a huge loss. He looked up at the bird circling stubbornly overhead. Since it refused to leave, Leon didn't dare turn his back and leave the farm. He was worried it might swoop down again the moment he was gone. The standoff dragged on for over 10 minutes before the first raindrops began to fall. Finally, with its wings growing heavy from the rain, the crow retreated. Leon let out a breath of relief, no longer needing to keep an eye on the feathered menace. Still, prevention was better than cure. Farmers of old had many ways to keep animals out of their fields. The most well-known and widely used was the scarecrow. In the game, Leon only needed to reach farming level 1 to unlock the scarecrow recipe. Placing one in the fields would keep crows away. But in real life, his system apparently didn't come with such ready-made features. Not that making a scarecrow was difficult. And since the rain meant there was nothing else to do outside, Leon headed back into the cabin. He took out 3 pieces of wood, nailed 2 of them together to form a longer beam, then fixed the 3rd piece across it to make a cross. Next, he found an old set of clothes, stuffed them with hay, and tied the cuffs and hem shut. The result was a crude scarecrow. For a finishing touch, he put a baseball cap on its head. Leon eyed the figure, feeling a little unsure. From a distance, it looked like a person, but whether it would work, he wasn't certain. Thailand bought yes. Still, since it was already made, he might as well try it. Donning a raincoat, he carried the scarecrow outside and planted it in the middle of the small field. The moment he finished, the system's prompt appeared. First item successfully crafted. Unlocking crafting function and recipes. Unlock complete. Crafting and recipe tabs have been integrated into your personal panel. Please check on your own. Leon also noticed that the scarecrow he had just made now came with a system note. Shoddy scarecrow, barely able to deter crows from attacking your crops, but won't fool these clever creatures for long. Is it really that bad? Leon stared at the description, feeling like the system was mocking his craftsmanship. In his opinion, this scarecrow was much finer than most he'd seen before. Still, the fact that making it had unlocked the crafting feature was a pleasant surprise. He opened his personal panel. Name, Leon. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Foraging, 0. Mining, 0. Combat, 0. Fishing, 0. Special abilities, none. Backpack items, axe, pickaxe, watering can, scythe, hoe, wood times 187, hay times 31, fiber times 84, stone times 11, coal times 4, 10/12 slots used, can be upgraded. Crafting recipes, scarecrow, chest, campfire, torch, wooden fence, wooden gate, wood path, stone path. Sure enough, a crafting tab and recipe list had appeared. Besides the scarecrow, there were several basic recipes, among them the chest he'd been wanting. But when he saw the campfire recipe, Leon was puzzled. If unlocking the crafting tab required making something by hand, then why hadn't making that outdoor fire pit yesterday triggered it? Maybe his crude stone stove was so bad it didn't even qualify as shoddy in the system's eyes? The thought made him cringe. Still, now that the crafting function was unlocked, he had to try it. He selected the chest recipe, and the system prompted, "Consume 50 wood to craft a chest?" Yes. Leon nodded. His stock of wood dropped by 50, and a chest about a meter tall and half a meter wide appeared before him. Chest. A place to store your belongings, 0/36. Plain description. Simple design. Leon placed it beside his bed and touched the lid. It opened automatically, and a virtual interface appeared. His backpack was displayed on the left, and the chest's 36 empty slots were on the right. He tried dragging his remaining 137 pieces of wood into the first slot. Sure enough, they transferred instantly into the chest, taking up only one slot. Yet the chest itself didn't change size at all. If he dumped that much wood on the floor, it would cover 10 times the chest's footprint, but inside, it fit neatly without a trace. This was not scientific at all. Although Leon grumbled under his breath, he still obediently tossed everything he was carrying, except for his tools, into the chest. The backpack, which had been nearly full, instantly cleared out by half, while the chest itself only filled a small portion of its available slots. All items could be stacked. Leon wasn't sure if the maximum stack limit was 999, but for now, the chest's storage space was more than enough for his needs. With the extra storage, Leon felt it was time to prepare more materials. Still, the most urgent matter was handling the farm. A farm is a farm. After all, agriculture comes first. So, with a raincoat over his shoulders and 1,000 gold on hand, Leon left Red Star Farm and headed straight for Pelican Town. The rain made the muddy dirt road slick, but walking on it felt oddly pleasant, like stepping on cotton. The difference was that the mud here didn't cling to his feet, sparing him the embarrassment of having rain boots stuck in a mire. Even so, the trip still cost Leon extra time on the road, which made him wonder if he should find some kind of transportation. Upon arriving in Pelican Town, the rainy weather meant there were few people out and about. On a patch of grass by the roadside, Leon scraped the mud off his boots, then followed the route he had memorized yesterday to arrive at Pierre's general store. Pushing open the glass door, Leon stepped inside. From the decor and shelves, it was clear this was a rustic, small-town shop, wooden shelves, wooden floors all around. Right as he entered, a bespectacled middle-aged man waved him over. "Welcome to Pierre's general store, stranger. What can I help you with?" "Seeds," Leon replied directly. Pierre glanced at Leon's rain boots and, seeing no mud clinging to them, breathed a quiet sigh of relief before stepping forward. Seeds. You must be the new farmer Abigail met yesterday." "That's right," Leon nodded. "Can you tell me about the types of seeds you sell and their prices?" "Of course. Here's the price list. Besides seeds, I also sell fresh vegetables and fruits, along with household goods. The quality of Pierre's general store's products is the best in Pelican Town. Nothing like Joja Mart's," Pierre said with great confidence, even taking a jab at Joja Corporation at the end. Leon only smiled. Business rivals were natural enemies. The two stores sold to the same customer base, so competition was inevitable. Believing everything Pierre said would be foolish. Still, when Leon glanced at the price list, he was pleasantly surprised. It matched the game. Pierre's seeds were indeed cheaper than Joja's. Parsnip seeds were 20 gold per pack, which seemed high. After all, for pints of beer at the Starfruit Saloon also cost 20. But each pack of seeds could grow 20 parsnip plants, so in truth, the price wasn't unreasonable. Leon scanned the rest of the prices. Green beans, 60 per pack, cauliflower, 80, potatoes, 50, tulips, 20, kale, 70, blue jazz, 30. Like parsnips, each pack contained enough seeds for 20 plants. That meant planting a single pack required digging 20 holes and watering 20 times. Leon sucked in a cold breath. The life he thought would be easy suddenly felt heavier. Was this going to be like the game's 6-2-7, grind up at 6, bed at 2, working 7 days a week? Still, It sounded kind of fulfilling. How terrifying. The fact that he actually found this lifestyle fulfilling made Leon shiver. But he still bought 1 pack of each type. 7 packs. 140 holes. Luckily, with today's rain, he wouldn't need to water them. After one last glance at the price list and noting the absence of any backpack upgrade option, Leon returned the list to Pierre, paid, and quickly left. He hurried back to the farm. The rain had soaked the shoddy scarecrow, leaving it limp and sagging. Checking the tilled soil, Leon saw no signs of damage from animals, and he let out a breath of relief. Then he pulled out his hoe and began tilling soil for planting. Thanks to his system tools, each strike of the hoe dug a neat hole and loosened the surrounding soil. The rain had softened the earth, making the work unexpectedly easy. Even so, digging 140 holes left his lower back aching and numb. Straightening up to stretch, Leon didn't rest long before tearing open the seed packets and sowing them one by one. Each seed that hit the ground was quickly covered as the loose soil seemed to gather on its own, a pleasant surprise that saved him a lot of effort. When all the seeds were planted, Leon returned to his cabin, pulled off his rain boots and coat, and sat under the eaves. He was drenched, whether from sweat or rainwater seeping through. He couldn't tell, but didn't feel like changing clothes. Instead, he simply leaned back and enjoyed a moment of rest after hard work. Looking over his morning's efforts, pride filled his eyes. Compared to yesterday's scattered patches, today's neatly planted fields finally looked like real farmland. To keep the crops from being trampled while ensuring they had enough growing space, Leon planted them in 2 rows per plot, leaving a small path between each section. This layout not only allowed ample sunlight for photosynthesis, but also ensured each plant had enough nutrients, a scientific approach Leon had seen before. Of course, this method required a lot of land. Fortunately, Red Star Farm had no shortage of it. All done. Time to reward myself. What should I have for lunch today? When his strength returned, Leon stood up, muttering to himself. Thank you for reading. Just as Leon was pondering the age-old question of what to have for lunch, a crow burst through the curtain of rain, landed right in front of him, and after shaking the water from its feathers, spat out a small, crumpled note. Then, with a flap of its wings, it was gone. Leon stared at the direction the crow had flown, puzzled, before picking up the soggy note it had left. The damp paper was rather unpleasant to the touch, but curiosity got the better of him, and he unfolded it. My sources tell me you've found something interesting in the old community center. Perhaps I can offer you a bit of help. If you're interested, pick a suitable time to come to the tower at the far west end of the forest. I'll be waiting. That was all it said. The moment Leon read it, he felt a spark of excitement, because this was exactly the important figure he'd been waiting for. So it was a crow delivering a letter, and here I was, feeling disappointed this morning when I checked the empty mailbox, Leon muttered. He read the message again carefully, making sure he hadn't missed any details, then tossed the damp scrap aside into the dirt. But before I head out, I need to eat something. Instead of rushing to meet the sender, Leon went back into his cabin and pulled out the bread he'd bought earlier. After wolfing down 2 pieces and washing them down with a large glass of water, he felt the fullness in his stomach return. Only then did he head back outside, donning his raincoat and boots before making his way toward the farm's southern exit. To the east of the farm lay the main road to Pelican Town, to the north was the path to the mountains, and to the south the forest. The west was a dead end, nothing but cliffs. Leon had wanted to explore the forest for a while. Stardew Valley was blessed with remarkable natural scenery, and wild plants and animals thrived here. Even if one didn't farm, with some diligence and a bit of foraging knowledge, you could easily gather plenty of edible wild plants. The only reason he hadn't gone before was the sheer size of the place. Judging by the farm's own scale, Leon could guess the forest to the south was vast, and a trip there might eat up half a day. And unlike in the game, he didn't believe for a second that the forest would be perfectly safe. There were bound to be wild animals out there. But now he had an invitation. If the mysterious figure had already taken notice of him, then surely, should Leon encounter danger on the way, that person wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. The rain-dampened forest was dark, but there was one comforting detail. A reasonably well-kept dirt road ran along the border between farm and forest. From where he stood, Leon could already see the tall barn in the distance, Marnie's ranch, no doubt. But his destination lay to the west, so that was where he headed. Contrary to what he'd imagined, the forest here wasn't overly dense. There were signs of human care, like a wooden dock jutting over a lake, a massive ancient tree fenced off with timber, and multiple well-trodden paths winding through the undergrowth. That made walking far easier. With the open view ahead, it wasn't long before Leon spotted a stone tower built into the hillside. That was his destination, the home of Stardew Valley's reclusive, mysterious figure, Wizard Rasmodius. With the wizard's tower as a clear landmark, the path forward was obvious. Now and then, Leon came across weeds or fibrous plants blocking the way, but his scythe made short work of them. In the process, he gathered a few extra fibers. He didn't see any of the seasonal wild plants he'd hoped for, like leeks or wild horseradish, which was a bit of a disappointment. When Leon reached the base of the tower, he found a staircase leading up to it. Step by step, he climbed toward the entrance. Before he could knock, the door swung open on its own. "Greetings, farmer. I am Rasmodius, seeker of the arcane, mediator between reality and the supernatural, master of the seven elements, guardian of saint, never mind, the title's too long. All you really need to know is that I am a wizard who wields supernatural power." Leon stepped inside to find an old man with long purple hair and beard, wearing a traditional pointed hat, wizard's robes, and a black cloak. He had just stepped away from a magic circle inscribed on the floor. "Hello, Wizard Rasmodius. I'm Leon, a farmer. It's a pleasure to meet you." Leon smiled, but his eyes couldn't help wandering over the interior of the tower. Who wouldn't be curious about the powers of magic? This was the real reason he had looked forward to meeting the wizard. He wanted to learn some flashy spells himself. Hehe. "Leon, I foresaw your arrival. Don't worry about my tower for now. Come, I'll show you something." The wizard beckoned him forward, then noticed the mud on Leon's boots. "Oh, it's raining outside. I didn't account for that. My apologies for making you come in such weather." As he spoke, Leon felt a sudden, astonishing change. The mud on his boots vanished into thin air, the rainwater soaking his coat evaporated, and even the faint smell of sweat from his work earlier was gone. It was as if he'd just bathed and changed into fresh clothes without ever stepping outside. OB. This little display was clearly meant to impress and to ease any doubts Leon might have had. Leon couldn't help but envy it. Magic really is amazing. The wizard glanced at him and smiled. "You have very little talent for the arcane, Leon. Best not to dwell on it." Leon's face stiffened with embarrassment. The man really did see right through him. Without another word, he stepped up to see what the wizard wanted to show him. Noticing that Leon had given up on the idea of learning magic, the wizard gave him an approving look, then pointed to the magic circle. "At the community center, did you happen to see this kind of creature?" Guided by the wizard, Leon saw the center of the magic circle. There, an apple-shaped little creature with slender limbs appeared. It was the same kind he had seen in the community center. Unlike the one in the community center, this little fellow made a clear, high-pitched sound upon being summoned. The distinct syllables carried a strange rhythm, yet bore no resemblance to any known language. "Is that the same one you saw in the old community center?" The wizard turned to Leon. "Yes." Leon nodded. He already knew what this thing was, but he had to play along with the storyline, because sticking to the script had its advantages. They call themselves Junimos, a type of spirit. But for some reason, they refused to speak to me. The wizard glanced down at the little apple, or rather, the Junimo, then looked up at Leon with a somewhat embarrassed expression. "So I have no idea why they moved into the old community center. But I can tell you this, they're harmless. You don't need to be afraid of them." "I'm not afraid. Just curious," Leon replied. It seems you've already accepted the existence of supernatural forces, just like when you saw me casting spells. You are quite a special child." The wizard studied Leon closely. "If I didn't know you lacked the desire to seek out magical secrets, I might think you'd make a fine successor. But I'm sorry, you're not suited for this path. And your grandfather would never let you choose it." "You know him too?" Leon's expression twitched. In the game, his grandfather had only left a few belongings and returned 3 years later for a ghostly evaluation of the farm. In real life, however, the old man's presence loomed much larger. "Yes." The wizard only nodded, offering no further details. Seeing this, Leon changed the topic. So, Wizard Rasmodius, did you call me here just to tell me not to be afraid of these little guys? No, no, no. That's only part of it. The main reason is that you've seen them. The wizard gestured dismissively. These Junimos in the old community center have been around for decades. Many people have been inside, but until now, you're the first person to actually see them. So, leaving a group of Junimos wandering openly in the human world could cause trouble, the wizard said. That's why I called you here. Do you know why they revealed themselves to you? Not exactly, but I think it has something to do with this. Leon took out the scroll he'd found in the old community center yesterday and handed it over. Interesting. A complex language. But I can decipher it. The wizard studied the scroll briefly, then read aloud, "We, the Junimos, are happy to help you. In return, we wish for the gifts of Stardew Valley. If you are someone who can blend into the forest, you will see the scroll's true form." Looking back at Leon, the wizard said, "It seems these Junimos really are here for you. So what should I do?" Leon asked. "Wait here." The wizard stepped aside, rummaging through his things until he brought out a huge cauldron. With a wave of his hand, countless green ingredients dropped from the void into the pot. Clear water soon welled up, making the leaves and stems float. When the cauldron was full, flames rose beneath it. The mixture began to boil. Almost ready. When the water had turned a deep green, the wizard leaned in to sniff it. His expression turned awkward. "The smell isn't great, but the effect should be fine, RN beta." "What do you mean?" Leon already guessed his intention, but pretended ignorance. His eyes, however, stayed locked on the bubbling, greenish liquid. "Blending into the forest is a rare gift," the wizard explained. "You have the potential to awaken it, otherwise, the Junimos wouldn't have sought you out or given you the scroll. In this pot, I've boiled fern leaves, moss larvae, caramel-capped poisonous mushrooms, all ingredients steeped in the essence of the forest. Drink it, and you'll awaken your gift." He handed Leon a wooden bowl. Leon swallowed hard. Even though he'd prepared himself mentally, hearing the list of ingredients and smelling the strange odor still made him hesitate. "Don't worry. This won't just awaken your gift, it will also strengthen your body. As a farmer, you're far too physically weak." Seeing Leon's reluctance, the wizard quickly filled the bowl and pushed it into his hands. "Drink it, child. It will give you a new kind of strength." Staring at the green brew, then at the wizard, Leon couldn't help feeling like Grom Hellscream being handed a drink by Gul'dan. The scene fit a little too well. But in the end, he didn't ask what the price was. Holding the bowl in one hand and pinching his nose with the other, he gulped it down. At once, the foul, bitter taste shot straight to his brain. The nausea made him want to spit it out, but the wizard was ready. With a flick of his hand, he sealed Leon's mouth, forcing him to swallow just to breathe. The moment the potion reached his stomach, Leon felt himself floating. The world blurred, replaced by countless green plants. The earth, bushes, vines, grass, plants of all kinds, shifted and swirled before his eyes. It was a long time before he came back to himself. The visions faded and reality returned. Along with clarity came a change. In his mind was an indescribable energy urging him to leave this enclosed space and go outside. So Leon followed the pull, stepping out of the wizard's tower. The wizard, seeing this, didn't stop him, he simply watched with interest. Only when Leon walked into the rain, lay down flat on the muddy ground, and soaked himself to the bone did the wizard approach. "How do you feel?" "Good. Better than I expected. I feel like I've become a plant. I hear the earth's comfort, feel the rain's caress, sense the sun's warmth hidden behind the clouds, and the wind's congratulations." Soaked through, mud clinging to his back, Leon lay there smiling, unconcerned by his bedraggled appearance. That is the charm of nature. Congratulations. You are now a child of nature. This will bring many interesting changes to your life. I hope you adapt well. Now, you should go home. After saying his piece, the wizard turned and went back inside the wizard's tower, firmly closing the door behind him. Leon slowly got up from the ground. One glance at the tower told him there was no way he'd be knocking that door open again. So, letting the rain wash over him, he left the area. Retracing his steps along the forest path, Leon felt something new this time. Surrounded by lush greenery, he experienced an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. It was as if all the plants here were welcoming him. He also keenly noticed the little creatures hidden among the pine branches, peeking at him with curiosity. These timid fellows showed no intention of coming out, and Leon didn't disturb them. Following the way back, just before leaving the forest's edge, he suddenly squatted down. He pulled out his hoe, eyeing a small green plant. With one firm dig, he unearthed a root vegetable with a thick stem, much like lettuce. Wild horseradish, forage item, a spring root spice. So that's where you've been hiding, Leon murmured, slipping the wild horseradish into his backpack. If I didn't have this new power, I'd never have found you. Indeed, ever since choking down that foul-tasting potion and awakening his bond with nature, Leon discovered some curious changes. For instance, this wild horseradish buried underground appeared to him as a vivid, faintly glowing presence among the other plants. No wonder he hadn't been able to find Spring's wild forage before. Hidden under the soil with only leaves that looked just like any other greenery, it was impossible to spot them without the power of nature, especially for someone like Leon, who knew nothing about plant habits or appearances. The potion might have been nasty, but the benefits it revealed were enough to delight him. This new ability was basically a radar for wild plants, practical above all else. Leon was sure it could be used for more than just this. There must be other special effects waiting to be discovered, but for now, he hadn't encountered the right conditions. That thought left him full of anticipation. As for the system, it gave no hint about this power. However, when he opened the system panel, he noticed that the previously empty treasure slot now had a new entry: Forest Magic. Forest Magic, you possess the magic of the forest. That was it. Just a bare bones, meaningless description that left Leon bewildered. Maybe the system couldn't figure out what it did, or maybe it just didn't bother. Leon guessed it was the latter. The system seemed to want him to explore things himself, just like with the crafting menu. If he hadn't tried making something on his own, it probably could have hidden that feature from him forever. That made him reconsider his view of the system. It didn't seem to have any clear agenda. It didn't demand anything from him. It was just here to guide and assist. Alpha. Just like Stardew Valley the game, its secrets and Easter eggs were all yours to discover. And Leon liked it that way. It suited his current role perfectly, an honest, down-to-earth farmer. Strolling home in the spring rain, Leon returned to the farm. The first thing he did after stepping into the cabin was shed his raincoat and boots. He ran some cold, clean water from the tap for a quick rinse, dried off with a towel, and changed into fresh clothes. It felt great to be refreshed. With his new clothes on, Leon decided he wasn't going out again. Rainy days seemed perfect for watching TV. Unlike in the game, where there were only the fortune teller, weather report, and the occasional Queen of the Sauce cooking show, the real TV here had far more variety. There was a movie channel, an entertainment channel full of soap operas and celebrity gossip, a local news station, and more. It was enough to keep Leon occupied through the dreary weather. By the time the sky cleared outside, Leon switched off the TV and stepped out of the cabin. The farm after rain was serene. The air was rich with the scent of soil and grass. The whole place looked refreshed, green everywhere he looked. Wildflowers peeked from the grass, swaying in the breeze, their joy almost tangible to Leon. He knew that was the forest magic at work. His gaze shifted to the scarecrow he had made. After the rain, its clothes were soaked through, and even the straw stuffing was sodden, making it look bloated and rather pathetic. After a moment's hesitation, Leon pulled it out and dismantled it. He couldn't help it. The ugly, misshapen thing ruined the farm's atmosphere. Whether or not it kept crows away, its presence made him uneasy. As someone with a fondness for aesthetics, he decided it was time for the scarecrow to retire. For its successor, Leon planned to use the scarecrow design unlocked in the system's crafting menu. He opened the menu, selected the scarecrow, and checked the required materials. A quick glance at his backpack told him he was short on coal, so he went back to the chest in the cabin to grab some. 50 wood, 1 coal, and 20 fibers later, the materials vanished from his inventory, replaced by a new scarecrow. This one was nothing like the clumsy one he had made before. The system's version stood over 2 meters tall. Its lower half was just a bare wooden pole, but the upper half looked almost human. From a distance, it could easily be mistaken for a real person. It wore overalls and a straw hat. If not for the straw poking out from its leaves and the wooden post below its waist, Leon might have thought he'd built a lifelike doll. It was hard to believe such a realistic scarecrow had been made from wood, fiber, and coal. As always, anything from the system defied logic. Carrying it to the center of the field, Leon planted the scarecrow firmly in the soil. He then took a moment to check on the seeds he'd planted that morning, making sure they hadn't been washed away by the rain, before leaving the farm. Thank you for reading. If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider rating the novel on Novel Updates. Your support helps more readers discover the story. Farm life wasn't everything for Leon. It was necessary to relax once in a while. Besides, the bit of bread he'd had for lunch hadn't filled him up. Even now, he could still taste the bitter tang of that awful herbal medicine lingering in his mouth. He desperately needed something delicious to replace that horrible aftertaste. The path to Pelican Town was still a little muddy, but his rain boots did a great job keeping the muck at bay. Along the way, Leon stumbled upon some of spring's natural gifts. Daffodil, forage a traditional spring flower, perfect for gifts. Leek, forage a tasty relative of the onion. On his previous trip to Pelican Town, Leon hadn't noticed these hidden treasures. But now, with his nature radar, these plants didn't stand a chance at hiding. The joy of searching for foraged goods along the way was satisfying. By the time he reached town, Leon had collected 3 daffodils and 5 leeks. After the rain, Pelican Town had regained its lively atmosphere. Residents had gathered in the square, some even voluntarily cleaning up the trash there. From their practiced manner, it was clear they truly loved this place. Familiar with the way, Leon stepped into the Starfruit Saloon and was greeted by the lively hum inside. The town's only saloon never seemed short of customers in the evening. Scanning the room, Leon didn't spot any familiar faces, so he headed straight to the counter. Emily, who was organizing bottles behind the bar, noticed him right away and came over. "Leon, you're here. Want something to eat?" "Hello, Emily. Is Gus around?" Leon greeted her and asked. "He's in the kitchen." "What's the matter? Am I not charming enough?" "The first thing you do is ask about Gus." Emily puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance. Leon scratched his head awkwardly. That wasn't what he meant. He'd just been asking casually. Not expecting such a reaction, he beckoned her closer. "All right, my mistake, madam. As an apology, how about I show you a magic trick?" "Oh? You can do magic?" Emily's interest sparked immediately. "Do I need to help or give you some kind of prop?" "No need. Just hold out your hand." Leon shook his head, guiding her to extend her hand before placing his own on top of it. "Now close your eyes and count to 3. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you?" Emily teased, cheeks flushing as she eyed his hand resting naturally on hers. "You could think of it that way, but it's part of the trick." Leon replied without a hint of embarrassment. If he didn't have the nerve to tease a girl, how could he hope to charm her? "Fine. But if I don't get a surprise out of this, I might get mad." Emily, a bit surprised at his candid answer, nonetheless closed her eyes, though not without issuing a playful warning. Leon smiled but stayed silent. Once she'd shut her eyes, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a freshly picked daffodil. Emily felt something appear between their joined hands. She couldn't see it with her eyes closed, but it felt like a plant of some kind. "All right, open your eyes," Leon prompted. Emily opened them right away and saw a daffodil, freshly blooming, lying where their hands met. She picked it up in amazement, studying it. "A daffodil? How did you do that?" "I didn't feel your hand move away from mine, so how did it just appear?" she asked curiously, eyes full of wonder. "Secret." Leon grinned mysteriously. He couldn't very well admit to having a backpack that existed outside this world. "That's a fun trick. I'll forgive your earlier rudeness." Emily laughed, then offered the daffodil back. "Here. Fresh daffodils this season could sell for a nice price, and keep it. It's a gift," Leon said with a wave, pushing the flower back into her hand. "Don't forget, it's a miracle we created together. You'd better take good care of it." "All right. Thank you." Emily accepted it without fuss, found an empty wine bottle, washed it, and placed the daffodil inside before setting it at the back of the counter. She then returned, giving Leon a teasing look. "You seem pretty good at making girls happy. You must have had plenty of girlfriends before coming to Stardew Valley." "No. Life in Zuzu City wasn't this laid back." I was so busy with work I barely had time to sleep, let alone find a girlfriend, Leon replied with a wry smile. Besides, the daffodil's flower language stands for respect and mystery. It's a way to express gratitude. Thank you for that peach juice the other day. Emily's face reddened further as she protested, but that was Gus's treat. I only made it and brought it over. That's still thanks to your excellent juicing skills, isn't it? Leon raised an eyebrow in mock challenge. Fine, you pass. So, what'll you have to drink? Emily hesitated for a while, then changed the subject. Peach juice again. I really like it, Leon replied. And to eat. Emily's cheeks flushed even more, but she kept to her work. Leon glanced at the menu behind her. The special of the day, the fish taco. All right, 1 fish taco and a peach juice. That'll be 30 gold. Emily jotted down the order in her notebook and quoted the price. Leon winced. 30 was steep. He'd already spent half of the 2,000 gold he'd brought, and he wasn't sure how long the rest would last. Still, he paid without complaint. Emily headed into the kitchen to pass the order to Gus and soon returned with a glass of fresh peach juice and a large fish taco. The taco was bigger than Leon had expected. A thin tortilla wrapped around large chunks of fish, coated in flour and egg, fried to a golden crisp, and paired with sweet butter and vegetables. It was about the size of 2 palms. He couldn't wait any longer. Taking a big bite, he savored the crispy exterior, the tender fish, and the soft tortilla, all bursting with sweet, savory flavor. With just one bite, he knew this 30 gold had been worth every coin. After enjoying a proper dinner, Leon finished the last sip of his peach juice. Leaning contentedly against the bar counter, he quietly watched Emily tidying up. Emily soon became aware of his gaze. At first, she didn't think much of it, but as his eyes lingered, her movements grew more and more stiff. Eventually, unable to bear his stare, Emily set down the plate in her hands, glared at him in shy irritation, and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? My stomach's full, my material needs have been met, so shouldn't my spiritual needs follow?" Leon didn't seem at all concerned and teased her with a grin. "You're not going to kick me out just for that, are you?" Emily was at a loss for words. She simply turned her head away in frustration, refusing to meet his eyes as if to protest in silence. But the next moment, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Leon stand up. It looked like he was about to leave the saloon. This surprised her. She asked without thinking, "You're leaving already?" "Yeah. Goodbye, Emily." "Oh, and tell Gus I said his fish rolls were delicious." Leon gave a small nod, waved, and left the Starfruit Saloon in his usual casual manner. Emily watched his retreating figure until he completely disappeared from sight. Only then did she come back to her senses. She glanced at the door, then at the yellow daffodil stuck in the wine bottle, and muttered under her breath while biting her lip, "What a strange guy." Instead of heading straight back to the farm, Leon strolled leisurely through Pelican Town. There was nothing pressing to do at the farm anyway, so wandering around was both a way to walk off dinner and to familiarize himself with the town, helpful for avoiding getting lost later. A short walk downhill from the Starfruit Saloon brought him to a small garden. Spring had only just begun, yet some flowers were already in bloom. An elderly lady in a red sweater was there, carefully watering the flowers. From her meticulous care, Leon could tell she truly loved these plants. "Good afternoon, ma'am." With nothing better to do, Leon decided to strike up a conversation. "Your flowers are in great shape. You must be an excellent gardener." "Haha, what a sweet-talking young man. I only water them, really. It's Stardew Valley's climate and environment that let them grow so well. Here, every plant gets the most comfortable growing conditions." The old lady smiled, her eyes narrowing pleasantly as she turned to look at Leon. "I haven't seen you before. Are you visiting Stardew Valley?" "No, I'm the new owner of the farm just outside Pelican Town. My name's Leon," he introduced himself. "The farm's new owner, eh? I think I heard Louis mention you. So the previous owner was your grandfather." She studied Leon closely. "You two look alike." "You knew my grandfather?" Leon asked curiously. "Of course. I was already living in Pelican Town when he first arrived. I still remember his booming voice when he came. I can't believe how much time has passed." She looked a little wistful and a little lonely as she spoke. "Child, if you ever run into trouble, come find me. I live in that big house in town. You can call me Evelyn or just Grandma if you like." Your grandfather and I were the best of friends. Evelyn's voice was warm and welcoming. I'm glad to see that old man's farm up and running again. All right, Grandma. Leon didn't feel shy about the address, but he hesitated over whether to ask her the question that had been nagging at him. In the end, he decided not to. Evelyn beamed at being called Grandma. She bent down and rummaged under a flower pot, pulling out a small packet of seeds. Here's a welcome gift. These will grow into beautiful flowers. I know a farm usually focuses on crops, but flowers are just as important. If you're planning to stay in Stardew Valley for the long haul, I hope these will be useful to you. Oh, tulip seeds. With the help of the system, Leon identified the flower at once. Why tulip seeds, Grandma? My dear, you recognize them right away? That's impressive. Seems the old fellow made the right choice in leaving the farm to you. Evelyn was genuinely surprised he could identify unlabeled flower seeds. Aro Thailand bought Epsilon. Smiling, she explained, tulips are very popular here in Pelican Town, especially among young women. Giving a freshly bloomed tulip to a girl can be the first step toward a wonderful relationship. So now do you understand why I want you to plant them? Leon certainly understood. This was matchmaking advice, plain and simple. Were all elders this fond of meddling in the love lives of their juniors? He could only nod helplessly. I get it. But for now, I'm not looking for a partner. The farm's only just starting up. Evelyn blinked in surprise, watching him for a long moment before sighing. That's exactly what your grandfather said back then. But take it from someone who's been there. Work and love don't have to clash. The right person is like a flower in full bloom. If you don't pick it when it's at its best, you might look back one day and find it's already withered. Her voice grew a little tired. I'm feeling a bit worn out, child. I'll head home for now. You're welcome to visit me anytime. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. I hope your days on the farm are happy ones. Leon watched Evelyn leave, turning over her words in his mind. The question he'd been wondering about now had its answer. It seemed he'd remembered correctly at the start of the game. In the scene where the grandfather leaves the player a letter, there had been a photo of a girl on the fireplace mantel. That girl was none other than this kind, white-haired old lady. From what she'd said and what he knew of her family, it was clear the two of them hadn't ended up together. That explained the meaning behind her words. Leon's expression turned a little odd. It looked like his grandfather had his fair share of stories in Stardew Valley. After pocketing the tulip seeds Evelyn had gifted him, Leon no longer felt like exploring Pelican Town. He couldn't just let the seeds sit idle. Planting them in his farm was the only way to honor Evelyn's thoughtfulness. The moment he returned, he began tilling fresh soil to plant the tulip seeds. They were far more plentiful than what Pierre's general store usually offered, enough to plant 43 in total. That meant another half hour of work in the fields, but Leon didn't mind. They were free seeds, after all, and he had grown used to, even fond of, this kind of life. When all the work was done and he finally took a break, Leon noticed something. He wasn't as winded as before. There was some fatigue, but it was mild. Clearly, the potion from Rasmodius truly had the effect the wizard promised, strengthening his body. After planting the tulips, Leon went back into his cabin, washed up, and lay down. He had a TV for entertainment, but he didn't want to waste time on it. Sleeping early meant waking early, and tomorrow would bring another pile of work. At dawn, Leon woke naturally, splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth, and headed straight outside to the freshly tilled fields in front of his cabin. Seeing no sign of the crows he had feared, he let out a breath of relief. He walked to the middle of the field, stopped by the scarecrow, and patted it. Buddy, you're now the security chief of Red Star Farm. The scarecrow didn't answer, just swayed a little under his pat. Leon didn't mind. He took out his watering can and began giving each plant a drink. One full can wasn't nearly enough for the entire field. Fortunately, there was a reservoir nearby, filled with crystal-clear water. There weren't any fish in it, but it was perfect for refilling the can. After 3 trips between the reservoir and the fields, every plant had been watered. Leon put away the can and immediately downed a big glass of water back inside his cabin. Next, he pulled a few eggs and a small bowl of flour from the fridge. Cracking the eggs in, he began mixing the dough. Then an idea struck. He chopped up some spring onions he had foraged yesterday and worked them into the mix. Soon, a golden dough speckled with pale green sat ready to rest while he washed his hands and started a fire. Yesterday's rain had left the fire pit a bit damp, but there was no standing water. He didn't need to go hunting for tinder. The dry grass in his pack worked perfectly. With a few pieces of chopped wood, flames soon flickered to life. Leon went back inside for the dough, cooking oil, and, most importantly, his frying pan. Time to make breakfast. It was just a simple spring onion egg pancake, albeit a modified version. But as soon as the sizzling oil released that rich onion aroma, Leon knew it was a success. The only issue was that he had made too much dough. If he fried all of it, he wouldn't be able to finish it alone. He had a fridge, but this kind of pancake was best eaten hot. Reheating them would ruin the crisp texture. If only I had a dining buddy, Leon muttered, staring at the pancakes sizzling in the pan. What's a dining buddy? A female voice suddenly asked from behind him. Leon turned to see none other than Abigail, the same girl who had come by for dinner that night. He couldn't help but give a wry comment. Do you have a surveillance camera on my farm? How is it that you show up every time I'm cooking? I'm just here to deliver something. Abigail tilted her head, clearly not understanding what he meant. But seriously, what's a dining buddy? It's just a friend you eat meals with, Leon explained, holding out his hand. So, what are you delivering? Let me see. That's what it means? Is it something you city folks say? Pretty interesting, she said, handing over a sealed packet of seeds. My dad asked me to give these to you. Yesterday, while checking inventory, he realized he'd sold you a batch of subpar potato seeds. He was going to come and apologize himself, but I had nothing to do, so I brought them for him. Oh. Pierre is thoughtful. Most people would just pretend they didn't know, Leon said with some admiration. My dad may be stingy, greedy, and vain, but when it comes to seed quality, he cares a lot. He's always believed Pierre's seeds are the best in Stardew Valley, and he holds himself to high standards in that regard. Oh, and I'm supposed to apologize for him, too. Thanks for making the trip. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Leon asked without thinking. Abigail sniffed the air, catching the rich onion aroma. I already ate, but since you're being so hospitable, I'd feel rude saying no. So, I can have a little. Leon gave her a helpless look. He'd only been making small talk, but this food-loving girl had taken it seriously. Still, he had plenty to share, so he waved her over. Then go grab a bowl from the cabin for me. I can't step away right now or these pancakes will burn. Okay. Abigail wasn't the hesitant type. She went straight to fetch the bowl. When she returned, she caught Leon in the middle of flipping a pancake. The pancake flipped gracefully in the air and landed perfectly back in the pan. Your cooking skills are pretty good, Abigail remarked. Well, I'm a bachelor. You have to know how to cook if you don't want to starve, right? Leon replied, eyes still on the pan. I was talking about your technique, not the taste, Abigail teased. That porridge you had last time wasn't my specialty. Sit tight and wait. Once these are ready, you'll understand, Leon said, rolling his eyes before returning to his cooking. Abigail crouched beside Leon, bowl in hand, watching as he flipped the pan. The sizzling pancakes sent out an unabashed, pungent aroma of wild leek that made her swallow unconsciously. Unable to resist, she asked, Do we still have to wait long? Nope. Leon shook his head, then deftly flicked his spatula, sending the golden scallion and egg pancake sailing in a perfect arc right into the bowl in Abigail's hands. Go on, try it. I've no idea what it tastes like with wild leek. Leon gestured for her to dig in while he went back to cooking the next one. Hot. She'd tried to grab the pancake with her hand, but the oil-slicked crust fresh from the pan was a trap for her fingers. Still, that didn't stop her appetite. After blowing on it a few times to cool the surface, she leaned in and took a tentative bite. Crunch. The sound of crispy crust against her teeth made her eyes go wide. Wow, this is delicious. Glancing at her expression, Leon was relieved to see he hadn't botched it. Seemed the wild leek he'd foraged didn't have any strange flavors. That meant all his effort and the dough and eggs hadn't gone to waste. The food was fine, the pancakes smelled great, and he could enjoy his breakfast in peace. After the second batch was done, Leon abandoned the idea of dumping the rest of the batter in at once. Pancakes were best eaten hot. With the first bite, he nodded in satisfaction. The crisp crust paired with the rich scent of oil brought the instant joy of carbs. The wild leek's onion-like flavor lifted the taste even higher, and the egg gave it a satisfying heft. One mouthful was pure bliss. And thanks to the high heat frying, the lingering oil not yet absorbed by the crust added an extra punch. Heat wasn't a drawback here, it was part of the seasoning. Still, eating food that hot wasn't great for the tongue or throat, so after tasting it fresh from the pan, Leon, like Abigail, blew on his pancake until it was safe to eat. Each pancake was about the size of a plate, but not very thick. One wasn't enough to fill Leon's stomach. After wolfing down the first, he moved on to the third without pause. Abigail, meanwhile, was still savoring her first, chewing slowly. By the time Leon was full, Abigail reluctantly swallowed the last bite. She didn't forget to lick the oil and crumbs from her fingers either, a sight so cute that Leon stared for a moment. "What are you looking at?" Leon's gaze was obvious enough for her to notice, but his forthrightness left her unsure how to protest. "You've got crumbs on your face." Leon's answer came without a flicker of embarrassment. "Really? Where?" Forgetting her question about his staring, Abigail hurriedly rubbed her face. Unfortunately, her oily fingers only left more streaks. Leon couldn't help but laugh, and Abigail shot him a glare before retreating into the cabin to wash up. When she finally felt her face was clean, she came back out, only to find Leon wasn't cleaning up the used cookware at all. Instead, he was wandering around a freshly tilled plot. Watching for a bit, she realized he wasn't wandering, he was crouching down, carefully parting the soft soil to check on the seeds buried there. He didn't mind the mud on his hands. His focus kept her from disturbing him. Her eyes drifted back to the cookware sitting by the clay stove. In the end, she made up her mind, gathered everything up, and took it into the cabin to wash. Out in the field, Leon muttered over the seeds he'd uncovered. "Where did I plant those potatoes?" After searching several patches without success, he gave up, tilled a fresh row, and buried the potato seeds Abigail had given him. When he finished watering and went to wash his hands at the pond, he spotted Abigail crouched by the field's edge, watching him curiously. "What's up?" Leon asked. "I thought you'd gone." "Nothing. Just curious what a farmer's life is like." "Looks pretty busy." She stood and added in a mildly reproachful tone, "You should wash your dishes right after using them, or they'll breed bacteria." "I've already cleaned everything and put it away. Next time, remember it yourself." Leon finally remembered the cookware he'd left out. But since Abigail had already taken care of it, there was nothing for him to worry about. "Thanks. I'd completely forgotten." The purple-haired girl clearly enjoyed the thanks, her smile was radiant. "No need. You fed me breakfast, so let's call it payment." Leon chuckled and teased, "Then how about I make you an extra portion every time, and you handle the dishes?" "No way. Your farm's too far from town, and I've got my own things to do." She frowned, then added, "And saying that to a single woman is pretty rude. But since you're a good cook, I'll forgive you this time." "Rude? How so?" Leon could tell she'd taken the joke seriously. Instead of explaining, he gave her a thoughtful look. Abigail wasn't taking the bait. With a snort, she turned and left without looking back. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Leon made no move to chase after her. Once Abigail had gone, he let the smile fade from his face, turned, and went to the water trough to wash the dirt from his hands as planned. Then he left the farm altogether, heading south toward the forest. It had rained yesterday, so Leon hadn't gotten the chance to properly explore the southern forest. For anyone newly arrived in Stardew Valley, the time right after planting the first batch of seeds was the perfect season to forage for wild goods, easily the best way to earn that very first handful of gold. At the southern edge of the forest, near the drainage outlet of the sewer, lay one of spring's best gifts, green onions. As for the old-timers' tried-and-true path to wealth fishing, Leon had no plans to touch it yet. He was very aware of his own lack of skill with a rod. Rather than waste time starting from scratch, he preferred to rely on foraging to build up his initial funds. Fishing could wait for a day when he had some free time and could go with Willie. Having an old fisherman by his side would spare him the embarrassment of squatting by the water with a pole, staring blankly at the ripples. This time, stepping into the southern forest was a very different experience from his rain-soaked visit before. Now the air was alive with birdsong and the rustle of wind through the leaves. The forest seemed to breathe and stir. Perhaps because it was so close to Pelican Town, the trees here weren't particularly dense. Closer to the Wizard's Tower, the woods were more pristine, but near Marnie's ranch, the trees thinned noticeably. Leon cast a distant glance toward the cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks inside Marnie's ranch and quickly lost interest. Those were things he couldn't even think about yet. The cost of building a coop or a barn was far too high. Better to wait until he had money before discussing livestock with Marnie. Wandering through the southern forest, Leon felt an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. It was like returning to a warm house after being out in the cold. He knew this was the effect of forest magic. And along with it came another gift of that magic, his foraging radar. The moment he stepped into the southern forest, it began to work, leading him almost effortlessly to wild horseradish and dandelions poking up from the soil. A glance into his backpack showed that he had already gathered the 4 iconic spring forages: daffodil, dandelion, leek, and wild horseradish. That made him think of another use beyond selling them, bringing them to the old community center for the Junimos. In the game, this was part of the story. You offered the Junimos gifts of Stardew Valley's bounty, plants, ores, fish, and other things closely tied to the player's life. Complete one set, and the Junimos would reward you. Fully completing an entire category of offerings would see them repair one wing of the community center and, at night, restore some abandoned facility vital to the player's life and farming. For example, by finishing the set for the gold vault that handled Pelican Town's finances, the Junimos would repair the long-distance bus wrecked by some drunken fool, reopening the route to the Calico Desert. Of course, if you joined Joja Mart as a premium member, the store's manager Morris would fix the bus for a fee once the community center had been turned into a Joja warehouse. But Leon had no intention of doing that. Joja's path might be simple money for service, but he had no money. More importantly, the Junimos were tied to the mysterious side of the valley. Compared to that, what was a national chain store? Since I've already awakened forest magic, should I stop by the community center and make an offering? The thought was tempting, but a round trip would take at least 2 hours. That was too much of a delay. Leon decided to keep exploring the southern forest instead. Half the forest was taken up by rivers and ponds. That was why the plant life here thrived. The abundant water kept them lush, and the insects and small creatures of the forest provided food for the fish, making it a complete ecosystem. Being so close to Pelican Town, the southern forest also showed signs of human touch. Wooden bridges span the river in 2 places, built for tourists to cross and enjoy nature, and for foragers like Leon to pass with ease. Crossing both bridges, Leon came to a wide-open stretch of land. Mountains loomed to the east, a rushing river lay to the west, and a sheer cliff dropped to the jewel-blue gem sea in the south. This was the very edge of Stardew Valley. Mountains, water, and an ocean view. This is prime land, Leon muttered, eyes sweeping the scenery. There must be treasure here. No one answered, of course. He was only entertaining himself. But he wasn't wrong. He remembered that somewhere nearby there was a hidden room inside the mountain. So, while searching for green onions, he also kept an eye out for that secret door. Then he stopped short. His foraging radar had gone wild. Ahead, on a patch of level ground, a soft golden glow shimmered over the soil. As he drew closer, he no longer needed the radar. The bright green leaves pushing up from the dirt told him all he needed to know. His main target was here. What he hadn't expected was the sheer number of them. In the game, finding a dozen green onions in this spot was already lucky. But now, before his eyes, stretched an endless field of them. Leon's eyes went wide. If not for the lack of farming marks or footprints, he might have thought he'd stumbled into someone's cultivated onion patch. Now that's what I call striking it rich. Leon didn't rush to harvest the green onions right away. Instead, he circled around the patch, making sure they weren't artificially planted. Only after confirming they were truly wild did he step up to the nearest one and reach out his hand. These green onions looked similar to the ones Leon was familiar with, but they were taller, with thicker stalks and longer leaves. He pulled one out from the soil. By sight, it was about 30 centimeters long, a vibrant green all over, with a roundish bulb at the root tinged with pale purple. Green onion, foraged, grows rapidly in spring. Perhaps he had pulled a bit too hard, because some of the onion's juice clung to his fingers. He brought them close to his nose. A pure, distinctive onion fragrance instantly filled his senses. It was even purer than leek, making Leon narrow his eyes in delight. If he'd used this in the morning instead of leek, the onion omelet might have been even more fragrant. Satisfied that the smell matched what he knew, Leon crouched down again and began pulling the onions out, one by one. If not for the system-provided backpack, he wouldn't have had a clue how to carry so many. After harvesting less than half, he already had over 100 onions. Strangely, 3 of them couldn't be stacked with the others and occupied separate slots. Curious, Leon took those 3 special onions out, along with 1 regular onion, and examined them side by side. Aside from being a bit longer and having a deeper color, the special ones weren't much different. So these are high-quality crops? I wonder if they're Silver Star or Gold Star. Muttering to himself, he put them back in the backpack and resumed his onion-pulling operation. By the time the sun was high overhead, he had harvested the entire patch. Thanks to the system backpack's inventory display, he didn't need to count manually. One glance told him all he needed to know: 217 regular onions, 16 high-quality ones, and 1 unique specimen that wouldn't stack with either type. This last one was entirely emerald green, roots and all. With that unique find, Leon was certain the 16 special onions were Silver Star quality, while the emerald one was a Gold Star premium. There was also the elusive Iridium Star quality, nearly perfect, but he figured he wouldn't be seeing those until his foraging skill improved. Glancing at the pitted ground left behind, Leon wiped the sweat from his brow and stood, stretching to ease the strain on his back from crouching so long. If he didn't, he was sure he'd end up with a slipped disc sooner or later. Rather than leaving immediately, Leon pulled a regular onion from his pack and peeled away the pale purple skin at its base. Sure enough, inside were clusters of pink worms, each the size of a speck, squirming up and down. Since these were wild plants, untouched by pesticides or human care, it was no surprise to see so many parasites clinging to the bulb. The idea came to him from a memory of the game. If the player's friendship with the 2 kids in town was high enough, they would trigger a side event. In it, the kids would chat about wild green onions, reveal the presence of worms, and teach the player a special technique to remove them without harm. Using that method would make the onions sell for 5 times their normal price. In reality, Leon wasn't about to grind for the kids' affection. If children could figure it out, then surely an adult like him could too. He decided to see if he could unlock the green onion handling technique on his own. Now that he'd confirmed the worms were there, his first idea was simply to kill them. Lacking any sympathy, Leon carried the peeled onion to the riverside and submerged the bulb in the water. The flowing current quickly loosened the worm's grip, washing them free to float to the surface. A few stubborn ones clung tightly, so Leon swished the onion back and forth until every last worm was gone. Rough green onion handling technique unlocked. Each roughly processed green onion will now sell for double its original price. Technique can be upgraded. The system's voice rang in his mind as the last worms drifted away. Sure, he'd unlocked the technique, but rough and double price made him frown. Why was his method only worth twice the value? Was the key to the 5-fold increase sparing the worms' lives? The goal was still to remove them, wasn't it? Was the system dinging him for a lack of humanitarian spirit? He had plenty to complain about, but the system wouldn't listen. All he could do was stew on it and think about how to unlock the perfect handling technique for that 5-fold boost. Just as he reached for a second onion to try carefully removing the worms alive, Leon noticed movement in the water. The worms he'd washed away, floating like rootless duckweed, had drawn the attention of nearby fish. Discovering the easy protein, they swarmed in, gulping down the helpless little creatures. Some of the livelier fish even leapt from the water to snatch them, their scales flashing in the sunlight before splashing back down, sending droplets flying. Leon stared, wide-eyed. Plump little smallmouth base. I didn't think they'd like these worms. Huh? Wait a second, this might be a good discovery. Fishing had always been Leon's weak spot. His skills were barely above beginner level. Bait the hook, cast the line, wait for a bite, then yank it straight out of the water. Without an experienced fisherman to guide him, he'd put the idea of fishing aside for now. But while trimming green onions, Leon had noticed something interesting. The tiny bugs clinging to the bulbs seemed irresistible to fish. Fishing required waiting for a bite. But chumming? That didn't require waiting at all. If he could set a net in the water, toss in those bugs from the green onions to attract fish, then pull up the whole catch in one go, Wouldn't that bring in far more fish than fiddling with a rod? Live fish had to be worth more than green onions. Instead of worrying about how to push the onion's price fivefold, maybe it was more practical to see if these bugs could be used as bait for a big haul. The more Leon thought about it, the more likely it seemed to work. Without wasting a moment, he set off for the beach where Willie lived. After all, he'd only just arrived in Stardew Valley. The only fishing tool he had was the bamboo rod Willie had given him the first time they met, and that rod was sitting in his cabin untouched. If he wanted a net big enough for real harvesting, he'd have to borrow it from a professional. Though this was Leon's first time in the valley, he knew this area like the back of his hand from the game. Instead of taking the long way through the farm, he headed toward Marnie's ranch. If the real-life map wasn't too different, the road in front of Marnie's place would lead straight to Pelican Town. 20 minutes later, he stepped onto the main road. Following it eastward, he soon passed Marnie's ranch and caught sight of Pelican Town's buildings. Relieved, he quickened his pace. Without stopping in town, he made straight for the little path leading to the beach. Pedestrians glanced curiously at the hurried stranger, but no one greeted him. They didn't know him. They only wondered why visitors here were in such a rush. Wasn't the whole point of coming to Pelican Town to slow down, relax, and enjoy the countryside? An hour after he'd set out, Leon finally reached the beach. A few tourists and locals milled about in small groups. He scanned for anything worth a second look. Sadly, not many bikini-clad women in this weather, and lost interest quickly. He headed straight for Willie's shack on the pier. The door was open. Willie was inside, cleaning algae from the shop's fish tank. When he saw Leon rushing in, he paused in surprise. "Leon, what's the matter? You came all the way here in such a hurry. Did something happen?" "I'm fine, Mr. Willie. I just wanted to ask if you have a fishing net. The big kind." Leon caught his breath before asking. "I do. The kind for sea fishing. Planning to go out to sea?" Willie asked curiously. "No, I want to fish in the river," Leon explained. "I see, but why a net? Isn't rod fishing easier? River fish aren't stupid. And the riverbed's tricky, nets snag easily and tear. If you really want to fish in a river, I'd recommend crab pots instead," Willie said patiently. Then he added with a chuckle, "Or is this because you're mad about not catching anything with the rod? I was like that when I started. But if you just give it some patience and keep trying, you'll get the hang of it. The feeling when a fish bites, the tug of war to bring it in, and dropping it into the tank, it's addictive." "That's not it. I haven't even had time to fish yet. The farm keeps me busy. I wanted to borrow a net because I found a special bait that seems to attract smallmouth bass in the river." Leon shook his head, then explained about the bugs he'd found on the green onions and how strongly they attracted river fish. Willie listened, then immediately went behind the counter, pulled out a small notebook, and jotted something down. "Sorry, I just had to record that. Never heard of this trick before. Thanks for the tip, so I'm happy to help you try it out." Then Willie's eyes lit with another idea. "By the way, do you have any untrimmed green onions with you? If we do, maybe we could test those bugs on sea fish. If they work there too, we could cut down the risk of net damage." "No. Want me to go get some?" Leon asked. The onions were in his system backpack, but pulling them out of thin air might raise more questions than answers. "Sure, but it's a long walk there and back. Want to use my bike?" Willie offered. "You have a bike?" Leon blinked. In his memory, only Mayor Lewis had a pickup truck and Sebastian had a motorcycle. Everyone else in town walked. In the game, even the pickup was just a background prop. If Lewis hadn't given him a ride once, Leon would never have known it worked. "Haha, strange, right? I may be a fisherman, but I still live on land." "A man needs transport," Willie said. He locked up the shop and led Leon across the beach toward the forest's edge. They stopped at a small stone brick shed. Willie unlocked the rolling door and pulled it up, revealing a prize hidden inside. It was a silver-painted motorcycle, an old model with a big exhaust pipe, similar to a Honda CBT 125, but bulkier, with broader wheels. "Thank you for reading." What a beauty! Leon's eyes lit up the moment he saw the motorcycle. After all, there wasn't a man alive who didn't like a good ride. "Know how to ride it?" Willie asked with a grin, patting his motorcycle. Of course, Leon nodded confidently. "But you're really willing to lend it to me just to fetch something? What's there to be reluctant about? I hardly use it myself. The engine needs to be run now and then, or it'll rust." Your helping me out really saves me the trouble. Willie chuckled. He pulled a key from his pocket and tossed it over. Leon caught it midair, just in time to hear Willie's next words. Go and get back quick. I can't wait to see if those little bugs affect sea fish too. If they do, this could be a huge discovery for the local fishery. Got it, I'll be right back. Without wasting another second, Leon swung onto the bike, slid the key in, fired up the engine, squeezed the clutch, and twisted the throttle in one smooth motion. The moment the engine roared to life, he whipped the bike around with a sharp skid and shot off in a cloud of exhaust, disappearing from Willie's sight. What a lively young fellow. Youth really is a blessing, Willie muttered enviously, watching Leon's easy skill on the bike. By then, Leon had already taken the narrow path, crossed the stone bridge, and entered Pelican Town. Since the spring onions were all packed in his backpack, Leon didn't bother returning to Red Star Farm. Instead, he headed straight for the Starfruit Saloon. It had been a long while since he'd left in the morning, and lunchtime had come and gone. First things first, he needed a meal. Parking outside the saloon, Leon noticed there weren't many customers inside. Maybe it was because it was midday. Most folks were probably still at work, leaving the place quiet except for Gus, who was behind the bar, nodding off. Hey, Gus. Got any good lunch specials today? Leon called as he stepped inside. Gus perked up at the sound, and when he saw who it was, his face broke into a warm smile. Oh, our new farmer, Leon. Come on, have a seat. Once Leon had settled in, Gus went on, you should try my spaghetti. Big portions, plenty of calories. Perfect for filling an empty stomach. Spaghetti it is, Leon agreed easily. When it came to the eternal, what's for lunch, question, he figured trusting the chef was better than overthinking it. Gus's cooking had never let him down before. All right, give me a minute. Want something to drink? Gus asked. No, thanks. Leon glanced toward the counter, but didn't see Emily. Catching the look, Gus teased, Emily won't be back until this afternoon. If you want to see her, you'll have to come by tonight. Leon didn't bother to deny it. It wasn't like it was some big secret. Having a blue-haired beauty around did make a meal taste better. That was just how men were, nothing to be shy about. Sit tight. I'll have your lunch out in a moment, Gus said, heading into the kitchen. The front of the saloon was left completely unattended, and Leon noticed the liquor behind the bar wasn't even locked up. The folks in Pelican Town sure were trusting. In a bigger place, leaving a bar like this would be an open invitation for a 5-finger discount. When Gus returned with a steaming plate of spaghetti, Leon dug in happily. After polishing it off, he paid 20 gold for the meal, then asked, Got any plastic bags? I need a big one to carry something. I do, but what are you packing? Gus asked as he cleared the plate. Some spring onions. That'll need a crate, Gus said. He put down the plate and ducked back into the kitchen, re-emerging with a large foam box. Here you go. You don't want to crush spring onions, they'll lose their appearance and quality. A roomy foam box will keep them intact, Gus explained. Thanks. How much for the box? Leon asked, reaching for his wallet, but Gus waved him off. It's just a foam box, worth next to nothing. Take it. Just make sure you drop by for drinks and a chat now and then. Leon nodded, thanked him again, and left with the box. This time, he rode straight back toward the beach. Before he got there, he stopped at a secluded spot and transferred all the normal quality spring onions from his backpack into the foam box. Once they were packed, he set off again. With a cutie. The lunch stop hadn't taken much time. Counting the ride there and back, barely half an hour had passed. When Leon returned to the small garage where Willie kept his bike, he found the old fisherman lounging in the shade, pipe in hand. Back already? Willie looked up at the sound of the motorcycle. Here. Leon held up the foam box. Well now, didn't know you and Gus were on such good terms, Willie said with a raised brow. You can tell that just from this? Leon asked, surprised. Of course. These foam boxes are only used at Gus's saloon. He uses them when he picks up fresh fish from me. I always thought they were just for keeping fish fresh, didn't expect they'd work for plants too. After explaining, Willie's eyes lit up again. All right, park the bike and let's head out. I've got the boat and nets ready. If this doesn't work, we'll just head to the river in the southern forest to catch some smallmouth bass. Leon parked the motorcycle, and once Willie shut the garage's rolling door, the two of them walked to the dock with the foam box. At the end of the pier, Leon finally saw Willie's fishing boat. It wasn't a big trawler, but a small coastal vessel, about 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, powered by a propeller engine. The deck was spacious, with a simple shade over the stern where the engine was, and the biggest feature on board was a large water tank. Let's go. Target, the coastal waters. Thank you for reading. With Willie's announcement, Leon climbed aboard the boat. Willie skillfully steered the fishing vessel toward the vast gem sea. The salty dampness carried by the sea breeze was a little uncomfortable at first, but Leon soon got used to it. Before long, he was enjoying the feeling of the endless blue, where sky and sea merged into one. Willie didn't go far before stopping at a seemingly featureless stretch of water. There are often large schools of anchovies and sardines here. We can give it a try. After dropping anchor, Willie explained the spot to Leon. How do we get the bugs out of the green onions? Like this. Leon opened the foam box, took out the green onions, and demonstrated for Willie. Once the bugs inside were revealed, he carried them to the side of the boat, filled an empty container with seawater, and rinsed the roots in it. Seawater was far more effective than fresh water. The moment those tiny bugs touched seawater, they instantly let go of the onion roots and fell away completely, without any need for a second rinse. Let me help. Relieved by the simple method, Willie immediately joined Leon in cleaning the bugs off the green onions. Wow, there's a lot. Are these wild green onions? Where'd you find them? While helping, Willie naturally struck up a conversation. Southern Forest, Leon replied, unconcerned about giving away the location. Their work didn't overlap. Willie would much rather spend a day casting lines in a river than trudge through the forest looking for green onions. Didn't expect you to get so good at foraging after just a few days in Stardew Valley. I think you've got some talent for fishing too. We should team up sometime. Willie's eyes lit up at the thought, his words drifting back to his true passion. Of course. I was thinking the same. There's a lot I want to learn from you about fishing, Leon agreed with a nod. I don't want to just stand by the water all day with nothing to show for it. Haha, no problem. With Leon's easygoing responses, Willie became even more talkative. As they cleaned the onions, he shared all kinds of fishing knowledge, little tricks, bait choices, how to scout fishing spots. Just from listening, Leon gained a whole new perspective on fishing. His theoretical knowledge was growing fast. When half the box was filled with cleaned onions, Willie signaled Leon to stop. We should test whether sea fish are even interested in these little guys. If we use them all here, we won't have bait left to try for the smallmouth bass in the river, the ones we already know respond well. Leon nodded, appreciating Willie's foresight. The man wasn't just passionate, he was careful too. Willie glanced at the box they'd used for rinsing bugs. The water inside was now full of tiny bug carcasses. He pressed his hands together solemnly and muttered, "May the mermaids bless us with a good catch." He carried the box to the bow, set up the rack, and began arranging the fishing net. Leon helped where he could, though when it came to the finer points he had no clue. Thankfully, Willie was a master at this, and had the net ready in moments. Then Willie dumped the entire box, water and bugs, into the sea where the net was set, and the two of them stood at the bow in silence. Compared to the ocean, the bugs were nothing. They vanished into the waves in moments. Leon couldn't help feeling nervous. The sea was deeper and wider than any river. Would these bugs even make a difference out here? But Willie stood calm, his sharp eyes fixed on the blue expanse, as if he could see through the water itself. They waited for what felt like forever. Then Willie suddenly called out, "You take the left, I'll take the right. On my count, we haul the net together, on OE." Got it. Leon obeyed without hesitation, taking position at the railing where the net's hinge mechanism was mounted. 3, 2, 1, pull. With Willie's shout, Leon threw all his strength into turning the winch, cranking it counterclockwise to haul the net from the seabed. The closer the net came to the surface, the heavier it felt, and the harder Leon had to work. Even a novice like him knew what that meant. There was a lot in that net. Their haul was almost certainly going to be huge. There was no way Leon would slack off now. Working in perfect sync, they finally lifted the net from the water. The moment it broke the surface, Leon was stunned. Inside the 5x5 net, fish were flipping and thrashing, every one of them at least the size of an adult's palm. The density was so high, he could barely see the mesh at all. Ha, it worked. Look at this. I haven't caught this many anchovies and sardines in ages. This really is the mermaid's blessing. Willie laughed in delight, clapping Leon on the shoulder. This is a brand new discovery, a new kind of fish bait. I have to write this down when we get back. Leon grinned as well. He didn't care if his share was small. This was still his first real income since inheriting the farm. At first, he thought it would come from selling green onions. Technically, he hadn't been wrong, just not for the reason he expected. The real value wasn't in the onions themselves, but in the bugs clinging to their roots. Who would have guessed? Come on, let's get these fish stored. After that, we'll see if the leftover bugs can bring in some flounder. Willie, still riding his excitement, called Leon over to help transfer the fish into the holding boxes in the cabin. The joy of harvesting was matched only by the mess of handling the catch. These lively sardines and anchovies weren't big, but each one was bursting with energy. As Leon hauled them out of the fishing net and tossed them into the tank, they thrashed and wriggled enough to make it a real struggle. It took him and Willie over half an hour to get the last of them secured in the tank. By then, both men were drenched in seawater, their clothes clinging to them and covered in silver scales. Under the sunlight, the strong fishy smell radiating from them was so pungent it made their eyes water. Still, when Leon saw the tank brimming with sardines and anchovies, he had no reason to complain. Such a bountiful haul was worth a little discomfort. "I'll split the catch with you 50-50 once I sort it out," Willie said with a grin after estimating the quantity in the tank. It's a good haul, and right now the market for live anchovies and sardines is great. They'll sell fast. Half seems a bit much. I only provided some bait, your boat, your nets, and you found the school, Leon replied, pleased but unwilling to be greedy. He would take what was his without hesitation, but never more, and he wasn't about to jeopardize a good relationship with Willie over short-term profit. No, you're not wrong, but don't forget you were on board. Without you, I couldn't have pulled them in, let alone tossed them into the tank while they were still alive. Alone, I couldn't do it. So you take half. You worked for it, and that's how it's done at sea. Willie shook his head, then laughed when he noticed Leon looked just as bedraggled as he did. This might be your first time on a boat, but you handled yourself like an old sailor. If I didn't know you were a farmer, I'd be asking you to join my crew and roam the seas with me. Leon thought privately, you want to be Pirate King too? But he kept his words polite. It was the least I could do, especially with such a great opportunity. It's been a whole new experience. Ha. I like you more and more, Leon. You've got the quick thinking of youth, the imagination to dream big, and the maturity to stay humble. You're going places, no matter what field you're in. Willie clapped him on the shoulder. All right, half each, it's settled. Now, got any strength left? If you do, we've got a date with some halibut. Those are the real challenge. Of course, Leon answered without hesitation. He could tell Willie was sincere about splitting the profits, and it seemed Willie wasn't really in it for the fish. What he cared about, Leon suspected, was the exact effect of those scallion grubs. Once they'd agreed, the fishing boat set out again. This time Willie was even warmer toward Leon, not only swapping sea stories, but also sharing tips on identifying different fish and their seasonal distributions. Some of it was new knowledge to Leon. Other details he already knew, but hearing them again helped reinforce his memory. Their cheerful conversation continued until Willie anchored in a fresh stretch of open sea. The routine was the same: strip the grubs from the scallions, set the nets, dump the grub-filled tank into the water, and wait for the fish to gather. This time, though, the wait dragged on for half an hour before Willie called Leon over to haul in the nets. As Leon cranked the winch, he noticed it was much easier than last time. That usually meant a smaller catch. But when the net's edge broke the surface, the winch suddenly refused to budge. Stuck? Leon asked, careful not to strain the mechanism. No, it's just too full, Willie said, grinning. Time to put your back into it. I told you this was a challenge. Leon nodded, and together they heaved in time with Willie's chant. More of the net emerged from the water, revealing the scene inside. Huge, flat fish, each as wide as a wash basin, flopped wildly, desperate to break free. Smaller fish were mixed in too, but compared to the bright orange flatfish and the even larger silver-gray ones, they were pitiful, most already stunned or killed by the bigger fish's blows. Just a little more. Once the whole net's out of the water, we've got them, Willie encouraged. Leon didn't slacken. With one last push, they won the tug-of-war against the sea. Let's see, big halibut, anchovies. Oh, an eel. That's a surprise. Leon collapsed onto the deck, breathing hard to recover his strength. Willie, winded but in better shape, bent over the net with a wide smile. He quickly fetched a dip net from the cabin and scooped out the eel first. Its sharp teeth could shred the net, letting the rest of the catch escape. The eel twisted and rolled furiously in the net, its head snapping at anything within reach. Even after Willie tossed it into a separate tank, it kept darting about, testing every corner of its new prison. By then Leon had caught his breath and joined Willie in sorting the fish. The halibut fascinated him. He'd eaten them before, but never seen a live one. He couldn't help but wonder how such a flat-bodied creature's organs were arranged. But with the boat's limited equipment and the higher value of live halibut, he set the idea of dissection aside. They separated the species into different tanks until Willie finally said, "Time to head back. This was a great haul. We'll have something to celebrate tonight." Leon smiled without saying a word, simply sitting quietly on the boat as he admired the sun sinking closer to the horizon. The orange-red clouds above were painted by the fading sunlight. There was no helping it. This trip out to sea had been pure hard labor. Even though his physical fitness had improved, in terms of sheer endurance Leon was still only at the level of an average adult. The fact that he was still able to sit upright now was already a testament to his stubborn willpower. Willie, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. He steered with the underwater propeller while holding a radio in his free left hand. The boat's speed was fast, the sea breeze was strong, and Leon couldn't hear what Willie was saying over the radio. Judging from his relaxed tone and occasional bursts of laughter, it was probably just casual chatter with a friend. By the time they returned to the dock on the beach, dusk had settled in. Even so, Leon noticed another fishing boat nearby, identical in style to Willie's, but larger and taller. At Willie's greeting, Leon met the captain of that bigger vessel and finally learned who Willie had been speaking to on the radio. The boat, named the Chirping Parrot, was captained by a well-known buyer in the Gem Sea. Willie had called him over to check and purchase the day's catch. Leon didn't understand the technical fishing jargon the two exchanged, but he did catch a few off-color jokes here and there. From the way they talked, it was clear this buyer was quite the talker. After the buyer finished counting the types and quantities of fish in the tank, he signaled to his crew to start moving them to his own ship. Then, together with Willie, he went ashore, Leon following behind. As soon as they reached land, the buyer pulled out a wallet, counted a wad of bills, and handed it to Willie. Willie glanced through the stack, then split it in half and handed Leon his share. "This is your cut." "This much?" Leon was surprised as he looked at the thick bundle of 100-denomination bills, Fangier Republic currency. Just at a glance, there had to be 4,000 to 5,000 in there. Yup. Surprised? Well, don't get used to it. Many times our catch is barely a tenth of today's haul, and sometimes we come back with nothing at all. That's why I'm so interested in those moss larvae of yours. Another source of bait means more security for our income. Willie sighed. It's a shame green onions have to be foraged in the wild and only appear in spring. Otherwise, this new discovery might have made the economic section of the Fangier Republic daily. You actually have that kind of ambition, Willie? Never would have guessed, Leon teased, surprised that Willie's experiments had such lofty aims. Ha, just an example. Willie waved it off. Between fame and a quiet day fishing somewhere peaceful, I'll take the latter every time. It's getting late. How about we go to the Starfruit Saloon for a bite? My treat. With his share in hand, Leon was feeling generous. No problem, Willie agreed, then looked them both over and chuckled. But you think Gus will let us into his bar smelling like this? He might throw us out for ruining everyone's appetite. Leon scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he was still covered in fish scales and reeked of the sea. Right. Guess I should head back for a shower and a change. Why don't we meet at the Starfruit after we've both cleaned up? Sure. Got your keys? Your farm's pretty far from here. You should take my bike. Ride home, then park it outside the saloon later. After we eat, you can just give it back. Saves you a lot of time. Willie tossed him both the motorcycle and garage keys. Leon didn't refuse, having a ride beat taking bus route 11 any day, so after parting ways, he headed to the garage, fired up the bike, and sped toward Red Star Farm. The moment he got home, Leon stripped off his smelly clothes and took a cold shower. The stench still lingered, so he scrubbed twice with soap before finally feeling clean again. Dressed in fresh clothes, he took a moment to count the money Willie had given him. 47 bills of 100 and 4 bills of 50, totaling 4,900. That was more than 2 months' wages at Joja Mart, with change to spare. RNB. It made him realize how profitable fishing could be. Unfortunately, his own fishing knowledge was purely theoretical for now, far from enough to turn it into a main profession. He hid most of the cash under his TV, keeping only 300 in his pocket, then rode to the Starfruit Saloon. When he pulled up outside, Willie wasn't there yet. Parking the bike, Leon stepped inside to find Willie already seated at a table near the door, a mug of beer in front of him. Leon sat down across from him. "I don't drink, Willie. Sorry." "Oh? That's a shame. Guess I'll have to finish these myself," Willie said with mild surprise, but no attempt to persuade him. Instead, he waved to Gus. "Gus, dinner's on me tonight. Bring us 2 of the daily specials." Gus had already noticed them earlier. Hearing Willie shout, he walked over, smiling. "I don't think you've been in Pelican Town long, Leon. How'd you 2 get so close already?" "Haha, we made a killing on the sea together today. Plus, I enjoy talking with him." "Haven't been this happy in a long time," Willie explained. "That so? I didn't know Leon was into deep-sea fishing. Looks like Pelican Town's got itself an impressive new farmer." Then Gus lowered his voice. "Leon, want me to have Emily come take your order?" "Oh." Willie's eyebrows rose with amusement at Gus's suggestion, but he didn't tease further. Some things were better left unprodded. Leon could only give a wry smile. It wasn't that he had any special intentions toward Emily, he simply found her pleasant to talk to, and she happened to be a pretty girl his own age. But with Gus's hint hanging in the air, he honestly didn't know how to respond. Saying yes might only deepen the misunderstanding, but saying no could easily offend someone, especially since Leon noticed Emily at the bar was also glancing his way. So after hesitating for a long while, Leon finally said, "Let's just go with Willie's suggestion. No need to trouble Emily, she's got plenty of other customers to tend to." Fair enough. Gus didn't think anything was wrong with that. In fact, he felt a bit touched by Leon's thoughtfulness toward Emily. "You're a good young man. I've got high hopes for you." With that, Gus left with a smile. Leon just stared speechlessly at his back, wondering what exactly Gus had high hopes about. Willie, however, leaned in once Gus was gone and said, "Emily's a fine young lady. Comes from a good family too. Don't be fooled just because she works here, it's only to keep herself from getting bored. You should put in some effort. And why exactly do you all think I'm interested in Emily? We're just around the same age and get along well. I can't exactly sit here in silence and eat alone, can I? That would make me look like some kind of recluse." Leon looked helplessly at Willie's gossip-hungry expression. "That's so." Willie looked a bit disappointed, clearly bummed at missing out on a juicy rumor. Leon just shook his head, wondering if people automatically became nosy about these things with age. Gus was like that, and so was Willie. Good thing he and Emily didn't have much contact, or the whole town would probably think he was pursuing her in a few days. Truth be told, Emily was great, both her looks and her personality were first-rate, and in the game she was one of the bachelorettes you could woo. But right now, Leon's priority was still the farm. Money was king. Wasting prime earning time chasing romance was something only love-struck fools did. And besides, Emily wasn't the only single girl in Pelican Town. If he were really looking for a wife, he'd want to see what the others were like in real life too. A man shouldn't hang himself from just one tree, right? While waiting for the food, Leon and Willie chatted about fishing. Willie held nothing back, filling in the gaps in Leon's fishing knowledge with detailed explanations. Time passed quickly. "Here's today's special seafood dish. Enjoy." Emily arrived just as Willie was explaining how to use fake bait to lure catfish during spring rains. She set down 2 big plates and introduced the dish. "Thanks." Leon looked up and nodded to her in thanks. Willie just closed his mouth and watched them with an amused, almost motherly smile. "No need to thank me, it's my job," Emily replied, then noticed the beer in front of Willie and the empty space before Leon. "How about a peach juice?" "My treat." No need." Leon declined instinctively. He'd already had water before coming and wasn't thirsty. Honestly, he'd had peach juice twice already, and the novelty had worn off. To him, it was just too sweet. But the moment he spoke, he noticed a flicker of disappointment on Emily's face, which puzzled him. If Emily were some kind of bar scam artist, that disappointment would make sense. But since she'd offered to treat him, there was no money involved. Why would she look like that? It made him feel like he was the one being dense. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Emily, the subject of all this gossip, actually thought he liked her? An empty set B. With that in mind, Leon quickly added, "Thanks for the offer, Emily, but I drank a lot of water earlier. I'll be lucky to finish all this food as it is. Adding juice would just waste it." He watched her closely after saying that. When he saw her relax and smile again, his heart skipped a beat. He felt like he guessed right. "All right, next time then. Oh, and I brought that daffodil you gave me home. It's blooming beautifully in my room. You should come by and see it sometime." With that, Emily ran off blushing. Willie, who had been watching the whole time, said with a perfectly straight face, "Old Willie may not have married, but I did chase girls when I was young. I can tell Emily likes you. No way you two have just had simple conversations. Cut it out." "I'm completely confused now." Leon covered his face. "And how can you tell she likes me?" "Instinct." "And this is the first time I've ever heard Emily invite a man to her home. She lives with her sister, so she's never invited any man over before. You're the first." "It's just to see a flower," Leon stressed. "A daffodil, right? Do you even know the flower's meaning?" Willie asked. "Sure. Daffodils symbolize respect and mystery," Leon replied. "What?" "I thought it was rekindled love, eternal beauty, that sort of thing." Willie blinked in surprise. "Is that what it means?" Leon was just as baffled. Flowers could have multiple meanings, after all. Willie looked at Leon, then glanced toward the busy Emily at the bar, and patted Leon's shoulder with a suppressed grin. "Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. But in Stardew Valley, giving a daffodil to someone your age usually hints at romantic interest. Think about it." Leon rolled his eyes. "I gave her the daffodil, and I told her my understanding of its meaning. She shouldn't misunderstand." "Maybe. But don't ignore your own strengths. You're polite, considerate, and not bad-looking. From how Gus talked to you earlier, I can tell you're good at seeing things from others' perspectives. Do you have any idea how attractive that is to women?" Willie sighed. "If I'd had your qualities when I was young, I wouldn't still be stuck doing all the housework alone. Just eat, you old bachelor. Spare me the pointless analysis. Coming from you, it's got zero credibility," Leon shot back. But Willie wasn't offended. In fact, he chuckled. "What's wrong with being an old bachelor? I was young once too. This is hard-earned experience, you should listen." It was clear that Willie was immune to Leon's personal jabs. After all, it was true he was an old bachelor, so the teasing didn't really sting. In fact, Willie liked Leon and saw him as a friend. Coming from a friend, such words felt more like exasperated banter than any real insult. Faced with Willie's smile, Leon couldn't bring himself to keep making jokes at his expense. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling at you. He began to wonder if he'd overlooked something. He wasn't inexperienced in romance and knew that a girl's emotions often showed through small details. Thinking back to Emily's behavior earlier, Leon realized she did seem to have some interest in him. It wasn't strong, but if he pressed forward now, he might achieve good results. And that was exactly what Leon didn't want. The memory of his conversation with Emily when he gave her a daffodil came back to him. Because of some old social habits and a streak of mischief, his words and gestures then had been the same techniques he used to flirt in the past. These methods could even charm modern, well-traveled city girls, let alone someone like Emily, a small-town girl. It was practically an unfair advantage. But honestly, he had only been teasing out of habit. In Stardew Valley, farmers giving gifts was second nature. And it wasn't even an expensive gift, just a common daffodil. Still, he had to admit it might have sent the wrong signal. Now he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. But when he saw Willie already digging into his dish the sea, Leon decided to just let things unfold naturally. There were bigger things in life, like eating. The dish the sea was made mainly with sardines and hash browns, a high-calorie feast. The hash browns were cut into chunks, crispy and fragrant, with the natural sweetness of potatoes that reminded him of potato chips. The sardines were cleaned, coated in breadcrumbs, and fried to perfection. The blend of pepper, salt, and the fish's natural aroma was intensified by the heat of the oil, and with chili sauce on top, Every bite was a burst of flavor. It was hearty, high in both calories and protein, and very filling. Gus's cooking was as reliable as ever, and Leon ate to his heart's content. When it came time to pay, his mood soured a little. At 40 gold each, the sea was even pricier than the fish taco. Still, thanks to an unexpected bit of income earlier, he didn't feel too bad. What did annoy him was finding out that Willie had paid for his beer separately and in advance. Leon gave Willie a look as they left. "Didn't we agree I was treating you?" "Yes, you're treating me to food, and I paid for my beer." "Makes perfect sense," Willie replied without a hint of guilt. "Right, here's your key." "Thanks." Leon handed back the keys to Willie's garage and motorcycle, intending to head straight home. But Willie stopped him. "How about I give you a ride?" Leon shook his head. "No need. I'll walk back to work off the food." Seeing Leon decline, Willie didn't insist. He climbed onto his motorcycle and rode off. Leon watched him go before turning toward his farm. But he had barely stepped outside when he caught the faint sound of a sigh. Curious, he turned toward the source. There, he saw a brown-haired girl in a hand-knit sweater crouched on the ground, struggling to help a short, plump woman to her feet. The girl's slender arms tugged at the woman's clothes, but the difference in size was just too great. The plump woman didn't budge, though her clothes were now rumpled from the effort. "Need a hand?" After watching for a moment without seeing any progress, Leon walked over to ask. No, thank you." The girl startled at his voice, then glanced at him, speaking shyly and with a slight stammer, as if nervous. "But it looks like you're having trouble. And even though it's spring, nights here can get pretty cold. If she keeps lying on the ground, she might catch a chill," Leon said gently, realizing he was dealing with someone shy and reserved. I know, but..." The girl's expression turned hesitant, her words faltering until she trailed off completely. Not wanting to see her struggle, Leon stepped forward and easily hauled the woman to her feet, bracing her shoulders. A strong smell of alcohol hit him immediately. So it wasn't an accident, she was simply drunk. "You're really strong," the girl said in surprise. She knew how heavy her mother was, and Leon had lifted her as if it were nothing. "I don't think you can get her home on your own." "Is she your family?" Leon asked, keeping the woman steady. "She's my mother." The girl lowered her head after speaking. "Where do you live?" "I'll help you take her back," Leon offered. She hesitated at first, wanting to refuse, but the truth was she couldn't move her mother alone. In the end, she nodded. "Thank you, stranger." "Stranger, huh? Haha. I'm Leon, the new farmer in town. I live at the old farm now. Don't worry, I'm a decent guy. If you're still unsure, you can ask Gus or Emily at the saloon. They know me." "Oh, you're the new farmer. I've heard you'd come to Pelican Town, but I never had a chance to say hello. My name is Penny, and I'm the town's teacher." She spoke politely, following social manners now that she knew who he was. Leon nodded. "Well then, Teacher Penny, lead the way. I'll help you get your mother home." "Thank you. That's very kind of you." Penny no longer resisted his help, whether because she now knew his identity or simply because he was a fellow resident of Pelican Town. She seemed more at ease. After thanking him, she started walking ahead. With Penny leading the way, Leon followed behind, carrying the older woman on his back. To be honest, the woman's weight was no joke. Even for Leon, it was a bit of a strain. Fortunately, he was fit enough that it was more of a workout than an impossible task. Luckily, Penny's home wasn't far from the saloon, just a little over 200 meters away, by the riverbank. Calling it a home was generous. It was an old, wheel-less trailer converted into a cramped living space. Leon wasn't surprised. From the moment Penny had introduced herself, he'd already guessed the identities of this mother and daughter. In the game, they were both well-known residents. Penny was the town's only teacher, a self-conscious yet kind-hearted and strong young woman. Her mother, Pam, was a fall-tempered, heavy-drinking, stout woman. It was Pam who had once totaled the bus to Calico Desert while driving drunk. The two were complete opposites. Most players disliked Pam at first sight, while Penny was far more popular. After all, she was a romanceable single girl. When they arrived at the trailer, Penny seemed to realize that her shabby home had been exposed to Leon. She lowered her head even further, but still unlocked the door. "Mr. Leon, you can just set my mother down at the door. I can take care of the rest." The space inside is too small and messy for me to properly invite you in. Haha, don't worry about it. Your place is way bigger than my cabin. From the outside, the converted trailer definitely had more space than his refurbished old farmhouse. With that, Leon carried Pam inside. While Penny stood frozen, unsure of what to do, he set Pam down on an old sofa with a deep indentation that perfectly matched Pam's figure, clearly her usual spot. Once Pam was settled, Leon exhaled, stretched his stiff back, and waved to Penny. All right, she's safe and sound. You'll have to handle the rest. I'll get going. Would you like a glass of water? Penny asked awkwardly. Sorry, that's all I can offer. No need. You've got things to do. Leon shook his head with a smile and left before she could say anything more. Penny watched him leave, then glanced at the pile of unwashed clothes and empty bottles scattered on the floor. She muttered in distress. Did he leave so quickly because he thought the place was too dirty? But the next second, Leon reappeared at the door. He didn't come inside, just spoke from the doorway before leaving again. This trailer conversion is pretty cool. Maybe I could do something similar with my farmhouse. I'll have to pick your brain about it sometime. But for now, you should focus on your mother. I'll visit again another day. His words swept away the nervousness in her heart. Remembering how Leon had appeared out of nowhere when she'd felt most helpless, how he'd helped her without hesitation, his smile, and his strong arms. Penny's heart began to race. Leon, the new farmer. What a special person. Will we really meet again? Leon, of course, had no idea what Penny was thinking. He had his own problem now. On his way back, he spotted Louis by the river, smoking in the dark. That alone wasn't an issue. The problem was the woman standing beside him, Marnie. Leon already knew their relationship went beyond friendship, but seeing it in real life was awkward. Thankfully, they hadn't noticed him. He slipped away quietly, avoiding the awkwardness of being caught witnessing their rendezvous. After that, the trip back was uneventful. Once at the farm, Leon took a moonlit stroll around the fields, then returned to his cabin, watched a bit of TV, and went to bed. At dawn, his well-trained internal clock woke him. After washing up, he grabbed his watering can and began tending to his crops. The 3 rounds of farmland expansion had filled his farm nicely, but the sheer number of plants made watering a long, tedious job. By the time he finished, it was past 9 in the morning. He had been up before 7. 2 hours just to water plants, proof of how time-consuming the work could be. Still, Leon didn't mind. Compared to the endless grind and office politics of his old job, 2 hours of watering was nothing. And once the watering was done, the rest of the day was his to spend as he pleased. Even though he'd just earned a tidy sum yesterday, he wasn't planning to expand the fields again anytime soon. A larger farm would mean bigger harvests and more profit, but the extra labor and time weren't worth it to him. He had come to Stardew Valley for a freer life. With yesterday's fishing profits easing his expenses, he felt it was time to do something for himself. Maybe visit town and meet new people. Or go foraging in the northern mountains. Chop some wood. Or join Willie for some fishing down by the beach. There were plenty of things he could do and should do. He didn't want his entire life to revolve around the farm. As he was considering his options, a timid voice called from a distance. Mr. Leon, may I come onto your farm? Oh, of course. You can just come right in, no need to ask, Leon called back when he saw it was Penny. With his permission, Penny stepped inside and explained, the Fangia Republic has a law protecting private farms. If someone enters without the owner's permission, it's considered illegal trespassing. There's even a law for that? Leon was stunned. He had no idea such a rule existed. Leon didn't think much of it and instead turned to Penny. Penny, did you come to the farm for something? I just came to thank you. Here, this is for you. Penny took out a small oil paper-wrapped package and handed it to him. Leon reached out to take it, intending to put it away. But seeing the expectant look in her eyes, he decided to open it on the spot. After all, Stardew Valley's customs leaned western. Opening a gift right away was a sign of respect to the giver. Inside were several baked cookies sprinkled with sesame seeds. They smelled delicious and looked crisp. They looked tasty. Mind if I save them for afternoon tea? Leon hesitated for a moment. In the game, Penny's storyline included a little poisoning incident, not literally dangerous, but she once tested a new recipe on the player with questionable results. In that scene, the The player's face turned green. So Leon had always been a bit wary of Penny's cooking. Of course. But they're best fresh from the oven, Penny said, nodding. She glanced around uncertainly, then, with nothing more to say, bid Leon goodbye. Thanks again for your help yesterday. I'll be going. Oh, and your farm looks really big. With that, Penny turned and walked away. The farther she got, the faster she moved, until she was practically running as if escaping. Leon was left standing there, baffled. Still, since she was gone, his attention naturally shifted to the cookies in hand. After watering crops all morning, he was starting to feel hungry. The cookies looked normal enough. He broke off a small piece and tasted it. It was surprisingly good sweet, but not overpowering, crumbly and buttery with the rich aroma of toasted sesame. The flavor lingered pleasantly. Guess I was worried for nothing. Chuckling at himself, Leon finished the rest of the cookies, filling himself about 80% full. He folded up the oil paper and tossed it into the trash bin inside his cabin, then tidied his bed before sorting his backpack. Most of the unnecessary items went into the chest he'd made earlier, including 4 unique spring-foraged plants. As for the green onions, already roughly processed with the rough green onion handling technique, there was no point in keeping them. He pulled them from his backpack and tossed them into the shipping box by the mailbox. The shipping box had been built by some unknown worker. It was large and looked like an ordinary wooden crate. When Leon dropped the onions inside, he could see them sitting in a loose pile at the bottom. Disappointingly, it seemed like the shipping box wasn't a magical item. Closing the lid, Leon found himself worrying about spoilage. Mayor Lewis had said someone came every day to collect the goods for sale, but that still meant the onions would sit there for a whole day. In his backpack or storage chest, items were frozen in time, completely unaffected. But in a normal box like this, the onions could dry out, reducing their value. That thought made him lift the lid again, planning to take them back and put them in later, just before collection, to keep them fresh. But when he opened the box, the onions were gone. Where are my onions? My big pile of onions. The crate was empty. Not even a single onion leaf remained. It was spotless, as if freshly cleaned. From closing the lid to opening it again, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed. Yet the onions had completely vanished. Leon stared, stunned. To confirm, he went back inside, grabbed a wild horseradish from the chest, and tossed it in. He closed the lid firmly, then lifted it again right away. Gone. I underestimated you. So the shipping box did make things disappear instantly upon closing the lid. Leon patted the crate with a wry smile. He had been disappointed at its apparent ordinariness, but clearly, he'd jumped to conclusions. Now certain that the box wasn't simple, Leon no longer worried about losing items. If they vanished the moment the lid closed, there was only one explanation: they had been shipped immediately. Lewis might not be such an ordinary guy either. Leon thought of the mayor's cryptic words about the shipping box, and after witnessing its magical function, he couldn't help but feel that Pelican Town itself was far from ordinary. When the game had turned into reality, he thought his system backpack was already magical enough. But after meeting the wizard and learning forest magic, and now discovering the box's instant transport ability, Leon realized Stardew Valley might be far more mysterious than he'd believed. Still, he had no intention of asking Lewis for details. The mayor would probably just smile and say, "You'll understand in the future," keeping up his Riddler persona. Besides, Stardew Valley's secrets would be more fun to discover on his own, like hidden Easter eggs in a game. That thought only made Leon more excited for his life here. Having figured out the box's function, Leon lost interest in further testing. His sellable stock was low anyway, and as tempting as it was, he wasn't about to jump inside the box to see where it sent things. That would be reckless. Unknown places weren't something to explore without intel. Too much curiosity could get a man killed. Then again, maybe nothing would happen if he climbed in. Who knew? After tidying up his system backpack, Leon glanced at the 5 remaining tools inside and nodded with satisfaction. With the cookies Penny had given him for breakfast, he had more time today to follow through with his plan, heading through the northern exit behind the farm into the remote forest, making his way to the northern foothills. After all, He had already explored Pelican Town and the beach to the east, the southern forest to the south, and the west was nothing but steep, impassable mountains. That left the northern mountains as the only area he had yet to visit. Since he had long since cleared the farm, Leon reached the northern exit without any obstacles. The path still bore the remnants of old climbing steps, worn, but still perfectly usable. Near the northern exit, he even spotted a man-made cave dug into the mountainside. But without any lighting tools, Leon had no intention of going in. Following the path uphill, Leon quickly noticed the steep slope. It made walking a little tiring, but with the steps giving him leverage, the journey wasn't too difficult. About 10 minutes later, he came across a hillside thick with trees. Unlike in the game, where there were only a few trees connecting to the northern foothill path, this was a true forest in the real world. The trees grew at different heights along the slope, with a small path winding between the hillside and the dense woodland. Bushes grew naturally on either side of the road, and when he looked up, the sky was blocked by a canopy of leaves. It was a pristine jungle, far more untamed than the southern forest. Still, it had its advantages. Here, under the towering trunks, Leon's foraging radar showed plenty of nature's gifts hidden in the soil. Naturally, Leon wasn't about to pass up buried treasures like these. Without hesitation, he took out his hoe and began digging at the nearest flashing spot. The journey was made all the more delightful by digging as he went. Wild spring onions, leeks, and dandelions soon filled his pack, and Leon couldn't help but regret not coming to explore the edge of the forest sooner. You've gained new insight into gathering wild plants through long-term foraging. Your foraging skill has increased by 1 level. Through your experience, you've mastered new crafting recipes, spring seeds, and field snacks. You've received nature's blessing. When chopping wood, you may now obtain tree seeds. As Leon unearthed the 8th dandelion of the trip, the familiar system chime rang in his ears. Only then did he realize his foraging skill had actually leveled up. Name: Leon. Farm: Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing: CN. Farming: 0. Foraging: 1 bonus chance to obtain seeds when chopping trees. Mining: 0. Combat: 0. Fishing: 0. Special ability: Forest Magic, a rough green onion handling technique. Backpack contents: axe, pickaxe, watering can, scythe, hoe, leek times 7, wild spring onion times 14, dandelion times 8, 8/12, upgrade available. Crafting menu: scarecrow, chest, campfire, torch, wood fence, wood gate, wooden path, stone path, spring seeds, field snacks. Looking at his panel, Leon was overjoyed to see that one of his 5 skills had finally broken free from level 0. The special bonus from foraging level 1 was particularly pleasing. It meant he no longer had to worry about overharvesting trees and damaging the environment. Oh, not only would trees grow naturally, but he could also replant them using seeds obtained from chopping wood. This way, he could maintain nature's balance while securing a steady supply of lumber. The newly unlocked recipes were also quite useful. Spring seeds seeds a mix of various spring wild plants, produces 10 spring seeds per craft. Takes 21 days to grow. Ingredients: wild spring onion times 1, daffodil times 1, leek times 1, dandelion times 1. Field snacks: food, a quick snack to restore stamina when hungry. Ingredients: acorn times 1, maple seed times 1, pine cone times 1. Spring seeds required just 4 seasonal wild plants to make 10 seeds that would grow into one of those plants at random. Plant 4 wild items, wait 21 days, and harvest 10 random wild plants, a 2.5x return for just the time and watering effort. To Leon, who had the foraging radar, these seeds might seem a bit underwhelming. In 21 days, he could easily gather many times that number just by exploring. Still, he wouldn't give up planting them. Harvesting spring seeds granted both farming and foraging experience, something normal crops didn't offer. While foraging XP wasn't exactly hard to earn, woodcutting, grass cutting, and seasonal gathering could all raise it. Leon wasn't about to turn down extra points. After all, skill levels didn't just unlock new crafting recipes, they also granted special abilities and benefits. In the game, the higher your farming and foraging levels, the better your chances of producing high-quality crops and gathered goods. It was like becoming walking fertilizer. Plus, each skill went up to level 10, with powerful perks unlocked at levels 5 and 10. These perks could massively boost your efficiency and even shape your long-term money-making strategy. Given what he knew about the game and what he saw in his current system, Leon was certain that the skill levels weren't there for decoration. The bonuses and new recipes from foraging level 1 only confirmed his theory. If he kept improving his skills, those unique perks would be waiting for him at levels 5 and 10. Suddenly, my life's starting to look a lot more promising. But am I really about to fall into a 6-7 lifestyle in real life too? The thought made him recall his first days playing Stardew Valley. Back then, he had wrung every drop of time from his day, becoming a relentless, life-burning grinder without even realizing it. Now, facing the real Stardew Valley, the idea of repeating that ordeal made his scalp tingle. Leon quickly shook off the terrifying thought. After all, people's constitutions are different. A game character doesn't need to drink water or use the bathroom, and while they do need to eat, it's only to restore stamina or health. If they don't work or fight monsters, they won't consume anything at all in a day, something that would make even a robot shake its head. Leon was just an ordinary transmigrator with a system, and he couldn't handle that kind of high-intensity lifestyle. So he kept his daily routine, watering his crops, wandering in the wild, eating in town now and then, glancing at the girls, and making friends with a few like-minded strangers. For Leon, it was just right. As time passed and his foraging progressed, Leon reached the edge of the remote forest. The surrounding trees and vegetation thinned, and a little further on, the view suddenly opened up. It was still mountainous terrain, but before him stretched an unusually flat slope, as if naturally formed. Vegetation was sparse, and the open view made the place feel vast. The only striking sight was a colossal ancient tree, so large it would take 5 or 6 people linking arms to encircle it, standing in the middle of the slope. A short distance further down, Leon spotted a small, solitary villa built on another flat patch of ground. Behind the villa lay a large open yard stacked neatly with construction materials, cut stone of all shapes and sizes, and timber in various lengths. Only in this storage area was there a simple roof, shielding the materials from wind and rain. Among the timber piles, Leon saw Robin sawing planks by hand with a steel saw. Standing upwind, he called out, "Hey, Robin." Hearing the shout from above, Robin looked up in puzzlement. When she saw Leon on the slope, she grinned. "Ha, Leon. I didn't expect you to come all the way to the northern foothills. Out for a walk. Something like that. Is this whole area yours?" Leon asked, nodding toward the land around them. Not many people like coming up to the mountains, and there's plenty of space and natural resources. My family's lived here for generations, Robin explained, rubbing her forehead after craning her neck for too long. Speaking of which, can you come down here to talk? My neck's starting to protest. I still want to look around the area. We can talk another time. You get back to work, Leon said with a smile, waving goodbye before continuing his exploration. Following the slope onward, Leon felt a little disappointed. Perhaps because the vegetation was so sparse, his foraging radar hadn't detected a single collectible item since leaving the remote forest. Eventually, greenery reappeared, along with a narrow trail worn by human footsteps, leading uphill. Leon hesitated a moment, then decided to follow it. The higher he climbed, the steeper it became. At the end of the path, he found another small flat clearing. In the middle sat a yellow tent, with a campfire set up in front of it. An old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a worn, slightly tattered yellow coat, was sitting by the fire. Suspended above the flames was an iron pot, in which something was cooking. "Stranger, there's nothing beautiful or profitable here. Just a homeless old man. If you don't want to faint from my smell, I'd advise you to leave." Leon had just spotted the old man when the old man, in his raspy voice, called out a warning before Leon could speak. "Hello, I mean no harm. I'm a farmer who just arrived in Stardew Valley a few days ago. My name's Leon." Leon wasn't frightened by the words. Instead, he smiled warmly. "If you don't mind, could I sit down and try your cooking? I've been hiking for a while, and I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Oh, so that old farm finally has an heir." The old man's expression softened, though his eyes held curiosity. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why would I be?" Leon replied. Because I'm a homeless man, the old man said simply. So what? As long as you're not a wild animal that can't communicate, why should I fear another human? As for lifestyle, the biggest difference between us is that you live in a tent and I live in a wooden cabin. Otherwise, we're the same. I cook over a campfire, go to the bathroom outdoors, and spend my days working with plants in the dirt. Leon shrugged. Of course, I won't eat for free. I can contribute some ingredients. How about some green onions? Or maybe a wild horseradish? You're an interesting kid. Sit down. Old Linus isn't so poor that he can't offer a guest a meal. The old man studied Leon for a while, then smiled. His tone relaxed, and he gestured for Leon to join him at the fire. A beta. Leon didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged, peering into the pot. The boiling soup was a greenish color, not exactly reassuring, but the smell was enticing. Seeing Leon settle in so naturally made Linus smile even more. He said nothing, just stirred the pot occasionally with a carved wooden ladle. When he judged it ready, Linus stood and went into his tent. He emerged with a short log and in moments had carved it into a heavy wooden bowl. Leon watched as Linus ladled the soup into the fresh bowl and handed it over. He accepted it without complaint, cradling the weighty bowl. Blowing on the hot soup twice, he took a hearty sip right in front of Linus. Fresh fish soup. How did you do it? I can taste only the sweetness of the fish and a hint of salt, no fishy smell at all. Linus didn't answer, only served himself a bowl and sipped quietly, eyes half closed in appreciation. Seeing this, Leon didn't press. When he finished his bowl, he cheerfully helped himself to another, enjoying it immensely. Linus just watched without stopping him, but didn't offer an open invitation either. When Leon finished his third bowl and set down the wooden bowl in his hand, Linus finally spoke. Full. About 90% full, Leon nodded. Thanks for the meal. The fish soup was delicious. As long as it's delicious, that's good, that's good. Linus chuckled, repeating himself. Then he tipped back the rest of his soup in one gulp and casually grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground to smother the campfire. Once he was sure the flames were out, Linus looked at Leon and said, "You're a lot like your grandfather, so easy to get along with. But compared to him, you're more carefree, while he, next to you, seems rather reserved." So you know my grandfather too? Leon was speechless. The old man's presence in this valley was really something. Every elder in Stardew Valley with a name seemed to know him. Yes, I do. He was an outstanding farmer, Linus nodded, then offered Leon some encouragement. I think you'll be an outstanding farmer too, better than him, even. Why do you think that? Leon asked curiously. Because nature likes you, and the forest has acknowledged you. With that, Linus stood up and reminded him, "All right, you should head back now, child. The entrance to the mines has been damaged by some malicious miners, so you won't be able to dig for ores there for the time being. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Linus." Leon didn't insist on staying. He stood, waved farewell, and turned to head down the mountain. He hadn't come here to mine in the first place, just to wander. Meeting Linus had been an unexpected bonus. He knew that as one of the valley's more unusual residents, the wandering hermit Linus lived in this area, but he had never deliberately sought him out. When Leon stumbled upon him, his prior knowledge meant he wasn't afraid of this strange old man living in a mountain tent. That was why he'd acted so naturally. He'd just meant to say hello. He hadn't expected to score a meal as well, or for Linus to change his view of him. In the game, Linus had seemed like just another homeless wanderer with little background detail, a lonely old man living outside Pelican Town. But every now and then, hints suggested he was more than he seemed. If the player's friendship with him was high enough, he could even rescue them from a monster-infested mine in a pinch. And at certain festivals, he'd be seen with the wizard, the two apparently on very good terms. Leon had already met the wizard and knew he was a serious big shot. If Linus was close to him, maybe Linus was a hidden big shot too. From what Linus had just said, nature likes you, the forest has acknowledged you, it seemed he might have sensed traces of the forest magic within Leon. Or maybe it was a blessing. Who knew? Either way, these elders, Lewis included, were all like riddle-spewing sages. It was a bit exasperating. Still, the bit about the mines was surprising, yet made sense. In the game, some locations only unlocked over time, partly to give players time to prepare, partly so they weren't overwhelmed early on. But to see that mechanic carry over into reality was intriguing. Leon knew about the blocked mine entrance, caused by Joja's illegal mining, but he hadn't expected Joja to still be causing trouble here in the real Stardew Valley. Beta Epsilon. It gave him a vague idea, but one he'd need to discuss with Lewis before putting into action. Following the same path back to his farm, Leon relieved himself in a secluded spot, then left again, heading toward Pelican Town. When he arrived, he began looking for Lewis. The mayor wasn't one to sit at home. He usually wandered around town, checking in on local businesses. Of course, it was also a convenient excuse to visit Marnie, but who knew? Fortunately, Leon didn't have to search long. He spotted Lewis in front of Pierre's general store, standing at the bulletin board. "Oh, Leon, there you are. Here to buy seeds from Pierre." Lewis greeted him warmly. "No, I'm here to see you, Lewis." Leon shook his head. "Do you know about Joja's illegal mining in the northern foothills that caused the cave-in and blocked the mine entrance?" "I know. Joja reported it to me, and they've already sent workers to clear the debris." "It should be fixed within a week," Lewis replied with a nod. "That's it? No compensation or fines?" Leon pressed. "Compensation? Why?" Lewis asked, looking puzzled. "Because it was illegal mining, and they blocked the road through human negligence. Aren't those valid reasons? Just a report and clean up and that's it." Leon complained. Lewis sighed and explained, "Yes, because that area is considered abandoned. You're new here, so you don't know the situation. The mine was abandoned more than 10 years ago after a cave-in and the appearance of many monsters inside. It no longer has any economic value. And Joja, as a national chain, boosts the local economy, provides jobs, and pays taxes. As mayor, I need to give them some leeway to keep them in Pelican Town. Do you understand? That doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. Joja may run supermarkets, mining, manufacturing, transport, and sales, but as a former Joja employee, I can tell you, they need to file applications for these activities." "So, did Morris from Joja submit an application to you for this mining?" "No," Lewis admitted after a moment's thought. "Exactly. Even for the sake of the local economy, you can't let Joja get away with illegal mining. I'm sure the Fangier Republic has laws about illegal mining, exploiting national resources, and damaging the local environment." Leon wasn't overly familiar with this world, but when it came to Joja, he knew what he was talking about. He worked at Joja's headquarters in Zuzu City for nearly 6 months before moving to the farm. "What are you suggesting?" Lewis asked, already suspecting but wanting to hear it from Leon. "Don't you want to boost Pelican Town's economy? This is a perfect opportunity to cut the leaks. A fat sheep walks up to your door, wouldn't it be a shame not to slaughter it?" Lewis listened to Leon's response, falling into deep thought. His expression shifted between worry and expectation. Leon didn't press the matter further. He trusted Lewis to make the decision he hoped for. After all, it was a legitimate concern and Pelican Town was in dire need of funds. Leon didn't hold any strong prejudice against Joja Corporation, but he couldn't deny that some of their practices were questionable. In fact, he felt Pelican Town should issue them a warning and some form of penalty to keep Morris from stirring up more trouble. He was planning to mine in the abandoned mine later, and the last thing he wanted was for Joja staff to be conducting reckless, illegal mining above his head, methods so hazardous they could cause a cave-in. He could already imagine the danger, large-scale dynamite blasting. If a careless blast sealed off the mine entrance while he was still inside, what a senseless way that would be to die. Regarding this matter, I'll need to check the legal code to confirm whether it's against the law before deciding our next step. Thank you for the reminder, Leon. In the end, Lewis chose to take action against Joja Corporation on this issue. Still, he made sure to thank Leon for pointing out this profitable opportunity. Leon nodded. This is about Pelican Town's environment and safety. We're a town built along the mountains, coexisting with Stardew Valley's ranges. Joja's actions might destabilize those mountains. If a landslide occurs during heavy rain, it will be too late for regrets. Lewis's expression grew more serious. You're right. This isn't a small matter. Without another word, Lewis set off toward his house at once. Leon, watching him leave, didn't rush back to the farm. Since he was already here, he decided to stop by the community center. Following the steps north of Pelican Town, Leon made his way toward the community center. Near the small park, he spotted a vibrant daffodil hidden beneath a tree. He picked it and tucked it away before continuing on. When he reached the park next to the community center, he saw a familiar figure by the landmark fountain, the blonde girl Haley, the same one who had once blocked his doorway. She was leaning against the fountain with her eyes closed, basking in the warm spring sunlight. Her smooth golden hair shone brightly under the light. A blue camisole paired with a pink long skirt complemented her milk-white skin, delicate makeup, and the sapphire necklace around her neck. It was hard to imagine this girl as a native of a remote small town. She looked more like someone who belonged in the city, a fashionable socialite strolling boutique-lined streets and high-end venues. Leon had no intention of disturbing her. Though they'd met only twice in real life, he knew her well from the game. And it was precisely because of this understanding that he chose not to engage. Haley was a tsundere and a sharp-tongued one at that. While she wasn't a bad person and could even be cute, those sides of her rarely showed to strangers. Leon had no plans to pursue her right now, so avoiding unnecessary contact seemed best. As Leon walked past the fountain with his back to Haley, she heard his footsteps and opened her eyes. She saw only his back, but the short black hair gave him away instantly. It was Leon, the not-so-friendly farmer from before. After all, in all of Pelican Town, she had only ever seen Leon with that perfectly black hair. That detail alone was enough for her to recognize him even from behind. He's going to the community center again? Why is he so obsessed with that abandoned place? Unlike Leon, who avoided her, Haley was curious about him. As one of the prettiest girls in Pelican Town, she had never been brushed off by a guy before. At the flower dance every year, the number of suitors asking her to be their partner was endless. Yet Leon was the only one who met her with a blank face. Her beauty was her pride, and now, in front of a man whose looks matched her own standards, it seemed to have no effect. She wanted to know why. Part of her curiosity came from a touch of sibling rivalry. Just a few days ago, her sister Emily had returned home with a bouquet of daffodils. During a chat, Haley learned they had been a gift from Leon. A man who treated her like any passerby seemed to get along well with her slightly less attractive sister. Suspicious. She reasoned that Leon's cold attitude toward her might be because she had accidentally stumbled upon whatever he was doing inside the old community center, making him wary. Now, seeing him head there again, Haley decided to confirm her suspicion and to see for herself what he was up to. As soon as Leon entered the community center, Haley crept to the doorway. Peering through the open door, she saw the dim, gloomy interior littered with broken wood and weeds. She hesitated. A no-be. But when she realized Leon was nowhere in sight, she lifted her skirt and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Leon had already made his way to the crafts room, the place where he'd once found the golden scroll. Everything looked the same as before, dirty, worn, and unchanged. But on closer inspection, he noticed something in the corner, a basket woven from dried vines. It blended in so well with the surroundings that he might have missed it, if not for the fact that its craftsmanship stood out from the room's dilapidated furniture. Finding something unusual, Leon approached. Inside the basket was another scroll. Unrolling it, he saw that it contained a series of drawings, some with numbers beside them. At the bottom, there was a written message. Gifts. Place them in the basket. We take them and return a thank you gift. Bring all the gifts and we can help you restore this place. With the help of forest magic, the scattered and mysterious text transformed into a language Leon could understand. He read it carefully, then compared the gift icons on the scroll with what he remembered from the offerings list. When he confirmed that nothing had changed, he let out a breath of relief. If there had been any changes and some new, reality-exclusive item had appeared, he would have had to go through a lot of trouble to find it. Looking again at the scroll, he saw that the first row depicted 4 types of wild spring plants: leek, wild horseradish, dandelion, and daffodil. No quantity was indicated, so Leon simply took one of each from his system backpack and placed them into the basket. The moment the items landed inside, there was a muffled pop. 4 apple-sized Junimos appeared at Leon's side, bouncing around him before all of them dove under the basket. Their beansprout-thin hands lifted the basket together, and they hopped their way toward the exit of the community center's crafts room. The sight brought a smile to Leon's face. These Junimos were actually quite adorable. Their voices were a soft, musical hum, indescribable yet pleasant, that made Leon want to catch them and keep them in a cage, just to hear all the different tones they could make. Following them as they carried the basket, Leon was just stepping out of the crafts room when he noticed the Junimos suddenly startle. With another pop, they vanished, leaving the basket of spring forage behind. He blinked in confusion, but the next second, he spotted Haley. She was tiptoeing toward him, clearly more concerned about keeping her shoes and clothes clean than about where she was headed. Leon instantly understood why the Junimos had fled. Her fussy expression at the sight of the slightly dirty surroundings made Leon sigh inwardly. He had ignored her earlier, but she'd spotted him anyway and, driven by curiosity, had followed, uninvited, interrupting his offering. A mischievous idea struck him. Since Haley's eyes were fixed on her footing and she hadn't seen him yet, Leon slipped back into the crafts room and waited, listening for her footsteps. Just as she drew close, he jumped out and shouted, "Ah! Ah!" Haley let out a string of sharp, high-pitched screams, completely abandoning her earlier caution about her clothes. She bolted, skirt and all, with surprising speed and agility. Leon couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Those quick reflexes and long strides, he'd believe her if she said she was a sprinter, and that was with her wearing a skirt. Clearly, fear could unleash remarkable potential. But his amusement didn't last long. Haley, running too fast to watch her step, caught her ankle on an upturned plank and pitched forward. The place she was about to land was strewn with sharp stones. Without any protection, she'd be badly hurt. Haley clearly realized this too. She tried to steady herself, but her speed and the force of her momentum left her no time to recover. Terror flooded her mind as the stones rushed closer in her vision. She could already imagine her skin and face torn open by them. Leon's heart tightened. He wanted to help, but they were still 5 or 6 meters apart, far too far to reach her in time. He could only watch. Then, in an instant, 2 Junimos appeared on his shoulders. They chanted in strange, incomprehensible tones, and suddenly, Haley's fall slowed, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button on a video. Leon didn't stop to think. He sprinted toward her, and to his surprise, his own speed wasn't affected at all. 2 long strides, and he was there, close enough to see the fear etched on her face. No time for gawking. He reached out and caught her around the waist, halting her forward tumble. The moment his hands made contact, time around Haley seemed to snap back to normal. Her momentum still carried her forward, but now she felt a strong pair of arms at her waist. Before she could react, that strength reversed her fall entirely. Leon spun them both around in a smooth arc, defusing what could have been a trip straight to the ICU, and leaving them pressed together in a far more intimate position than either expected. Perhaps it was the lingering fear, but Haley instinctively clung to him, seeking the safety he represented, like a drowning person grasping a floating plank. Leon, for his part, was left awkwardly holding a girl who was practically wrapped around him like a koala, her perfume drifting into his nose. He raised his hands slightly, silently declaring himself an upright gentleman. Haley, now calmer, caught a strange scent from Leon. Not floral, not sweet, yet inexplicably pleasant, and oddly heart-racing. So this is what they call a man's scent? The thought flickered through her mind before embarrassment kicked in. Realizing how close they were, she quickly let go of his shoulders and unhooked her legs. Beta. But she moved too fast. Forgetting to steady herself, she lost her balance again and tipped backward. Luckily, Leon was right there. He grabbed her hand and pulled her upright, saving her from another fall. Thanks. Even someone as proud and Sundara as Haley couldn't avoid thanking Leon after he saved her from nearly falling twice in a row. But as soon as the word left her lips, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Those 2 unexpected moments of physical contact had left her feeling strangely shaken. His hands are nice-looking, not rough at all. Is he really a farmer? With her head lowered, she couldn't bring herself to look at his face, so she focused instead on the hand that had just steadied her. It's fine. Just be more careful. Leon shook his head, releasing her hand. Almost without thinking, he wiped his palm twice against his clothes. That, of course, made Haley bristle. What, is my hand dirty or something? No, not at all. Just, you have a lot of hand sweat. Leon decided to be honest. If he hadn't grabbed her wrist instead of her palm, and if his grip wasn't strong, she might have slipped right through. Haley glared at him, ready to show off her pale, delicate hands in protest, only to notice, once they were raised, that tiny beads of sweat dotted her skin. She wasn't sure if it was from being startled or from nerves, but either way, the evidence was there. All her indignation fizzled out at once. Red-faced, she quietly lowered her hands and hid them behind her back, rubbing them against her once-beloved little dress in an attempt to wipe them dry. I don't know why you came in here, but this isn't a safe place to explore. The lighting's poor, there are spiders and mice around, and the floor's uneven. It'd be easy to get hurt. If you came here alone and fell, there might not be anyone around to hear you call for help. Leon had been a little annoyed at her earlier, but after everything that had happened, he simply spoke seriously. And then, Haley knew she was in the wrong, so she responded meekly, head bowed like a student being scolded by a teacher. If there's nothing else, you should head out first. Seeing that she wasn't arguing back, Leon was a little surprised, but relieved as well. He urged her to leave the community center. The Junimos wouldn't come out while she was inside, and that was slowing things down. Haley nodded and turned to go, but her curiosity got the better of her. Then why are you here? Lewis asked me to check on the community center and drive out the mice. I had nothing better to do, so I came by. Haley gave him a puzzled glance but didn't press further. She quietly left the old building. Only once she stepped outside into the sunlight did her mood settle. She was grateful she had gotten out unscathed, but with a clear head, she remembered the source of her earlier scare. Wait a second. It was just him and me in there. So that roar earlier must have been him. That guy. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Still, she didn't really want to confront him about it. Instead, she gave herself a reason to let it go. Forget it. He sort of made up for it, and even helped me again later. I'll let him off this time. Comforting herself with that thought, Haley stopped worrying about whether she should thank Leon or blame him. She glanced back at the community center, then at the dust and sweat-soaked clothes she was wearing, and decided to head home for a shower. Inside the community center, with Haley gone, the Junimos reappeared around Leon. He quickly noticed they seemed a little upset. That puzzled him. Did they not like being disturbed? But that couldn't be it. If they didn't care about Haley, they wouldn't have used their strange magic earlier to slow the flow of time around her so that he could save her. It didn't take long for the mystery to clear up. The little creatures lined up neatly before him, arranging themselves into shapes that formed words in their own language. The message made Leon rub his forehead in embarrassment. We, the Junimos, are spirits, not mice. All right. So you understand human speech. Sorry, calling you mice was just to keep your existence a secret. And thanks for helping earlier. Hearing his explanation and gratitude, the Junimos hopped happily around him, their mood apparently restored. After a bit of cheerful commotion, most of them vanished again, leaving 4 little ones behind. They bounced back to the craft's room door, picked up the basket of spring forage items, and carried it together to the small hut in the community center's main hall. A moment later, the 4 emerged again, each with something on their head. The leader carried a sack bigger than its own body, while the others each held a rolled-up scroll. They brought them to Leon and set them down. Leon picked up the sack first, and the moment he touched it, the system's prompt appeared. Spring seeds times 30. Seeds includes various wild spring seeds. Takes 21 days to grow. The 3 scrolls, meanwhile, held offering lists for other rooms besides the craft's room, namely the boiler room's mineral list, the vault's currency list, and the pantry's farm produce list. No fish tank or bulletin board lists? Leon muttered as he checked the scrolls, finding them close to what he remembered. As if in answer, a light pop sounded and a sea blue Junimo appeared beside him, dropping another scroll. This one contained the fish tank's list. But no bulletin board list came. While Leon was still wondering why, the Junimos formed a line again and hopped to the right side of the hall, stopping under a wall with a blackboard. When Leon followed, he saw a yellowed sheet of paper pinned there and finally understood why the bulletin board list hadn't been delivered. On the bulletin board hung 5 requests from the townsfolk: Gus's grocery list, Marnie's order for animal feed, Emily's dye supplies list, the wizard's arcane item list, and Demetrius's research equipment list for land studies. What puzzled Leon was that the old community center had been abandoned for a long time. It was understandable for the others' lists to appear here, but Emily's being posted here was strange. She wasn't that old, after all. Unfortunately, no one was around to explain. Since these requests had appeared on the board, the only thing to do was gather the items on the lists. After all, these bundles were things he would encounter sooner or later in life here in Stardew Valley and on the farm. Whether sold or offered as a bundle donation, they'd be useful for him. Just like earlier, he had donated the 4 types of spring forage, and in return, the Junimos had sent him 30 packets of spring seeds. If he had crafted the seeds himself, he'd get 10 at most. The Junimos had given him triple. How could Leon not adore these little apple spirits? Any thought of letting Joja Corporation turn this place into a warehouse was tossed aside. The Junimos actually gave gifts in return, and completing a bundle didn't just help repair the old community center, it also brought the bonus of restoring local facilities. Meanwhile, Morris's Joja Mart membership renovation plan required nothing but money and not even a kickback. They recognized only cash, not people. Once Leon confirmed the donation list on the bulletin board matched his memory, he returned to the community center's main hall. He crouched to look at the Junimos following him. All right, I'm heading out. I've memorized all the gifts from Stardew Valley that you need. But collecting them may take quite a while, so I hope you'll be patient. The Junimos didn't form words to talk to him, they just hopped happily around him, radiating warmth, anticipation, and approval. The scene lasted until Leon left the community center. Only then did the Junimos vanish into the air, once again hidden from sight. Standing at the doorway, Leon narrowed his eyes, letting them adjust to the brightness after so long in the dim hall, then left the area. This trip had confirmed that the bundles were just as he remembered, and he had completed 1 donation. For Leon, it was a fun experience. Unlike in the game, meeting the Junimos in real life let him truly feel their innocence and kindness, and witness their strange, delightful magic. It was eye-opening. Maybe when he was old, with children and grandchildren, he wouldn't have to worry about having no impressive stories to tell the little ones gathered at his knee. In high spirits, Leon went straight back to Red Star Farm. Looking at his fields, which were already taking shape, he fell into a dilemma. At this scale, tending everything alone was getting difficult. But those 30 spring seeds couldn't just sit in his system backpack. After hesitating, he decided to clear a new plot and plant them. Better to let them grow into crops worth money than leave them idle in storage. Tiring as it was, earning through one's own labor was a glorious thing. But after planting, Leon was done for. The problem wasn't fatigue, it was hunger. Since morning, he'd only had a few cookies and a couple of bowls of fish soup from Linus. That energy didn't match the labor he'd just put in. Yet the thought of walking half an hour to town for a meal, or cooking himself, was unappealing. Cooking meant dealing with whatever was in the fridge, which was a hassle. Leon's head ached. Sigh. If only a kind soul would bring me a big meal right now. The thoroughly lazy Leon lay on the steps outside his cabin, clutching his empty stomach, staring blankly at the blue sky. It's still daytime and you're already daydreaming? Just as he finished complaining, someone spoke nearby. The voice was familiar, but his hunger-fogged brain couldn't place it. At least his eyesight still worked. He turned toward the sound. The moment he saw that iconic head of purple hair, he knew who it was. It's you, Abigail. What brings you here? Jody sent me. She's organizing a dinner tonight and told me to invite you, Abigail said, crouching beside him. Whether out of mischief or playfulness, she boldly poked his stomach. Nigerian aerobes. When his belly responded with a loud growl, she covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Jody, huh? I do remember her mentioning inviting me to something. Leon's head cleared a little, recalling their chat at Joja Mart. He'd thought it was just small talk, but she had meant it. But why isn't Jody inviting me herself? Why you? Because I have a car, Abigail said. You have a car? Leon was honestly shocked. In the game, this was unheard of. Why not? It's my dad's old sedan, but it still runs, Abigail replied, rolling her eyes. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The thought of not having to walk all the way to town filled Leon with energy. He jumped up eagerly. Abigail eyed him with open disdain. So you're planning to wear that to the dinner? What else would I mean? Leon looked at his outfit. It wasn't exactly formal, but it wasn't ugly either. What was wrong with it? Abigail didn't reply. She simply pointed at his cuffs and pant legs. Leon followed her gaze and noticed the mud stains there. Not that it surprised him, he was a farmer after all. It would be stranger if he didn't have any dirt on him. Realizing his clothes were indeed a bit sloppy, Leon gave in readily. All right, I'll go change and take a shower while I'm at it. You might have to wait here a bit longer. I don't mind. Abigail nodded, perfectly at ease, and walked right into the house with him. She plopped herself down in a chair like she owned the place. Leon was speechless. If you stay here, how am I supposed to change? Is that a problem? Abigail tilted her head at him in puzzlement. I said I'm going to shower too, Leon reminded her. But you don't have a bathroom here, Abigail replied matter-of-factly. If you're going to bathe, it'll be outside. So if I wait in here, I'm not interfering with either your shower or your changing, right? Her logic caught Leon off guard. Thinking it over, he realized she was right. He did have to bathe outside, using the hose Robin had left, hooked to the faucet and hung under the eaves. Still, it was strange that Abigail knew this detail about how he bathed. But seeing her lying on the coffee table, yawning, Leon decided not to ask. He grabbed a clean set of clothes, fixed the hose in place, and stepped outside. While showering, he stomped his dirty clothes underfoot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A bachelor's efficiency at its finest. The thought that a girl in her prime was sitting just a wall away did feel odd. But Leon had seen enough in life not to overthink it. He only glanced occasionally at the corner of the wall, half expecting to spot a pair of mischievous eyes. Once he was clean and his clothes were free of mud, Leon hung the wet set under the eaves. Wearing fresh clothes and with damp hair dripping, he stepped back into the cabin. Done already? Abigail blinked at him. Did I doze off just now? Nope. A shower takes me 5 minutes. How long did you think it would take? Leon asked, puzzled. 5 minutes? Are you sure that's enough? I can't even finish washing my hair in 5 minutes. Abigail gave him a look of disdain. You didn't just rinse with water and call it a bath, did you? Leon chuckled at that. He rolled up his sleeves, showing off the healthy tan of his arm, and held it in front of her. Go on, try rubbing it. See if any dirt comes off. Or give it a sniff, see if there's any weird smell. Then you'll know whether I got clean. Momentarily thrown by his gesture, Abigail actually reached out and rubbed his arm, then leaned in to sniff it. A second later, she realized what she was doing, flushed red, and pushed his arm away. Aralfo. All right, I believe you. Let's get going. With that, she dashed out of the cabin. Leon watched her retreating figure with a playful smile. Another day, another successful bit of teasing. His own hunger pulled him out of his thoughts. Only now, post-shower, did he realize how empty his stomach was. He desperately needed a high-calorie meal before his body started devouring itself. Abigail was nowhere in sight, so Leon headed toward the eastern exit of the farm. Soon, he spotted her standing by an old, boxy, orange sedan, waving him over. The sight of the car reminded Leon of the old Santanas the wealthy villagers used to drive. It brought back memories and a twinge of nostalgia. But none of that outweighed the growling in his stomach. He opened the passenger door and hopped in. Step on it. If we don't go now, I might just cut you up and toss you in the pot. You're disgusting, Abigail shot back, though she clearly knew he was joking. Yeah. So, are you scared? Not at all. In fact, by that point, I'm not sure who'd be eating who. Abigail smirked, turned the key, and pulled a U-turn. The old car, with its terrible suspension, rattled toward Pelican Town. Her words reminded Leon of a little trivia about Abigail. In the game, if you gave her a diamond, she'd bizarrely respond with, "How did you know I was hungry?" Players had long joked she was a genuine metal eater. Of course, that was just a buggy dialogue trigger. Real life wasn't that ridiculous, right? But now Leon wasn't so sure. Curiosity got the better of him as they drove. If I gave you a diamond, what would you do with it? I'd probably have it set into a necklace or earrings. Abigail tilted her head, thinking, why not a ring? Are you serious? Abigail turned to give him an exasperated look. If you're making a diamond into a ring, are you trying to propose to me? Hey, eyes on the road. Watch where you're going. Leon quickly pointed out that her turn of the head had made the car veer. Once she steadied the wheel, he asked, "So weddings in Pelican Town need diamond rings? Wouldn't something with more tradition and ceremony, like a mermaid pendant, be better?" "I'm impressed you know about that old Stardew Valley tradition," Abigail said. "But no one's done it in ages. It's hard to find a mermaid pendant. They say the old sailor's ghost only appears to those he approves of, offering it to would-be grooms. Most people think it's just a story, so they use diamond rings instead." Then she glanced sideways at him. "And just so we're clear, don't get any special ideas. I haven't even finished college yet. I'm not thinking about dating right now." Hearing this unexpected news, Leon kept it in mind, but he didn't forget to respond to Abigail's remark, answering without hesitation. "Relax, I'm not interested in little girls like you. As a grown man, I prefer more mature women. Like Jody." Perhaps because Leon's tone was so casual and familiar, Abigail couldn't help but tease him. "Well, that's definitely a good choice. But I'm more of a pure-hearted romantic, so I tend to steer clear of married women. If I were to look, I'd definitely go for someone single." Leon nodded seriously, but still spoke his true thoughts. "Then Emily would be perfect for you. She's caring and she's older than you," Abigail said earnestly, as if helping Leon analyze the situation. "You should worry about yourself. Like you, I'm not looking for a relationship right now. You should be focusing on your studies, and I have my own career to build. Dating now would just make life more complicated." Leon gave her a speechless look, as if scolding a matchmaker who was blindly pairing people up. "Yeah, I agree. Love sounds like such a hassle. Better to wait until I've really lost my mind someday before finding someone to tie me down." Abigail looked at Leon with approval, clearly agreeing with his point. Laughing and chatting, they drove into Pelican Town. To Leon's surprise, Abigail didn't drive to the dinner venue directly, but instead pulled into the garage behind Pierre's general store. After parking, the rest of the way would have to be on foot. "Are you doing this because you know I'm already too hungry to walk and you're trying to squeeze out the last bit of my strength?" When Leon was with Abigail, he felt relaxed. She wasn't the kind of girl who stuck to old rules. So long as they avoided sensitive topics, conversation was easy. That's why he always talked to her like a buddy. Abigail clearly treated him the same way. "Hey, I didn't make you walk here from the farm. That's already me being nice. And besides, you do know it's unsafe to drive in town, right? That's because you can't drive." Leon shot back. "If you're so good, why don't you drive?" "Oh wait, that's right, you don't have a car." Abigail was quick to retort. "When I've got the money, I'm going to buy a flashy sports car. And when I do, you won't even get the front seat. I'll just toss you in the trunk," Leon threatened half-jokingly. "Then I'll wait to see you cry when you bring that shiny new car back to Stardew Valley. Besides a pickup truck, a horse is the best way to get around here." Abigail actually gave him a rare friendly reminder. Leon thought back to the roads in Stardew Valley. Aside from the ones in Pelican Town, most of them were in terrible shape. Forget a sports car, even a sedan with a low chassis would end up scraping like a cat scratching a post. Forget it, no point buying one. If I need to travel far, I'll take the bus. While the route to the Calico Desert was gone, buses to other places still ran. Leon had taken one from Zuzu City. Abigail snickered at that, clearly pleased with her victory in this little exchange. "So, where's this dinner exactly?" Leon asked, a bit puzzled by how remote their path had become. "At the Starfruit Saloon, of course. It's got the best chef in town, and it's convenient for Emily's work," Abigail answered. "But why take such a roundabout way?" Leon compared this to the main road he usually took to the saloon. "This path didn't even come close. Because this is a shortcut. We're going in through the back door. Gus reserved us a nice big room so we can enjoy ourselves without disturbing the other guests," Abigail explained, then gave Leon a mocking look. "Don't tell me you're scared." With tilde nui yes. "A little. After all, us guys have to protect ourselves when we're out." Leon nodded solemnly. Abigail didn't even have the energy to respond to that. She simply sped up, putting some distance between them so no one would mistake them for the same kind of person. Even knowing it was a shortcut, Leon still breathed a sigh of relief when he finally saw the outline of the Starfruit Saloon, not because he felt safer, but because it meant he was finally close to food. Near the back door, Abigail went in first. Leon followed and saw Jody leaning casually against the wall. "Hi, Jody. Thanks for the invite." Meeting the organizer of the gathering, Leon naturally greeted her politely. Jody smiled warmly. Haha, such a gentleman. Come on in. Leon nodded and stepped inside. Under Jody's lead, they entered a spacious room. Several people were already seated at a long table, some he knew, some he didn't. There was Haley, whom he'd met that morning, and Abigail, of course. The other two women were strangers, but judging from their hair color and clothing, Leon could guess their names. Still, he was puzzled. Why were there only women here? Not a single man in sight. Naturally, his arrival drew the attention of the chatting women. Apart from Abigail, the other three looked surprised. Especially Haley, who stared wide-eyed. What are you doing here? Oh, Jody invited me, Leon replied. Really? Jody, didn't you say tonight was ladies' night? Haley complained, glancing at Jody, who was smirking behind Leon. Jody stepped forward, no longer able to play innocent. All right, ladies, it is a ladies' night dinner. But I still owed Leon a meal, so I thought I'd have him join us. And I figured I'm not the only one who wanted to meet him. Maru and Leah probably want to meet Stardew Valley's new farmer too. Of course. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leon. I'm Maru. It's always great to see new faces in Stardew Valley. A tall, dark-skinned woman stood up as she spoke. Her features were striking, her skin tone adding a unique charm. The glasses and scholarly air she carried only added to her appeal. Same here. I heard you moved here from the city too. I think we'll have a lot in common. Oh, and I'm Leah. I live in the small cottage by the river below Marnie's ranch, so I guess that makes us neighbors. The other woman, with bright orange hair tied into a ponytail and classic European features, waved warmly as she introduced herself. Hello, it's nice to meet you. The way we met was a bit unexpected, but I'd say it's still a pretty good start, don't you think? Leon greeted the two women with a smile, then politely shook hands with each of them. Well, it wasn't like he was taking advantage after all, they were the ones who reached out first. Haley puffed up her cheeks and glared at Leon, not because he had shown up at this ladies' night dinner, but because of the polite smile and friendly manner he displayed when meeting Maru and Leah for the first time. Haley still remembered the first time she met Leon, how half-hearted and perfunctory he had been. Now look at him, warmly greeting others like an old friend. The difference was like night and day. Of course, she had completely forgotten that their first meeting had been when she'd mistaken him for a thief at the old community center. That misunderstanding might have been the main reason for his cold attitude back then. Once the introductions were over, Jody came over, pressed Leon down into a seat on the emptier side, and sat beside him with a teasing smile. I didn't expect you'd already met Haley and Abigail. Add Emily to that, and you've already met most of the outstanding young women in Stardew Valley. And here I thought you weren't much of a social type, so I went to the trouble of setting up this dinner to help expand your circle. So you really were trying to set me up. Leon gave a wry smile. He'd thought Jody was joking before, but it seemed she was dead serious. Not exactly. I just thought you should get to know some people your age. If Sam and the boys weren't busy with band practice tonight, I'd have invited them too. Guess it'll have to wait till next time. Jody chuckled. No need. Once is enough. These kinds of lively gatherings aren't really my style. I prefer quiet places. Leon shook his head. He'd agreed to come this time only because he had promised Jody before, and because he happened to be hungry. Otherwise, he'd have been lying on his farm bed until his stomach forced him to find food. You don't like socializing? Well, all right. Jody sounded a little disappointed, but she didn't press him. She was the kind of person who respected others' boundaries. It's not that I dislike it. I just have too much work to do. Honestly, I haven't eaten since a small bite this morning. I've been working nonstop without even time for a proper meal. How much time do you think I can spare for social events? He kept his voice low so only Jody could hear, then added reassuringly, I appreciate the thought. Once the farm's running smoothly, I'll make time to meet people on my own. You don't need to worry about me. You're such a hardworking young man. But you still have to eat properly. Wait here for a moment. Jody gave him a fond look. A boy about the same age as her eldest son, coming to Stardew Valley all alone to shoulder the burden of reviving an old farm, yet still managing to stay polite and cheerful under all that pressure. It tugged at her motherly instincts. No. Before Leon could finish, Jody had already left the room. Her absence made the atmosphere in the room noticeably quieter. The cheerful chatter among the women had faded when Leon arrived, and now it grew even softer. Leon had no intention of disturbing them. He wasn't here to socialize, he was here to eat. But some of them clearly weren't going to leave him alone. Abigail strolled over, sat down beside him, and asked openly, "Starving, huh? What do you think?" Leon slumped in his chair like a salted fish, replying weakly, "Heh, not everyone's here yet, so you might have to wait a bit longer. Hope you don't starve to death before then." Abigail grinned, teasing him. Leon silently gave her the middle finger. Abigail only laughed harder. "Stay here and suffer then. I'm going to get some air." With that, she left too, leaving Leon alone once again, staring blankly at the ceiling. A moment later, another figure sat down next to him. One glance at the big waves of golden hair told him it was Haley. "You don't look so good." "Not that I care, of course. I just think it's strange and wanted to ask," she said in a deliberately tsundere tone. "Hungry," Leon replied flatly. Just one word was enough to explain. "You're hungry? Didn't you eat lunch?" Haley asked, surprised. "I should say I haven't eaten since we met at the old community center earlier." He waved her off. "All right, I've answered your question. You can go now." "I really don't have the energy to talk," a withering above. "Then why not go order something before dinner starts?" Haley gave him a disdainful look. "Don't tell me you're too stingy to buy food. When someone's hosting and you start eating before they've even begun, have you thought about how that looks to your host?" Leon shot back. Haley's blood pressure spiked at that, but she couldn't find a flaw in his reasoning. All she could do was glare at him angrily before storming off. Now the three people who had talked to Leon had all left, leaving only him, Leah, and Maru in the room. The silence grew heavier and more awkward. The two women had no idea what had just happened. Their enthusiasm for chatting had vanished, and they now sat quietly, eyes downcast, unsure whether to leave or stay. Noticing their unease, Leon mustered the energy to explain. "Jody probably went to get the others. Abigail's just outside getting some air, she can't sit still. As for Haley, she probably went to find her sister." "I see." Hearing that everyone had a reason for leaving, Maru and Leah both relaxed. But now that they were paying closer attention, they noticed Leon didn't look so good. They wanted to ask about it, but having just met him, didn't know how to begin. And so, once again, the room sank into silence. Fortunately, this didn't last long before Jody returned. "Guess what I brought you?" The moment Jody appeared, she walked straight over to Leon, hiding her hands behind her back as she asked, "Food?" Leon couldn't see what she was hiding, but remembering their earlier conversation before she left, he figured this considerate lady must have heard his stomach rumbling and gone to fetch him something to eat. Being too smart isn't always a good thing, you miss out on surprises. Jody sighed in mock regret, then produced a basket of freshly fried French fries from behind her back. "Fresh out of the fryer. Have a few to fill your stomach first. I ordered a lot of good food for tonight, so don't fill yourself up on just fries." "Thanks." Leon's mouth watered at the sight of those golden, crispy potatoes. High-calorie food like this was exactly what he needed right now, and since it was Jody's treat as the host, he didn't need to worry about politeness. Of course, Jody hadn't prepared only one serving. Her other hand came forward holding another plate of fries, which she placed in front of Leah and Maru. "Here's another portion. Snack on these for now. It's still a busy time, and Emily can't get away yet. We'll need a little while before dinner starts." Leah and Maru visibly relaxed at Jody's arrival. Leah politely declined the offer, but Maru tried a few fries. Soon, the three of them were chatting again, mostly about Leon. It wasn't that they had any particular interest in him. They just wanted to know why the new farmer looked so pale, and since Jody seemed familiar with him, it was easier to ask her than to ask Leon directly. When they learned he had been so busy with farm work that he'd skipped lunch and ended up this hungry, the two women understood why Jody had brought fries. They also gave him friendly smiles as he dug in. "He's a very straightforward person," Leah said, watching Leon eat without the slightest concern for appearances. "How can you tell?" Maru asked curiously. "Well, if it were you at a gathering with a bunch of women, would you eat like that even if you were starving?" Leah countered. "No." Maru shook her head. If it were her, she would have endured the hunger for the sake of propriety. Leah nodded thoughtfully. "Exactly. That's why I say he's straightforward. He doesn't care about other people's eyes. He follows his needs and does what he wants. I really admire people like that." Don't you think it's a bit rude? Jody asked cautiously. Not at all. Eating when you're hungry is basic human instinct. If I'd gone without food all day, I might look even worse eating. The only difference is, I probably wouldn't have his calm under everyone's gaze. Leah smiled. I don't think it's rude either. In fact, watching him eat makes me feel a little hungry too, Maru added with a laugh. Jody glanced between the two girls, then at Leon, and nodded silently. A faint, fond smile appeared on her face. After finishing one serving of fries, Leon finally felt something in his stomach and his energy returned, sweeping away his earlier exhaustion. Feeling more alert, he noticed the three women watching him. Wiping his hands, he said, "Sorry, my table manners probably looked awful. Please excuse me, Alpha. It's fine. If you're still hungry, you can have mine." Leah pushed her fries toward him. "No need. I have to save room for the main course." "But thank you," Leon replied, shaking his head. Just then, Abigail returned, looking suspiciously sneaky. She slipped straight to Leon's side and handed him a warm bun wrapped in oil paper. "I brought you something to snack on. You can eat it in secret." "Huh? Didn't you say you were going out for some fresh air?" Leon was touched by her little gesture. He wasn't that hungry anymore thanks to the fries, but he had enough energy now to tease her. "Yeah, but I figured if you fainted from hunger here, it'd be really embarrassing. As your friend, I can't just watch that happen, so I brought you something." Abigail sounded perfectly justified. "Haha, all right. Thanks for the thought. But I already had some fries Jody brought me, so I'll skip the bread. If I'm too full to eat Jody's dishes later, that would be truly embarrassing." Leon felt a twinge of disappointment when Abigail didn't get flustered by his teasing, and he lost the mood to continue. "Fine. Looks like I worried for nothing. Jody really takes good care of you. No wonder you like more mature women." Abigail stuck out her tongue. "What are you doing?" Leon asked, puzzled, when she moved to take the bread back. "You're not hungry anymore. What's the point of keeping it?" she said matter-of-factly. "I can save it for breakfast tomorrow." Leon shamelessly snatched the bread back. "You're so stingy, just like my dad," Abigail muttered, though she didn't try to take it again. Leon grinned proudly. "This is called being good with money. It's the fine quality of a mature man. If you meet a man like me one day and he makes your heart race, don't hesitate, marry him. He'll bring you happiness." Abigail rolled her eyes and walked over to join Leah and Maru. She casually stole a fry from their plate and blended naturally into their conversation. Leon quietly enjoyed the sight of four very different women chatting and smiling together until Haley's voice suddenly called from outside. "Leon, come out for a second. I need to talk to you." "What's so urgent that you had to drag me out?" Even though he complained, Leon still stood up and walked to the door. When he saw Haley outside holding a small plate of spaghetti, he froze for a moment. "Here, a small serving of spaghetti. Enough to tide you over before dinner. I was chatting with my sister and mentioned that story about you going hungry, and she told me to bring this to you." Haley still wore that same look of disdain as she shoved the plate into Leon's hands, along with a fork. Leon studied her for a moment. Her expression might have been disdainful, but the blush on her cheeks was impossible to miss. Clearly, she was embarrassed, which made her words a lot less believable. The problem was, Leon didn't quite know how to deal with this. It might be a small portion, but spaghetti was still proper carbs and not something that stored well. If he didn't eat it, she might feel hurt. If he did, he'd probably have no room left for the dinner banquet later. A real dilemma. Haley didn't know what he was thinking. She just stared at him holding the plate with that conflicted look, not touching his fork. Her irritation flared. "Are you turning down my sister's kindness?" "No, I'm just a little moved. I can't bear to put it in my mouth." Leon's offhand remark instantly dissolved her anger. Haley's face turned bright red as she stammered, "Food is meant to be eaten. Think about it yourself, I'm going back." Then she practically fled, jogging quickly back into the room, leaving Leon alone in the hallway with his plate of spaghetti. He decided it was silly to just stand there holding it, so he picked up the fork, twirled up the noodles, and quickly ate every last bite. After finishing, he carried the plate and fork back along the hallway to the front counter, quietly set them down on the bar, and returned to the private room where the dinner was being held. The moment he stepped inside, everyone's eyes seemed to turn toward him. Haley, in particular, sprang up and strode over, grabbing his arm and dragging him back out before he could react. The strength in her grip shocked him even more than the sudden grab. This girl was surprisingly strong. Don't you ever wipe your mouth after eating? You've got sauce on it. As soon as they were out the door, Haley let go and pointed to the corner of his mouth. Leon instinctively stuck out his tongue and licked the spot. Sure enough, he tasted the sauce. He shrugged. Didn't notice. I'll go grab a napkin. Use this. Haley hesitated, then pulled out a sunflower-embroidered handkerchief and handed it to him. Leon stared at it without reaching for it, thrown off balance. After all, a girl's handkerchief was a pretty personal item. Seeing him frozen there, Haley stomped her foot in frustration. Then she simply rose on tiptoe, reached up, and used the handkerchief to wipe the sauce off his mouth herself. With grave beta. Without a second thought for the stain, she balled up the handkerchief, stuffed it back into her pocket, and walked past him as if nothing had happened. Leon sighed, rubbing at his temple as the faint scent of perfume lingered at his nose. Was I just being flirted with? But the thought flashed by and was gone. He pushed it aside and went back inside. Haley was already seated again, but compared to the other girls, she seemed out of place. She didn't join in their conversation, and aside from Jody occasionally talking to her, the others mostly ignored her. The realization made Leon feel a little sympathetic, though he understood why. With her personality and the way she treated people, unless someone knew her well enough to see her true nature, they'd find her hard to get along with. That was why Leon didn't go sit next to her to break her solitude. It wouldn't be appropriate, and it might even annoy her if she thought he was pitying her. Instead, he chose to sit by himself. After all, when two people in a group were equally out of place, the original lone outsider wouldn't stand out as much. The situation stayed like that for about half an hour, until Emily and Penny arrived together and the dinner officially began. Before the food came, Jody, as the host, gave a little welcome speech. But when she went to introduce Penny to Leon, she was surprised to find that Penny already knew him. From the natural way they greeted each other, it was clear they weren't just casual acquaintances. Jody dropped the idea of warming up the atmosphere and went straight to the dinner. Gus himself brought out the food. When he saw the scene, 7 women and 1 man, he paused for a moment. Then, before leaving, he secretly gave Leon a thumbs up. Leon didn't notice the gesture. He was too busy pushing his stomach's remaining capacity to the limit, turning the delicious dishes into nourishment for his taste buds. When it came to eating, Leon was experienced. Small talk could wait until after he was full. Filling his belly came first. Unfortunately, the peace didn't last. Before Emily and Penny arrived, Leon had been sitting alone. But once they showed up, they took the seats on either side of him, boxing him in, and they didn't stay quiet while he tried to eat. Leon, I didn't expect to see you here. So this was the surprise Jody was talking about. Oh? You didn't know I'd be here? No. When I saw Haley, she didn't mention it. She just asked me for a small serving of spaghetti. I see. Then you've met my sister Haley, right? The blonde over there. She might seem hard to get along with, but she's actually nice. I'll introduce you properly sometime. Before the conversation could lull, Penny spoke up next. Leon, how were the cookies? Anything I should improve? They were great. You're very skilled. But compared to Gus, probably still a long way to go. The way you're eating now says it all. Gus really is the best chef in town. That's just because I was hungry. Are you still hungry? I can get you more. No need, I can help myself. Between eating and keeping up with the two of them, Leon was exhausted. Worse yet, their little trio was drawing attention in such a small dinner party. More than once, he caught Haley giving him a look of disdain, Abigail smirking, Jody wearing her auntie smile, and Leah and Maru watching with curiosity. It was pure torment. As soon as he was reasonably full, Leon quickly excused himself to go to the bathroom and escaped the room at light speed. After stepping out of the private room, Leon let out a long breath, feeling a long-lost sense of peace and relief. He liked to think of himself as a thick-skinned social misfit, but put him in a dinner gathering where every other person was a woman, and the inexplicable pressure was something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Especially when there was a mischief maker on the side grinning like an indulgent ant. As the poor soul on the receiving end of that smile, Leon felt the weight double. Thankfully, he could temporarily escape the situation with the excuse of a bathroom break. Not that he actually intended to go. Instead, Leon decided to use the opportunity to head to the counter and look for Gus. Well, look who's here. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so popular. You even managed to slip into Jody's girls' night. Youth sure has its perks, Gus chuckled warmly, polishing a glass as he teased Leon. It's just a favor exchange from that time I treated Jody to a drink. Leon waved his hand, taking a seat on the stool at Gus's bar to explain. I get it. Jody's got a big heart, and since it's rare for us to have new faces in Pelican Town, she's just trying to keep you around, Gus said with a nod. So this is her plan to seduce me? Leon joked with a wry smile. Seduce, what? Gus blinked, not quite grasping the odd term. It means using a pretty girl to tie down my heart so I won't want to leave, Leon explained, realizing that Gus either didn't know or that this world simply lacked that bit of Eastern culture. There might be some truth to that. But it's not all for you, Gus said with a grin, lowering his voice. This is actually a two-way mixer. What do you mean? Leon asked, curious. Gus glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before leaning in to speak softly. I've been in Pelican Town a long time. Aside from Leah and Elliot, who came later, the rest of these kids grew up right in front of me. There are plenty of young folks in town, but the standouts are only a handful. Among the girls, it's basically the ones you saw today. As for the guys, it's about the same number. By all rights, these childhood friends should have paired up long ago, but it didn't happen like us old-timers expected. Oh? That's news to me. Leon was surprised. After all, in the game, the player was an outsider, and the eligible bachelors and bachelorettes of Pelican Town had official pairings in the background. While no relationships were locked in, it was natural for them to have mutual affection. The player's arrival meant they could pursue any of these would-be couples before things turned official. So why was it different here in reality? Maybe they know each other too well. Or maybe the boys are just too rebellious. From what I've seen, it's more that they just can't stand each other. Gus lowered his voice even more. Love comes from mystery and the attraction between each other's flaws. These kids grew up together. They know each other inside out. That kind of familiarity lets them be friends, sure, but partners? Not so much. He sighed. When you can list someone's flaws by heart, it's hard to spark romance. Most of the boys already have someone they like. But these girls? Still single. That's why I say this is a two-way mixer. I see. Leon could understand that. It was like having a childhood friend of the opposite sex. Most of the time, you end up as sworn buddies rather than married couples, with rare exceptions. Rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow. Home flowers can't beat wild ones. Those old sayings weren't just for show. So don't hold back, kid. Those girls may have their quirks, but they're all good people. If you like one, go for it. That way, you won't waste Jody's good intentions. And oh, with that, Gus waved him off like he was shooing a stray chicken. Right now, you shouldn't be chatting with an old man like me. Go back and join their conversation, you hear? All right, I'll head back. After chatting for a while, Leon knew it was getting awkward to stay outside, so he bid Gus farewell and returned to the private room. You were gone so long, I thought you'd gone to pay the bill, Jody teased with a smile when he came back. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Should I head out again? Let's pretend I never came back, Leon said, startled, before realizing what she meant. Jody shook her head and pushed him into his seat. Don't bother. I already paid ahead of time. Even if you'd offered, Gus wouldn't have let you. Leon thought of Jody's situation raising two kids alone while her husband was at the front lines and guessed this dinner might leave her strapped for cash for a while. Just as he was about to speak, Jody leaned close and whispered, "Don't worry about the cost. I didn't pay for it all myself. Others pitched in too. My own share wasn't much." How so? Leon asked softly. You want to see Gus, didn't you? I bet he told you a lot. And with me giving you this hint, you still can't figure it out, Jody said with a playful glint. I get it now. Leon realized immediately Jody wasn't the only organizer. Others were in on it too. Gus for sure, and maybe even Lewis. Which meant Gus had been right. This really was a premeditated hangman banquet. Still, compared to the semi-official matchmaking setup, Leon was more curious about how Jody knew he hadn't gone to the restroom. Following his principle of always asking when in doubt, he posed the question. Jody wasn't one to play guessing games. You didn't go to the restroom because you don't know it's right outside the door to the right. You went left. So that's it. Leon finally understood. The reason was simple, but deadly. Thank goodness he hadn't done anything shady otherwise. That little slip could have landed him in real trouble. Jody noticed Leon's pensive look and thought he was simply feeling awkward, so she switched topics and reminded him, "Aren't you going to join the girls' conversation?" No, Leon shook his head. "In fact, I'm thinking of heading back early to rest." Hearing this, Jody shot him a disapproving glare and muttered, "What are you saying? Such a good opportunity, and you're just letting it slip. Or, is it possible that I'm simply not in the mood for that right now?" Leon raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Huh? Jody was momentarily thrown off, her mind twisting over his words. Just as she was about to respond, she saw Leon stand up. "Thank you for the invitation, Ms. Jody. Dinner was wonderful." After speaking to her, Leon turned toward the girls who had looked up when they saw him stand and said, "I'll be heading out now, lovely ladies. Please continue your ladies' night. I hope you all have a great time." He waved goodbye to everyone, giving Jody a small, apologetic smile before leaving the room in an easy stride. This wasn't just a dinner gathering, it was a blind date event, and one that had been arranged without telling the participants. That alone was enough to leave Leon with a sour taste. When something is built on the foundation of elders worrying about the younger generation's future, the original light-hearted, pleasant atmosphere vanishes. Jody was genuinely kind. The girls were indeed excellent. And Leon was a man with normal desires. But finding a girlfriend simply wasn't part of his current plan. The resources he had now were far from enough to support his ambitions. That was why he left so decisively. Staying would only risk making things more awkward or worse, giving off the impression that he was trying to charm everyone at once, which would only put the girls on guard. He wasn't one to follow all the rules to begin with. The politeness and friendliness he showed upon arriving were simply to blend in better. Stardew Valley had once been the idyllic escape he longed for during his hectic work life. Even with the odd, whimsical events sprinkled through the game's story, it still offered him many beautiful memories when the real world felt overwhelming. But now that this had all become reality, those NPCs had turned into living, breathing people with their own thoughts and awareness. That meant some inevitable situations came to light. Pam lying drunk outside the saloon with no one helping her. Jody's little trap of a dinner. The fact that all the town's bachelors already had partners. Haley being ostracized. These were scenarios you'd never see in the game. Tonight's experience made Leon realize he needed to see this world in a new light. Reality was far more unpredictable. This world no longer ran on the fixed, programmed paths of the game. That meant his old habits of thinking had to change as well. Bathed in moonlight, Leon walked back to his farm, his mind swirling with thoughts until he felt slightly dizzy. A deep, satisfying sleep was what he needed most. Still, he didn't head to bed immediately. Instead, he sat down on the wooden steps by the door, gazing at the moonlit crops. Even though other changes were hard to accept, there was one reassuring fact: this farm was still his. Welcome to Stardew Valley. Welcome to Red Star Farm. Murmuring to himself, Leon looked over the silent farmland, then raised his eyes to the bright full moon. With a contented smile, he returned inside, took off his coat, lay on his narrow single bed, and soon drifted into sleep. The next morning, the sun rose as usual. Leon's early riser instincts woke him the moment sunlight spilled onto his bed. After a quick wash, he didn't rush outside to water crops like before. Instead, he went to the fridge, picked out ingredients for breakfast, and paired them with the bread Abigail had given him yesterday. Only after eating did he head out to water the plants. Our newbie. He didn't want to repeat yesterday's hungry working session. Plus, the thoughts he'd had on the walk home convinced him to change his lifestyle. Take better care of himself. Put more effort into the farm. Be cautious with others. Keep his own judgment on matters. That way, life in Stardew Valley might be easier and more enjoyable. Once he finished watering all the crops in the tilled plots, he checked his watch. It was still before noon. Cleaning the mud from his hands and pant legs, he walked over to the shipping box. Opening it, he found it empty. The money from yesterday's wild green onions hadn't appeared. He wasn't worried. Instead, he turned to the mailbox beside it. Inside was a letter, not from Louis as he'd expected, but from Jody. Leon tore it open, skimmed the contents, then crumpled it into a ball and tossed it toward the fire pit near his cabin. He'd burn it while making lunch, no need to go out of his way to throw it away. It wasn't that the letter was upsetting. Jody had just written a greeting and shared some funny things that happened after he left, to fill in the gaps of his memory from the dinner. But he didn't think it was worth keeping. The follow-up to that gathering didn't interest him. Jody's well wishes didn't interest him. What mattered was whether Jody had realized he wouldn't play along with the so-called good things in the eyes of these elders. Clearly, she hadn't. To Leon, that made the letter nothing more than scrap paper. Once he was done, he acted as though nothing had happened. The payment from the shipping box might take a few days. This wasn't like the game where it was instant. So he returned to his cabin and turned on the TV. This was his only way, for now, to enjoy some entertainment without leaving home. The programs felt a bit outdated to him, but they weren't boring, especially since the local news anchor was quite pretty and had a pleasant voice. By lunchtime, Leon switched off the TV and prepared a simple meal. After eating, he dug out the bamboo fishing rod Willie had given him, slung it over his shoulder, and left the farm. There wasn't much he could do on the farm right now beyond watering crops and clearing rocks and overgrown trees. But the cleared space was enough for now. Turning the farm into his envisioned layout would cost a lot of money. Until the crops matured, the only way he could think of making money was fishing. Foraging was profitable too, but after exploring the area around Stardew Valley, Leon didn't believe wild resources would conveniently refresh every day like in the game. Although the spring sunlight wasn't scorching, standing under it for a long time, plus having to walk everywhere, was enough to make sweat bead on Leon's forehead. I really need to find myself some transportation, he thought. Otherwise, every trip is a huge waste of time. After walking for half an hour to Pelican Town, Leon couldn't help but complain, abandoning the idea of heading straight to the beach to find Willie. When it came to transportation, besides a car, the first thing Leon thought of was a bicycle. Even in the 1990s, where Leon was from, bicycles were still the go-to mode of transport in the countryside. Where a car couldn't go, a bicycle could. If a hill was too steep for a car, you could just carry a bicycle up. Add to that their low price, versatility, and the ability to shoulder them through tricky terrain when needed, bicycles were all about cost-effectiveness and practicality. So, with his fishing rod slung over his shoulder, Leon changed his destination to Joja Mart. He wasn't sure if any local shops in Pelican Town sold bicycles, but as an outside capitalist enterprise, Joja Mart was bound to have some. Sure enough, after a 20-minute walk, Leon spotted the bicycle section in the store. Unfortunately, all the models were tiny, equipped with training wheels, and clearly meant for children. No adult-sized bicycles? He approached Morris, the manager of Joja Mart's Pelican Town branch, who was overseeing the staff nearby. "We do," Morris replied with a smile, "but there's no stock in the local warehouse. If you tell me the style and price range you want, I can submit a request to headquarters." "That'll take a while, won't it?" Leon muttered. As expected of a former supply chain coordinator, you're right. From request to delivery, it takes at least a week. Morris took the chance to compliment Leon's understanding of Joja Mart's operations. "You've done your homework," Leon said with a faint smirk. "Knowing I used to work for Joja, you even looked up my employment records." Leon wasn't surprised. His personnel file would still be in Joja Mart's system even if he'd left. "You're a potential customer, and you could become a premium member or even a local supplier, so of course I keep an eye on you," Morris replied modestly. "That reminds me," Morris continued, "if you sign up as a premium member of Joja Mart's Pelican Town branch right now, I can pull an adult bicycle from another store. You might have it by tomorrow. Goodbye." Leon didn't hesitate. He turned and left before Morris could even launch into his prepared sales pitch. Outside the store, Leon didn't bother hiding his feelings. He flipped Joja Mart's front door the finger. It wasn't just the 500 coin membership fee. If he joined Joja's premium program, Morris could use it as leverage to convince Lewis to sell the old community center to Joja. That alone made it a hard pass. After all, weren't the Junimos far more likable than Morris? They even gave gifts in return. Compared to them, Joja Mart was nothing more than a capitalist leech deserving to be strung up on a lamppost, only working for money and giving nothing back. "Leon, heading out to fish?" Leon turned toward the familiar voice. Lewis was walking over, smiling warmly. Good morning, Louis. Perfect timing, I've got a question for you. Leon grinned. If anyone knew Pelican Town well, it was Louis, so he was the ideal person to ask. Do you know anywhere in town that sells bicycles? Besides Joja Mart. Bicycles? Oh, for getting around, right? Louis paused to think. Aside from Joja Mart, no. But if you don't mind secondhand, I know where you can get one. Where? Leon didn't care if it was used, as long as it could ride. Do you know George? An elderly resident here. He has an old bicycle that's still in excellent condition. It might not be your style, but it's perfect for Stardew Valley's terrain. Louis then added a reminder. He lost the use of his legs in a mining accident years ago, and his temper isn't great. You might want to wait for me to finish my errands and go with you. I'll go on my own later. I get along fine with Granny Evelyn. Leon nodded. By the way, Louis, are you here to inspect Joja Mart's operations, or are you delivering that fine I suggested yesterday? Both. But you don't have to worry. I reviewed the records and laws yesterday and confirmed that Morris's Joja team was engaged in illegal mining. I've already spoken to the governor, and he fully supports fining them. Stardew Valley is one of the country's top tourist destinations, and the higher-ups care a lot about preserving its natural environment. Louis couldn't hide his satisfaction. The fine was practically guaranteed, and the funds would go straight into Pelican Town's development budget, a welcome boost for the town's strapped finances. One more thing, yesterday I shipped out a batch of green onions and some wild plants. When will I get paid? Leon asked. In 2 days. I'll mail the payment to you in an envelope, Louis replied after a short pause, reassuring him. Leon smiled, waved goodbye, and walked off ahead. After parting ways with Louis, Leon walked toward the town, still thinking about that momentary look of confusion on Louis's face when Leon asked when he could expect payment for his shipped goods. It was obvious that the mayor, who had promised to help transport and sell Leon's farm produce, wasn't quite as hands-on as he claimed to be. As for the payments Leon later received in the mail, whether they truly came from Louis himself or were sent under his name, he had no way of knowing. But honestly, it didn't make much difference to him. As long as the money came in, that was enough. George's home, Leon recalled, should be fairly close to the Starfruit Saloon. After all, he had met Evelyn near the saloon, and given her age, she wouldn't be tending a garden too far from home. She had also mentioned that she lived in a detached house. So all Leon had to do was look for a standalone house near the saloon. With that range in mind, he soon found the place and pressed the doorbell. A sturdy young man answered, about the same height as Leon, with a bright smile and rather impressive arm muscles. Hello, stranger. Can I help you? The young man asked, looking at Leon with curiosity. My name's Leon, the new farmer in town. I'm here to visit Grandma Evelyn and Mr. George. Leon introduced himself, making sure to state his purpose. Oh, so you're Leon. Grandma's mentioned you. I'm Alex. Come on in. Alex clapped a hand on Leon's arm and warmly ushered him inside. Once Leon stepped in, Alex called out in a booming voice, Grandma. Grandma, that Mr. Leon you've mentioned so many times is here to see you. At his shout, Evelyn appeared, pushing a wheelchair with a bald old man seated in it. When she saw Leon, her face lit up. I was wondering when you'd finally visit. Welcome, Leon. After bringing the wheelchair forward, Evelyn greeted Leon, then introduced the man in the chair. This is my husband, George, a grumpy old fellow, but a good man. Hello, Mr. George, Leon said politely. George simply gave him a brief glance and a nod, which counted as a greeting. Leon wasn't surprised. George had always been this way. Losing his legs had been a heavy blow, and he was deeply traditional, wary of strangers. Still, Leon suspected that the real reason for the coldness lay in the past relationship between his grandfather and Evelyn. It's a pity you missed lunch. Why don't you stay for dinner? You've met Alex, my grandson, about your age. You two could talk and get to know each other, Evelyn offered, motioning for Alex to entertain their guest. Leon quickly shook his head. Thank you, but I have things to do later. Actually, I came here today for a personal reason. Spending the whole afternoon here didn't fit into Leon's schedule, so after politely refusing, he explained his real purpose. You want to buy George's old bicycle? Evelyn repeated in mild surprise, her eyes instinctively turning toward her husband. George caught her look and nodded. All right. But I won't sell it, he can have it. Evelyn stared at him in surprise. She'd expected him to refuse outright, but not only did he agree, he was even willing to give it away for free. That baffled her. "Grandpa, aren't you really fond of that bicycle?" Alex piped up, voicing what Evelyn hadn't said. Growing up with George, Alex knew just how much his grandfather cherished that old bike. Even after losing the ability to ride, George still had Alex haul it down from the attic every few days so he could maintain it himself. After more than 20 years, it still looked almost brand new, proof of how much he valued it. Leon was puzzled too. He wasn't naive. When he saw Evelyn hesitate, he'd already prepared himself to leave empty-handed. He hadn't expected George to agree so readily, and Alex's words only deepened the mystery. George, still wearing a stern face, explained to both his wife and grandson. "Yesterday Lewis came to ask me about the abandoned mines. He mentioned Joja Corporation's illegal mining and the possible danger it could bring to Pelican Town. Normally, Lewis wouldn't have paid much attention. But this farmer, after discovering the problem, went to him and urged him to take action, and even called for strict punishment for Joja." He turned to Leon. "You may have just arrived in Pelican Town, but you already see yourself as part of it. Your suggestion to punish Joja for illegal mining is absolutely in the town's best interest. I'm grateful you pointed out something Lewis overlooked. It might save more than a few miners' lives. So I'll give you that bicycle as thanks." Alex still looked a bit confused, but Evelyn immediately understood. Leon had struck George's deepest soft spot. George had devoted his life to Pelican Town, and he loved this land more than most. And since he had lost his legs in a mining accident, Leon's proposal to stop Joja's illegal operations wasn't just protecting the town's future, it was protecting future miners from the same fate George had suffered. Evelyn smiled warmly. Then it settled. "Alex, could you bring the bicycle down for Leon to take with him? Thank you for reading." If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider rating the novel on Novel Updates. It helps more readers discover the story and supports my translation work. When Alex wheeled the bike to the door and handed it over, Leon still found it hard to believe he had actually gotten this bicycle from George, and for free no less. It was an old-fashioned model, much like the classic 28-inch crossbar style, except it lacked the basket and rear seat Leon was used to. The handlebars weren't straight either, but curled downward like a ram's horns. This was practically an antique, but George had kept it in pristine condition. From the tires to the frame to the chain, it still retained much of its original look. "This old relic is yours now. I hope you'll take good care of it," Alex said, watching Leon examine the bike, his tone tinged with reluctance. "I will," Leon nodded. Alex glanced once more at the antique he had grown up seeing, then shook his head and went back inside the villa. The moment Alex left, Leon swung onto the bike. It had been a long time since he'd ridden one, but the moment his hands gripped the handlebars and his feet pressed the pedals, that deeply ingrained muscle memory took over. He quickly adapted to the feel of the bicycle, and as the chain and gears spun, the bike glided smoothly onto the road. What a beauty! Feeling the bumps from the uneven ground travel up through the seat, Leon was reminded of those days when he and his childhood friends would tear down country dirt roads without a care. As the chain whirred faster and his speed picked up, his spirits soared. With this bike, what used to be a half-hour walk now took less than 10 minutes. Back at the farm, still not satisfied, Leon rode a few laps around the property before finally getting the urge out of his system. He propped the bike under the cabin's eaves and sat on the steps, smiling at his new possession. He realized his thinking had been far too rigid. He'd believed the only way to avoid walking everywhere was to have Robin build him a stable. But once he opened his mind, he saw there were many other solutions. Sometimes, a change in perspective was the fastest shortcut. His gaze shifted to the budding crops, and a new idea sprouted in his mind. Seeing there was still daylight left, Leon brought the bike back down and headed toward the southern forest. Once outside the farm, the road became less friendly to cyclists. But a bike's advantage lay in its lightness and adaptability. Even though the forest paths were bumpy, it was still faster than walking. After crossing 2 wooden bridges, the path ahead grew too overgrown for riding. Leon dismounted and, on a whim, tried storing the bicycle in the system backpack. When the bike actually disappeared before his eyes, taking up a single slot in the backpack, Leon couldn't hold back his grin. Sure enough, Once you opened your mind, you could discover all kinds of useful little tricks. Even without a farm, as long as he had the system backpack, he could make full use of its storage function, like a space ring, to support himself. Until now, he had assumed the backpack could only store specific items like materials or crops. But it seemed its storage range was far greater than he'd imagined. With that worry gone, Leon strode confidently into the overgrown wilds. This was the same spot he'd visited yesterday to gather green onions, at the southernmost edge of the southern forest. Below the cliffs lay the endless expanse of the Gem Sea. But today, his goal wasn't to look for any surviving onions. It was to find the sewer drain. It didn't take long before he found a man-made stairway carved into the ground at the edge of a clearing. Following it down, he saw a large pipe jutting out from the cliffside, its mouth sealed by welded iron bars. Behind the bars, pale green wastewater flowed, giving off a faint stench, not enough to make someone gag, but far from pleasant. Leon inspected the gap between the bars, then shook his head in disappointment. No way I'm squeezing through there. The iron bars had a narrow gap and even a small locked gate, clearly meant to be opened with a matching key, one that, in the game, required donating 60 unique items to the town library. RAO. But in the real world, Leon had no intention of following that process. After examining the bars for a moment, he pulled a straight piece of wood from his backpack and wedged it between two bars. Using the wood as a lever, he pressed down hard. The old, rust-stained metal groaned for a few seconds before bending, leaving just enough space for a grown man to slip through sideways. As long as you keep thinking straight, there's always more solutions than problems. Leon didn't feel the slightest guilt about damaging the grate. This place was remote and rarely visited. Even if it stayed broken, who would care? It was a sewer. What kind of sane person would willingly crawl inside? Maybe those two little troublemakers, Jazz and Vincent, might wander nearby, but Leon doubted they had the nerve to squeeze into the sewer. With no more hesitation, he slipped through the gap. His shoes were soaked in the foul water, but he pressed on. Inside, the space was dim, but the light from the drain's opening let him see narrow walkways along both sides of the channel. That spared him the trouble of wading further. Following the walkway for a couple of minutes, one hand brushing the wall to stay straight in the darkness, the passage suddenly opened up. Here, in the depths of the sewer, grew mosses that gave off a soft glow, lighting the space just enough for Leon to make out his surroundings. As an underground drainage system that ran through Pelican Town and covered nearly half of the southern forest, the sewers were far larger in scale than what the game depicted. Of course, most of the space was still taken up by the foul water in the reservoir. But thanks to man-made walkways, there was at least a way to get around without wading through the muck. By the faint glow of the luminous moss, Leon wandered aimlessly through the sewers. His eyes occasionally swept the surroundings, but aside from the slick, wet stone bricks underfoot and the vast pools of green, glowing wastewater beyond, there was nothing else in sight. He realized he'd been a bit reckless, coming into the sewers without bringing any proper lighting. The glow from the moss wasn't nearly bright enough to let him see far ahead. Still, since he was already here, it would be a waste to turn back empty-handed. He moved forward cautiously. After all, one careless slip on the slick stone could send him sprawling. Is anyone here? After walking for a while longer without spotting the particular figure he was looking for, Leon finally called out in a tentative voice. Only his own echo answered him, which left him puzzled. A little over a minute later, he suddenly caught sight of a shadowy mass in the distance. It was just as dark as its surroundings, yet somehow it didn't belong to them. Leon instinctively pulled an axe from his system backpack and held it in front of his chest. It was the most dangerous weapon he had on hand. I mean no harm, human. I heard you calling, the shadow spoke. It seemed to notice Leon's defensive stance and made no move beyond the spot where Leon had first seen it. Its tone was calm, even friendly. Krobus? Leon asked cautiously. You know my name? But I don't know you. The shadow tilted its hollow gaze at him in puzzlement. Who told you about me? You're not a monster hunter from the Adventurers Guild, are you? The moment Krobus voiced his suspicion, his figure vanished from Leon's sight. But his voice still echoed from somewhere unseen. State your purpose, human. I don't want to fight. I have no ill will. I live here with the Guardian's permission. I have no ill will either, Krobus. I just came to buy something from you. I heard you sell certain special goods. Realizing the misunderstanding, Leon hurried to explain. I don't trust you, human, Krobus replied, his voice still coming from the shadows. You can ask Wizard Rasmodius. I really mean you no harm, Leon said, hiding the axe behind his back. The Guardian? You know the Guardian? Oh, right, you bear traces of forest magic. You're a wizard too. After a moment of silent scrutiny, Krobus finally stepped out of the shadows. Not that it made much difference, his black, mist-like form with stubby limb-like tendrils and a round, oversized body was almost as hard to distinguish from the darkness as before. Without the moss's glow, Leon doubted he could see Krobus at all. Epsilon. So, human visitor, what do you want to buy? I don't go out much anymore, but I still have a few things humans might find interesting. Seeing that Leon wasn't afraid or hostile, Krobus relaxed, but didn't forget to ask about his guest's needs. Do you have an iridium sprinkler? Leon asked, glancing again at Krobus's unusual appearance before getting to the point. Not at the moment, Krobus shook his head. That's not easy to come by. What do you have then? Leon asked, a little disappointed. I have magic essence, solar essence, void essence, slime jelly, bat wings, and the universal crystal cave. If you have enough money, I can even sell you a starfruit. How much for the starfruit? Leon wasn't in urgent need of the essences or monster drops, but a starfruit, mysterious, magical, and said to grant power to whoever consumed it, was tempting. 20,000. No bargaining, Krobus said flatly. That's steep. I can't afford it. Leon shelved the idea immediately. He barely had 5,000 to his name. Krobus didn't seem surprised. Even though he wasn't human, he knew human market prices well enough. Human currency was valuable even among his kind. Seeing Leon's predicament, Krobus offered a hint of encouragement. You can always come back once you've saved enough. Among all my customers, you're the only one who's shown interest in the starfruit. I think it's meant for you. Customers? You get visitors here? Leon asked curiously. I can't say. My customers' identities are a secret, Krobus shook his head. And I won't tell anyone about you either. Then can you tell me where you get your goods? Leon asked, not pressing the matter of other visitors. Most of them I fish out of the sewers. Some I trade for with other beings. I can't say more. I have a confidentiality pact with the Guardian. If you're curious, you can ask him. Krobus's rotund, misty body swayed slightly, as if shaking his head. The jagged grin under those hollow eyes might have seemed menacing to others, but paired with his movements, it was oddly comical. Is the Guardian Wizard Rasmodius? Leon pressed. Yes. That was safe to answer, so Krobus did. Then, can you get an iridium sprinkler? I could pre-order one, Leon asked, steering the conversation back to his original goal. I can. But it will take time. How many do you need? Krobus asked after a pause. Just one for now. I want to test its range before buying more, Leon replied. Reality was different from the game. He needed to see for himself. One iridium sprinkler will cost 10,000. Are you sure you want one? Krobus sounded doubtful, remembering Leon couldn't even afford the starfruit. At that price. I guess I can't afford that either, Leon muttered awkwardly. He thought only the starfruit matched the game's price, but apparently the iridium sprinkler did too. Which meant everything else likely followed suit. With only 5,000 on hand, it seemed he wouldn't be buying much of anything here. When Krobus heard this, he didn't turn Leon away. Instead, he nodded. Come find me again when you've saved up the money. I can set aside an iridium sprinkler for you in advance. All right. Leon hadn't given up on buying the iridium sprinkler. After all, if he had to make one himself, he had no idea how long it would take to raise his farming level to 9. This is our first meeting, so you can pick one item from my shop as a gift. However, I can't give you any one-of-a-kind items. Though their deal hadn't gone through, Leon's friendly manner and the fact that he hadn't looked at Krobus with any strange expression left the shadowy merchant feeling at ease. So, as Leon was about to leave, Krobus decided to show a bit of goodwill. Really? Then I'll gladly accept your generosity. Leon wasn't one for needless politeness. Mutual willingness and getting something for free was always tempting, like when supermarkets hand out free eggs. So, what will it be? One of the two types of magic essence, a monster drop, or a prismatic geode. As he spoke, Krobus reached into the void and pulled out a large sack, opening it to display its contents. Leon ignored the strange-looking monster drops entirely. Instead, his eyes locked onto a plate-sized, irregular chunk of mineral, as if several stones had fused together, its surface mottled with spots of various colors. Is that a prismatic geode? Yes. You seem to like it, so I'll give it to you as a gift. Seeing Leon's gaze, Corobus immediately took out the mineral and handed it over. Thanks. In return, I'll give you a gift too. Leon recalled Corobus's list of favorite items. Most were beyond his means right now, but there was one cheap and readily available thing he did have. After taking the prismatic geode, he pulled out a wild horseradish and handed it to Corobus. This is truly a wonderful gift. In my tribe, receiving one of these is considered an honor. Corobus's eyes narrowed in delight, and his mouth curved into a smile as he accepted the wild horseradish. Leon tucked the prismatic geode into his backpack. He didn't bother hiding his dimensional storage ability in front of Corobus. After all, the merchant seemed to have a similar power. Among those who dealt in the mysterious, there was no point in pretending. Now, my new friend, I want to remember your name. After carefully stowing the wild horseradish in his pocket, Corobus looked at Leon seriously. My name's Leon, he answered honestly. Leon. I'll remember it. From now on, you're my friend. Corobus repeated the name happily, then added, by the way, the prismatic geode needs to be cracked open by a professional to get what's inside. I suggest you visit the blacksmith in town. Got it. Well then, goodbye, Corobus. I'll come back when I've saved enough money. Leon nodded and took his leave. Corobus was reluctant to see him go, but he knew Leon likely had other things to do. The sewer might be comfortable for a shadow person, but it wasn't so friendly for humans. All right. Goodbye, Leon. And when you come next time, as a friend, I'll give you a 20% discount on your purchase. Thanks in advance. See you. Leon was delighted by the offer. Waving, he left the sewer the same way he came. All the way out, he kept feeling like something was following him. But whenever he looked back, he saw nothing but darkness. Given that Corobus was likely the only living creature in the sewer, the identity of his shadow wasn't hard to guess. Still, the presence carried no malice. It was probably just a protective gesture, a friend seeing him off. The thought moved Leon, and he quietly let go of any scheming intentions he'd harbored toward Corobus. A good person shouldn't have a gun to their head. And tricking someone kind-hearted for profit went against Leon's principles. Corobus's goodwill deserved goodwill in return. When Leon finally emerged from the sewer, it was already close to dusk. The orange-red glow on the horizon and the fiery clouds above were breathtaking, but he didn't linger to admire them. Once he stepped outside, the mixed stench clinging to him became all too apparent. Without a second thought, he dashed straight back to the farm. The moment he stepped into the cabin, he stripped off his clothes and shoes, then treated himself to a thorough bath. Plans could never keep up with changes. He hadn't caught any fish today, but he'd gotten a free bicycle as transportation, met the unique merchant Corobus, and scored a prismatic geode. All in all, a pretty good haul. He ate dinner at the farm. With the bicycle, he could have gone into town without much effort, but right now he wanted to save money wherever possible. There were too many things that needed funding. For example, the starfruit at Corobus's place and the cash offerings required by the community center's vault, both expensive projects. The former could boost his physical abilities, while the latter would unlock the bus route to the Calico Desert. Though Leon could technically reach the Calico Desert without the Stardew Valley bus, the route planning, travel time, and potential dangers made him drop the idea. Just because you can sneak in doesn't mean it's worth doing. Why pedal through the desert heat and wind when he could take a bus after the vault repairs were complete? And even if he went now, the only things worth doing were visiting Sandy at the Oasis shop and foraging for cactus fruit and coconuts. The main draw of the desert, the Skull Cavern, required the skull key from the bottom of Pelican Town's mine. Without the key, there was no point in going. Unlike the unguarded sewer outlet, the Skull Cavern's entrance was a trial site chosen by the mysterious Mr. Chi. If Leon tried to break in, he was pretty sure Mr. Chi would show up with bodyguards, tie him up, and hang him out in the desert to dry. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this was also a wonderful kind of experience, wasn't it? Still, knowing Mr. Chi, it was unlikely he'd do something like that. With his mischievous, fun-loving personality, He'd probably just sit back and watch Leon get up to outrageous antics with a grin. Shaking off the thought, Leon took a pack of pasta from the fridge and boiled it. Since there weren't any proper ingredients for authentic pasta sauce, he used scallion oil made from fried leeks to toss the noodles. It was the kind of sacrilege that could make an Italian faint, yet the result was surprisingly delicious. Leon was rather impressed. Life on the farm was just that simple. Apart from daily labor and preparing 3 meals, Leon mostly spent the rest of his time wandering outside, keeping an eye out for ways to make money. On the farm itself, aside from an old television, there wasn't much in the way of entertainment. So, after catching some local news and tomorrow's weather forecast and seeing it would be another sunny day, Leon went to bed early. Early to bed and early to rise makes for a healthy body. The next morning, Leon woke full of energy. He dressed, washed up, grabbed his watering can, and headed out. As usual, he watered all the crops. Several plants had already sprouted tender new leaves, most of them parsnips, the earliest to mature, already bearing 5 or 6 true leaves. Their rapid growth in such a short time left Leon wondering whether the soil in Stardew Valley was just that fertile, or if plants in this world simply grew at such an astonishing rate. Either way, it was a good thing. This meant he could sell mature crops sooner and perhaps add some variety to his currently simple menu. After watering, Leon fried a few eggs, made a small pot of porridge, ate his fill, and washed the dishes. That was when he noticed the mailbox was slightly ajar, meaning he had mail. Dear new farm owner, I am a traveling merchant from the Gautro Empire. Upon hearing that this farm had a new master, I couldn't wait to send you this letter. Today, I will park my wagon in the clearing beside the largest tree in the coal forest, northwest of your southern border. On my wagon, you'll find goods from the Gautro Empire and other islands across the Gem Sea. The prices are favorable, and you may find treasures rare in the Fangier Republic. I look forward to your visit. That was the only letter in the box. The sender wasn't a town resident, but a traveling merchant. After reading it, Leon returned to his cabin, grabbed all his savings, and took out his bicycle. He rode south toward the forest. The traveling merchant was easy to find. He hadn't gone deep into the woods, and Leon remembered the big tree he'd mentioned, too prominent to miss in the entire coal forest. After passing the tree, Leon spotted a massive box wagon over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long parked in the clearing. As he rode closer, he saw that beneath its teal-arched roof, the wagon's purple-patterned body stood on unevenly sized wheels that still managed to keep it level. On the left side, a window had been opened. A young man with center-parted hair matching the teal roof waved warmly at Leon. But Leon's attention was fixed elsewhere, on the large, fat purple pig hitched to the wagon. This pig was nearly the size of a bear, with glasses perched above its eyes. Since it wasn't needed for hauling at the moment, it lay sprawled on the ground like a mountain of meat. Haha, everyone who sees him for the first time gets drawn to him. But sorry, he's my partner and driver, and he's not for sale, the merchant said cheerfully. Even if you did sell him, I doubt I could afford it. Leon thought about how the pig could not only pull the wagon, but swim across the sea, an outrageous talent, and knew it was far beyond his means. But I'm sure you can afford my other goods. Care to take a look? The merchant continued, then pressed something inside the wagon. From the window outward, the walls of the wagon unfolded, revealing neatly displayed goods of all kinds. Leon glanced over them. There was indeed a wide variety, with no duplicates, from fish and crops to furniture, paintings, seeds, and fertilizers. Do you have red cabbage? Most of it wasn't what Leon needed right now, and some items were unfamiliar, too small in display for him to identify, so he asked directly. Not in this batch, the merchant replied honestly. What about next time? Leon asked. I can't say. I never plan my stock in advance. Whatever I find or buy on the road is what I sell, the merchant explained. Then could I commission you to bring me a red cabbage? Leon asked, because red cabbage was the only community center offering crop that couldn't be obtained in the first year. To grow it, you had to wait until the second year when Pierre would finally stock its seeds. Leon had checked Pierre's general store inventory before. Red cabbage seeds were definitely not listed. Of course. The customer is always right, isn't that so? The merchant nodded enthusiastically. But I'll need 100 gold up front as a deposit, plus an extra 200 for the labor fee. 300 before even seeing the goods? That's a bit steep. Leon thought about how, back when he was in Joja Corporation Management, his monthly salary was only 2,000. In comparison, this down payment was no small amount. It is a little pricey, but I'd have to go out of my way to find the red cabbage you want. That takes time and comes with certain risks, the merchant explained. Leon thought for a moment, then shook his head. Maybe next time. My funds are a bit tight right now. I'll order it when I'm better off. Haha, all right, the merchant said without the slightest sign of irritation. He even chuckled warmly. No need to rush, my friend. Who knows? Next time we meet, I might already have the red cabbage you're after. That way, you'll get what you want without spending extra. Wouldn't that be even better? Hearing the traveling merchant's words, Leon was a little surprised. He teased, shouldn't you be persuading me to place an order early so you can make more money? The traveling merchant chuckled and shook his head. No. Although I am a merchant, the business model I pursue is about keeping goods in circulation, trading what is scarce for what is plentiful, meeting my customers' needs while ensuring they have the best shopping experience. That is my true business philosophy. Quite the vision you've got there. Leon gave him a thumbs up. The traveling merchant's smile widened even more at the gesture. All right. While I don't have red leaf cabbage, I do have other items you might find useful for your farm. Do you have a catalog? Leon glanced over the goods, most of which he couldn't even recognize, unsure where to start. Of course. Just a moment. The traveling merchant ducked into his wagon and, after a short while, returned with a sheet of parchment, which he handed to Leon. As Leon took the parchment, the once blank surface began to fill, line by line, with detailed entries listing prices and categories. A quick scan revealed over 100 items, with furniture, paintings, and various crop products making up a large portion. Impressive, boss. Leon found himself more intrigued by the parchment, capable of revealing the merchant's entire stock automatically, than the goods themselves. When you travel the world, you need some way to protect yourself, don't you? And my customers are not limited to humans alone. I'm sure you understand. The traveling merchant smiled. I can understand that. Leon nodded, then glanced over the list again. Your goods come from all sorts of places. There's something I'd like to ask. Please go ahead. Can you get firearms and ammunition? Seeing the merchant wasn't putting on any airs, Leon decided to ask directly. The merchant was momentarily at a loss for words. He studied Leon with a complicated expression for a while before finally speaking. Yes, I can. But I don't recommend you buy such dangerous items. How so? Leon's curiosity was piqued now that he knew the merchant could actually get hot weapons. While in some places, they might be considered a kind of local specialty, they are still dangerous. Smuggling or transporting them is troublesome. And I strongly advise against using firearms to harm others. The Fangir Republic has extremely strict regulations on gun use. Possessing illegal weapons could bring you serious trouble. The traveling merchant explained this with measured patience. But what if I'm not planning to use them against humans, but against certain dangerous creatures? Would you believe that reason? Leon pressed. The merchant shook his head, but still took the time to share some knowledge. Of course, that's fine. But you should know one thing, while firearms might seem terrifying to humans, their effectiveness against non-human beings is often minimal. Arbeta. There's such a rule? Leon was stunned. After all, the game didn't have firearms. Sure, you could install mods, but those weren't part of the base content. Yet in this real world, the fact that monsters weren't afraid of hot weapons at all was news that hit his blind spot. Most non-human species have their own unique talents. Firearms can only threaten a small portion of them. For example, take slime's low-level creatures. Bullets might scatter their bodies, but they won't be fatal. On the other hand, a simple short sword could kill one in 2 strikes. Does that make sense? The merchant's tone was serious. In that case, how can humans occupy most of the world and live peacefully? Leon was genuinely curious. If advanced human technology wasn't effective against monsters, how could humanity thrive so comfortably? Every species has its own world. Most of them live in realms separate from humans. The ancient creatures that remain in the human world are mostly small, declining groups that can't form large-scale threats. Besides, there are humans who wield magic as protectors and skilled adventurers as well. The merchant continued his explanation. I see. Leon understood the point. In this world, monsters did exist, but most stayed far from human settlements. For example, Junimos lived in the spirit realm, while shadow people like Krobus dwelled underground, enemies of the dwarves who lived there too. While some monsters occasionally appeared in the human world, they were usually dealt with by the proper people. From what the traveling merchant had said, Leon now understood why the Adventurers Guild had its Pelican Town branch right at the entrance of an abandoned mine. Yes, monsters existed, but so did special humans who could match or even overpower them. Realizing this, Leon began to grasp the balance of power and the reason for the world's current stability. The merchant's generous answers gave Leon a better understanding of the world. To show his appreciation, he decided to make a small purchase. I'll take a sunflower. It was the cheapest item on the list, 20 coins. The price was equivalent to a meal at Gus's saloon, but it was the most affordable thing Leon could find. All right. The merchant didn't mind that Leon had only chosen one item. Cheerfully, he took what looked like a sunflower model, no bigger than a lighter, from the display and handed it to Leon. Leon was about to say that he didn't want it if it was just a model, but as the merchant held it, the tiny sunflower began to swell. It grew into a vibrant sunflower over a meter tall, its thick stem topped by a bloom as large as a dinner plate. A little trick to keep goods fresh and intact, and easy to carry. The merchant smiled as he casually explained, then extended his free hand. Money for goods. Leon took 20 coins from his pocket and handed them over. The merchant then passed the sunflower to him. The moment Leon held it, the sunflower vanished into thin air, and the merchant's grin grew even brighter. Seems you're not an ordinary man yourself. It's been a pleasure meeting you. I hope the goods I bring next time will satisfy you. I've made some adjustments to the pricing balance. I believe you've already noticed from earlier events. It's part of the world building, so I hope you understand. Leon smiled without offering much explanation. After accepting the sunflower, he bid farewell to the traveling merchant. Before leaving, the merchant handed Leon the same price list parchment from before. I pass through Stardew Valley twice a month. I hope to keep doing business with you, so I'll give you this directory as a gift. You can keep it in your home. When I return, it will notify you in advance and show the goods I'm bringing. I will. Leon took the parchment and tucked it into his backpack. With a wave goodbye from the merchant, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled back to the farm. After parking the bike and returning to the cabin, Leon slid the merchant's directory under his bedsheet, leaving one corner sticking out. Then he quickly tidied up, leaving only his tools, the sunflower he'd just bought, and the prismatic shard gifted by little Krobus yesterday in his backpack, before setting off toward Pelican Town. A leisurely ride took no more than 10 minutes. Guided by the memory of Lewis's previous tour of Pelican Town's main shops, Leon pedaled straight toward Clint the blacksmith's forge. In the game, everyone knew you took shards to the blacksmith. Leon had thought about breaking tradition yesterday, trying to open the prismatic shard himself. Unfortunately, after trying to smash it with rocks, strike it with a pickaxe, and even bash it with wood, all he got was sweat for his trouble. None of his methods made even the slightest crack in the shard. Forget breaking it, he couldn't even scratch it. Leon admitted defeat. Some things were best left to professionals. To make the process less awkward, he'd already hung the prismatic shard on his bike's handlebars, avoiding the need to pull it out of thin air and risk startling Clint. Hi, Leon. Good morning. Just as Leon crossed the stone bridge spanning the river, he spotted Penny walking. She noticed him first and waved enthusiastically. Morning, Penny. Heading to the library? Leon asked. I'm giving the children a lesson today, she replied, then her gaze fell on the bike and the shard hanging from the handlebars. You're going to Clint to open it? Yeah. Leon wasn't surprised she recognized the prismatic shard. After all, Pelican Town had been founded by the Fangier Republic for its rich mineral resources. It was only in more recent times, after accidents in the old mines and other factors, that it became a tourist town. Mining never truly disappeared from Pelican Town. Then I wish you good luck, Penny said. After a small pause, she added, by the way, your new bike looks really cool. Leon smiled. He could tell Penny seemed a little nervous, wanting to talk, but unsure what to say. Since he had time, he wasn't about to waste a perfect chance to tease her. The library's still a bit of a walk. Want me to give you a ride? No, it's fine. I don't want to trouble you. Her eyes lit up at the offer, but she still declined shyly. It's no trouble. I'm not in a hurry. Leon stopped the bike in front of her. Come on, hop on. There's no seat, but you can sit on the frame's top bar. This time, Penny didn't refuse. Blushing, she glanced at Leon, then at the bar. She seemed unsure what to do. Seeing her expression, Leon knew she was shy. Releasing his left hand from the handlebars, he offered it to her with a grin. Need a hand? I can do it myself, she murmured. Step by step, she moved closer, then tiptoed and perched sideways on the bar. The moment she sat down, a subtle scent from Leon reached her, not sweat, but something hard to describe, a scent that made her heartbeat quicken. If she asked, Leon would have told her it was the scent of a racing heart. But Penny kept her head down like a timid quail, trying to shrink herself to avoid too much contact. The bike wasn't that big. With both of them being adults, once Leon put his left hand back on the handlebars, Penny was completely enclosed between his arms, pressed close. Hold on tight. For your safety, you'd better wrap your arms around my waist. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Leon's lips curled into a mischievous smile. After reminding her, he stepped hard on the pedals, the bike surging forward. The sudden momentum made Penny fall against him. Instinct took over, her hands gripped the only thing to hold on to, Leon himself. Feeling the warmth and firmness of his back muscles, she became a little dizzy. She wasn't sure how long they rode before Leon put his feet down and stopped. Penny was still in a daze. We're here. How long were you planning on holding me? Leon flicked her forehead lightly. She snapped out of it, quickly letting go and hopping off. Taking 2 steps back, she stammered, Thank you. I have to go. She turned to flee into the library, but Leon's voice stopped her. Penny, wait. Could you do me a favor? Go ahead, she said softly, still avoiding his gaze. Could you touch my prismatic shard? I think you might be my lucky goddess. I need your blessing. A lucky goddess? You're exaggerating, Leon. I'm just an ordinary country girl. She was flustered, unsure what to do. Still, under his expectant gaze, Penny reached out and touched the shard hanging on the handlebars. Without another word, she hurried into the library. Watching Penny flee in embarrassment, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. After all, teasing a sheltered girl like her, seeing that mix of shyness and fluster, was always amusing. Of course, Leon wasn't only teasing Penny for fun. He genuinely thought she was a walking lucky charm. In the Stardew Valley Fair event of the game, if you find Penny near the spinning wheel game and talk to her, she'll tell you that after she won 10 times in a row, the stall owner stopped letting her play. 10 wins in a row, who could claim Penny's luck wasn't extraordinary? Even Leon himself usually lost 9 out of 10 spins when betting star tokens, which made the contrast all the sharper. Cracking open a geode was basically like opening a mystery box. Luck played a huge role in what you got. This was the kind of thing that came down to superstition. The difference between finding a rock and unearthing a prismatic shard was enough to make you believe that lucky people could do anything. Now that Leon had made up for the superstition part, it was up to fate to see if it favored him. He hopped on his bike and continued north. The library wasn't far from the blacksmith's shop, so it didn't take long before he arrived at its door. Even from outside, the heavy stone building radiated heat. Leon took out the Omni Geode, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped inside. A short, stocky man with a full beard and a gray apron was hammering a pumpkin-sized mallet down on an ingot of metal. The crisp clangs rang out over the roaring heat from the nearby furnace, making it clear this was not a man to trifle with. Hello, customer. What can I do for you? Clint had noticed Leon entering. Seeing the unfamiliar face, he set down his hammer and walked over, wiping sweat from his brow. Hello, I'm Leon, a farmer who just moved to Stardew Valley. Leon introduced himself before holding up the Omni Geode. I'm here for you to crack this open. An Omni Geode, huh? Haven't seen one of these in a long time. Clint eyed the geode with interest before realizing his lapse in manners. Oh, sorry. I'm Clint, the town's only blacksmith. Didn't mean to ignore you, it's just that I tend to get distracted when I see minerals. No problem. People who take their work seriously are always worth trusting. That's why I came to you to crack it open. I'll leave it in your hands. Leon's flattery came easily. After all, a little praise costs nothing, yet could gain goodwill and make things go more smoothly. That wasn't flattery, it was social skill. Clint's eyes narrowed with satisfaction, though his reserved nature kept his expression calm. His tone, however, grew friendlier. Since it's our first meeting, I won't charge you the labor fee this time. But next time, you'll have to pay full price. Cracking a geode isn't exactly easy work. How much is it usually? Leon asked curiously. 25. Same price as in the game. Leon's face tightened slightly. Real-life prices were much higher than in the game. Many items in games sold for far less than they would in reality. So why was Clint still charging 25 coins per geode? That was expensive. You could have a good meal at the Starfruit Saloon for that. Luckily, thanks to his earlier compliments, Clint was waiving the fee this time. Otherwise, Leon might have hesitated. If he paid 25 and got a plain rock, the pain would be real. Clint, unaware of Leon's inner shock, cleared the ingot off the anvil and beckoned him over. Put the geode here. I'll give it one good strike. Snapping back to the moment, Leon placed the geode on the anvil. The moment he got close, the furnace's heat washed over him, beating his forehead with sweat. Instinctively, he stepped back. Clint, unfazed, had long since grown used to the heat. Raising the massive hammer high, he locked his gaze on the geode and brought it down in a single, precise blow to its center. Clang! Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. Clint gestured for Leon to come closer. You can pry it open yourself to see what's inside. Could be or a gem, maybe an artifact, or it could just be stone. Good luck, Beta. Oh? You're not going to open it for me? Leon asked as he approached. Many people enjoy prying it open themselves for the surprise and fun of it. So I usually just break the outer shell and let the owner finish the job. But if you'd prefer, I can do it for you, Clint explained. I'll do it myself. Leon considered himself one of those people Clint was talking about. He moved in and began peeling away the cracked shell. As he worked, his eyes kept drifting to Clint's hammer. It was entirely black, but that didn't seem to be its original color. Around the handle, where it was most often gripped, faint violet glimmers shone through. The color reminded Leon of the game's rarest, hardest-to-obtain iridium ore. Just as Leon was wondering if Clint's hammer was forged from iridium, a dazzling splash of deep ocean blue light appeared through the cracked shell. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be an aquamarine? But as he kept peeling, revealing the full treasure inside, his breath caught. A square-cut gemstone of 5 colors: ocean blue, amber orange, blood red, deep violet, and forest green, rested quietly amid the shattered remains. Under the glow of the furnace, it reflected an enchanting rainbow light. Such a unique shape and color, Leon recognized it instantly, even if this was his first time seeing one in real life. Prismatic shard, mineral and ultra-rare, powerful material of unknown origin. With the system prompt confirming it, Leon knew for sure he had just pulled the rarest mineral in the game. Clint's eyes widened. A prismatic shard. Mr. Leon, your luck is incredible. This is an extremely rare mineral. If you're willing to sell, I can offer you 2,500 coins. No thanks. Not for sale. Leon smiled and declined. The prismatic shard had too many uses, and its drop rate was ridiculously low. He'd have to be desperate to part with it. Ian picked up the prismatic shard from the anvil, brushing away the bits of grit still clinging to its shell on his sleeve. He then carefully slipped it into his pants pocket. Of course, the moment it disappeared from Clint's sight, he sent it straight into his system backpack. After all, that was the safest, most hidden place there was. Unless Leon took it out himself, no one could ever find this prismatic shard. Clint heard Leon's reply and looked a little disappointed. Prismatic shards were truly one in a million, and he needed the mysterious, rare mineral for many things. Still, he could understand why Leon wouldn't sell it. Aside from its use in blacksmithing, prismatic shards held plenty of other purposes and meaning. Even Clint wouldn't part with such a gem if he had one. Thanks to you, my first crystal or blind box turned out great. Let's grab a drink at the Starfruit Saloon sometime. My treat. Ever since he tucked the shard away, Leon hadn't stopped smiling. He was so pleased that even Clint, with his scruffy beard and slightly greasy look, seemed downright handsome to him now. The Infinity Crystal Orb can hold anything, just like its name suggests. But this is the first time I've seen one produce a prismatic shard with my own eyes. You've certainly earned Yoba's favor. I hope next time your crystal geode opens up with all sorts of treasures. Clint sighed, then realized he'd ignored Leon's drink offer. I don't have a set schedule for going to the saloon, but if I see you there, I'll say hello. Leon wasn't sure what to make of Clint's social awkwardness, so he shrugged and changed the subject. By the way, can you tell me exactly what blacksmithing services you offer here? Of course. Selling various ores and upgrading tools and weapons. That's our family tradition. Every Clint blacksmith in Pelican Town has been the best in the business. Clint's voice was instantly full of pride. Wait here. Leon stepped outside the shop, took the axe from his system tools, then brought it back inside and handed it to Clint. Can you upgrade this axe for me? Fine craftsmanship. Seems to hold a special power. I've read about this forging method in my family's records, but your axe is still in its most basic form. To strengthen it, it'll need to go through gradual reforging. Clint lifted the axe to eye level, studying it for a long time before lowering it again. If you bring me 5 copper bars and pay 2,000 in gold, I can give it copper-grade properties. That's the first stage of reforging, sharper and more efficient. 2,000? That's way too much. Leon frowned. The price was exactly the same as in the game, and his heart filled with silent complaints. Clint's prices were outrageous. It is pricey, but that's already at cost. You won't find many blacksmiths outside who can do this special upgrade. The time and effort it takes are immense. When I work on your tool for those 2 days, I can't do anything else, Clint explained quickly. And copper grade is just the first step. From there, you can upgrade to steel grade, then gold grade, and finally the strongest iridium grade. Each upgrade needs the matching metal bars and a higher fee, but I can guarantee the results are worth it. Leon could understand that. He'd used iridium tools before. They were worlds apart from the starter ones. But thinking about the cost for each stage still left him bitter. Copper upgrades cost the same as before. That meant the rest wouldn't be any cheaper. 5,000 for steel, 10,000 for gold, and 25,000 for iridium. With 4 upgradable tools, watering can, axe, pickaxe, and hoe, that was no small sum. If he upgraded them all to iridium grade, he'd need 20 copper bars, 20 iron bars, 20 gold bars, 20 iridium bars, and a total of 170,000 gold. And that didn't even include the trash can. Not that it mattered, his system didn't provide one, which at least saved him some money. Still, 170,000 gold. Back when Leon worked for Joja Corporation at 2,000 gold a month, that would mean saving every single coin for 7 years and 1 month, without eating or sleeping. Reno, yes. And that was a manager's salary. Ordinary workers would take even longer. After crunching the numbers, Leon waved Clint off. I'll think about it later. I can't go mining for now anyway. If you're in a hurry, you could buy some ore from me, Clint offered, pulling out a price list from under the counter. One glance at the prices and Leon finally felt some relief. At least something in Clint's shop didn't match the in-game economy. Copper ore was 7.5 gold per piece, iron ore 15, coal 15, and gold ore the most expensive at 80 each. The gold ore was tempting. Who didn't like gold? If he could, Leon would fill his home with gold bricks for flooring. Now that would be cool. But buying now was a waste. He'd be going to the mines eventually, and when he could mine it himself, he wouldn't spend gold on it. No thanks. I'll get it myself. Clint looked at him in surprise. But don't you still have a farm to run? Mining yourself is too much work. Can't be helped. We're broke, remember. Leon grinned. Gotta be self-sufficient. Clint went quiet. He couldn't argue with that. But then he remembered that the mining rights in Stardew Valley were privately owned now. But the new mine here in Stardew Valley is privately operated. All the mineral veins in the Eastern Mountains are under state contracts with a mining company. They won't allow anyone but their workers to collect ore. Of course I'll go to the abandoned mine, Leon replied. Regarding the mining issues in Stardew Valley, Leon had already seen related reports in the local news. The largest vein in Stardew Valley had once collapsed, and all sorts of monsters appeared afterward, rendering the old mines abandoned. But Stardew Valley's rich mineral resources meant the authorities never gave up exploring it. Eventually, in the southernmost reaches of the original mountains near Pelican Town, a prospecting team discovered a new vein. Though not as abundant as the old mine, it still produced plenty of copper and iron, enough to be contracted out by the state governor. This, in turn, helped re-employ the local miners of Pelican Town. The mine Clint mentioned was referring to this newly opened vein. However, Leon wasn't interested. From the news, he could tell that vein yielded little more than copper and iron. You mean the old mine up in the northern foothills? My God, are you crazy? Clint's eyes widened in horror when he heard where Leon planned to mine. Do you realize that mine is now overrun with all kinds of monsters? Going down there is dangerous. Those creatures will actively attack humans. If it weren't for the Adventurers Guild setting up an outpost near the abandoned mine to guard its entrance, Pelican Town would have been overrun by the monsters crawling out from underground. I know, but don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Leon waved a hand dismissively. Since the system had given him combat-level abilities on his panel, it clearly believed he could handle those monsters. In fact, Leon was looking forward to his first trip into the mines. And now that he had gotten hold of a prismatic shard ahead of time, he planned to visit the desert before heading into the mines. All right, but I still recommend reporting to the Adventurers Guild before you enter that abandoned mine. If something happens, they might be able to help you. It's also a layer of protection for your safety. After saying that, Clint glanced at Leon again. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Wait here for me." With that, Clint disappeared into the private room behind his blacksmith shop. About 5 minutes later, he returned, holding a straight sword. Take this straight sword for self-defense. I forged it as part of an order for the Adventurers Guild, but I made an extra one for my own collection. I never had the courage to face those terrifying monsters myself, so it's been nothing but a display piece in my home. But in your hands, I believe it will fulfill the purpose it was forged for. Leon's eyes lit up. What man doesn't like a good weapon? And though it wasn't his favorite Han sword, the straight sword was still one of his preferred weapon types. You're really giving this to me? You need it more than I do. Clint nodded and shoved the sword into Leon's hands. Leon tested its weight. It was about 1.2 meters long, double-edged and perfectly straight, with a narrow point ideal for thrusting yet strong enough for slashing. The blade was well-proportioned and in excellent condition. The leather-wrapped cylindrical hilt allowed for a comfortable double-handed grip, though it felt most natural one-handed. The simple cross-shaped iron guard separated hilt from blade, offering some protection for the hands. Though Leon had no real experience with such weapons, its length alone allowed him to keep a safe distance from enemies. The rest was simply a matter of thrusting and cutting. Seeing Leon's grip on the sword, Clint couldn't hide a note of envy. I have to admit, you look pretty cool holding it. Maybe you really do have the makings of an adventurer. I'm glad I gave it to you. Leon smiled, genuinely pleased with the gift. Thank you. This sword feels great in my hands, and your craftsmanship is impressive. It's definitely an excellent weapon. I'll make good use of it. I still think you should practice with it before heading into that mine, Clint reminded him with a smile. The monsters there are varied and dangerous. You'd be wise to get some training at the Adventurers Guild first. Leon nodded. He appreciated Clint's concern. After all, he had no real combat experience against monsters. If possible, he'd certainly like to pick up some real fighting skills from the guild. When Leon fell silent, Clint seemed at a loss for words, his expression awkward. Noticing Clint's discomfort, Leon took the initiative. It's been great meeting you, Clint. Let's work together more in the future. You're an excellent blacksmith, and I think I'll be coming to you for help often. Clint nodded, saying nothing more. Seeing that, Leon bid him farewell. When Clint heard he was leaving, the visible relief on his face left Leon speechless. After a wave goodbye, Leon stepped out of the shop. Sigh. With your social anxiety, it's going to be tough for you. Leon glanced back at the blacksmith's door as Clint shut it behind him and sighed in mild exasperation. Still, it was Clint's nature. There was nothing Leon could do. As for returning the favor by helping Clint pursue Emily, Leon didn't even consider it. Not only did Emily not have feelings for Clint, she clearly saw him only as a friend. And Leon had no interest in playing matchmaker. AOES. Feelings had to be mutual. One-sided love almost always ended in tragedy. Playing go-between in such a situation was meaningless and could damage all involved relationships. In short, it was a thankless task. The best way to repay Clint would be to support his business in the future. Besides, judging by the way things stood, Emily seemed to have a much higher opinion of Leon than she did of Clint. If Leon put in a little effort, his chances of dating Emily might be far greater than Clint's. Clint was a good man. But being a good man often meant getting handed the good man card. Thinking of Clint's likely tragic romantic future, Leon sighed again and put it out of his mind. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Leon was riding his bicycle past the library when he unconsciously stopped to admire the building. It occupied a vast area, yet its exterior carried a charming vintage style: green walls, a purple roof, and hanging plants draped everywhere. He parked his bicycle under the wooden porch beneath the museum window. Pushing open the library's main doors, Leon saw the front desk at the far end of the hall, and behind it sat a bespectacled man with a mustache, reading a book. Leon let his gaze wander further. The library was large, but the space immediately visible upon entering felt limited. To the right, nearly all the open space was filled with rows of bookshelves. Although Lewis had mentioned that the library's exhibits had been swept away by the previous curator, it seemed that the runaway curator hadn't cared much for books. From Leon's perspective, the shelves were still crammed full, with only a few small gaps here and there. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" The current librarian, noticing Leon's arrival, put down his book, stood, and asked. "No, sir. I'm just looking around," Leon replied. The librarian gave Leon a quick once-over. "You must be the new farmer everyone in town has been talking about lately." "How did you guess?" Leon asked curiously. "Black hair isn't common in Stardew Valley." "Welcome to the library, Mr. Leon. My name is Gunther, and I'm the current librarian here in Pelican Town." Gunther stepped out from behind the desk and approached Leon. "If you're not too busy, could I trouble you to hear a small request?" "Go ahead," Leon nodded. Gunther smiled and led Leon through the aisles of bookshelves and past reading tables to the easternmost exhibition hall. Seeing the empty hall, Gunther sighed. "Sorry you had to see this." The former curator shamelessly stole every ancient artifact and unique mineral meant for display and fled Pelican Town. Now, there's nothing left here. "Yeah, Lewis mentioned that to me," Leon replied. "I want to restore the collection here, but with the upkeep and cleaning work, I rarely have time to go out. That's why I'd like to entrust you with a task. Help me find ancient relics and distinctive minerals buried across Stardew Valley." Gunther looked Leon in the eye and bowed deeply. "I only need one of each. You can keep any extras to collect or sell. In return, I'll give you items from my private collection as thanks." "I don't know much about ancient relics. Even if I found one, I might not recognize it," Leon said, feigning hesitation. It was just an act. His real goal was to hint that he also had his difficulties, so Gunther might sweeten the deal. "I understand. Without the right knowledge, ancient relics can look like ordinary junk. That's why, as a condition for asking your help, I'll grant you a special power, Nigerian Iroe." Gunther reached into his dark blue suit and took out a fragment of bone, handing it to Leon. "Take it. It contains a special force that will let you see secrets hidden in the soil, revealing the true form of buried relics. With it, finding ancient relics will be much easier. Even after the collection is complete, I won't ask for it back. From this moment on, it's yours." Leon accepted the bone fragment, and a moment later, the long-absent system prompt appeared. "Ancient mystery? With this, you can see traces from the distant past. You can now discover ancient spots." The bone fragment crumbled to powder in Leon's hand. Gunther, seeing this, showed no surprise and simply smiled. "I'll be counting on you." I will," Leon nodded, finally understanding. This special ability didn't exist in the game. In-game, ancient spots randomly spawned in Stardew Valley's outdoor areas. Digging them with a hoe could yield relics, stones, clay, and other items. An ancient spot usually looked like 3 wiggling worm-like tendrils sticking out of bare ground, easy to spot from normal soil. There was also a green grass-like variety that could yield seasonal seeds. Leon had never seen them during his foraging trips, so he'd assumed they didn't exist in the real Stardew Valley. Now he understood, they required a medium to be detected. Glancing at Gunther, Leon thought to himself that this librarian was no simple man. Gunther noticed the look but kept smiling. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" "Mr. Gunther, where did you get this bone fragment?" Leon asked directly, curiosity winning over restraint. "A gift from a friend," Gunther replied, to Leon's surprise. "Friend?" Leon tilted his head, wondering which hidden expert that might be. "Yes, a friend. A rather mischievous one. You might meet him someday, Gunther said with a meaningful glance. I have shelves to organize. If you're free, feel free to browse the library. Most of our books can be found on the market, but some knowledge might be useful to you. Without waiting for Leon's response, Gunther vanished among the bookshelves. Leon looked at the bone powder in his hand, clenching it to keep from spilling it onto the wooden floor. He began searching for a trash bin, intending to dispose of the now powerless remains. Leon. Just as Leon was looking for a trash bin inside the library, a surprised voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Leon saw Penny waving at him. Beside her stood two little ones, a lively boy and a shy girl, one on each side, curiously sizing him up. Hello, Penny. Do you know where the trash bin is in the library? Leon asked with a smile. Follow me. Jazz, Vincent, take your books to the desk and wait for me there, Penny told the two children before leading the way. When they reached the trash bin, Leon tossed the bone powder he was holding into it. Penny then asked, Are you here to borrow books? I came to see you. My omni-geode cracked open to reveal something special. I'm telling you, you're my lucky goddess, Leon replied truthfully. That was his main reason for coming, to thank her for the lucky hand that had helped him get a prismatic shard from the Universal Crystal Cave. That's just your good luck. It has little to do with me, Penny murmured, face flushing red. She lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously. I think you deserve more credit. So, if you're free at noon, I'd like to treat you to lunch as thanks, Leon said earnestly. Even in the game, he had never gotten a prismatic shard from the Universal Crystal Cave, so he knew exactly how rare this was. Penny froze for a moment before instinctively saying no need. Eating out is too expensive. It's better to just eat at home. Her first reaction wasn't shyness or hesitation, it was worrying about the cost. That made Leon's heart ache for her. Realizing her words might have sounded odd, Penny hurried to explain, I didn't mean your house, I meant mine. No, wait, forget it. You really don't have to treat me. Seeing her get flustered, Leon chuckled. Let's just go to the Starfruit Saloon then. That way we don't have to visit anyone's home. And if you don't come, I'll just order 2 servings as usual, one for me and one to take to your place. You can't just decide that. Penny protested, her cheeks puffing slightly in indignation. Why not? Leon stepped closer, lowering his voice. That's my decision. Whether you accept the takeout or not will be up to you. Now standing just inches away, Leon made Penny's face burn even redder. He was taller than her, so from her angle she could only see his solid chest, smell that familiar scent unique to him. The effect on her was overwhelming. I'll go with you. In the end, Penny agreed, her hand instinctively pressing against her chest as she struggled to catch her breath. Haha, perfect. Beautiful girl, I'll see you at the Starfruit Saloon. Leon turned to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, he came back. Ahem, got a bit carried away there. Penny, do you know if the library has any geography books on Stardew Valley? Preferably with a map from Stardew Valley to Calico Desert. Arnu bade Epsilon. Clearing his throat to shake off the awkwardness, Leon asked. I'm not sure. You could ask Mr. Gunther, Penny replied, then added, Are you planning to go to Calico Desert? Yeah, I've got some business there. But since there's no bus from town, I'll have to figure out another way, Leon explained without hiding anything. In that case, you could take the bus to Zuzu City first, then catch a long-distance bus from there to Calico Desert. It'll take about 2 hours longer, but it's safer that way, Penny suggested. There's such a route? Leon was genuinely surprised he hadn't known Zuzu City had a direct bus to Calico Desert. Yes, but hardly anyone goes there except during the annual desert festival. The place is too dry, and apart from sand and cacti, there's really nothing to see, Penny explained. You know so much, Leon said approvingly. Since meeting her, he had learned quite a bit of information he hadn't known before. Well, I am a teacher, Penny replied softly, lowering her head again. By the way, are those the only 2 kids in town who are school age? Leon thought back to the 2 little ones. In the game, those were indeed Penny's only students due to the limited number of NPCs. But in real life, Pelican Town surely had more people. There are more, but most families with children have moved to bigger cities for better educational resources. The only ones left here are Vincent and Jazz. Penny's expression dimmed slightly. Well, that's not all bad. Kids in the city can have better teachers and resources. Leon nodded and didn't press the matter. It wasn't unique to this world. Back on Blue Star, rural parents who could afford it would send their children to city schools with better resources and environments. I'd better get back to class. I'll see you at the Starfruit Saloon at noon. Remembering the two children, Penny excused herself and left. Leon didn't interrupt her work. Following her suggestion, he went to ask Gunther for any books with maps from Stardew Valley to Calico Desert. With Gunther's help, Leon found a book titled Stardew Valley and Surrounding Geography. Flipping through the table of contents, he located the section on Calico Desert and read carefully. Half an hour later, he returned the book and left the library. From the reading, Leon understood why Pelican Town had never repaired the bus route to Calico Desert. It wasn't about funding, it simply wasn't necessary. Calico Desert was just that, a desert. Aside from a few scattered oases, the land was nothing but yellow sand. There was no fertile soil, no valuable resources of economic worth. It was essentially uninhabited. With no real development or tourism value, the desert only saw visitors during the 3-day desert festival each year, attracting backpackers and adventurers from afar. The rest of the year, it was practically empty. For Pelican Town, spending its limited development funds to repair a bus that might not even make a round trip in a day just wasn't worth it. Even after learning all that, Leon's determination to head to the Calico Desert remained unchanged. After all, the newly acquired prismatic shard needed to be offered at the center of the 3 stone pillars in the open desert, in exchange for the most powerful weapon in the game, the Galaxy Sword. Sharpening your blade doesn't delay the chopping of firewood, and the strength of the Galaxy Sword was definitely worth the trip. Mounting his bike once again, Leon took a leisurely ride around town before making a special stop at Evelyn's house. He handed George, who was watching TV, a leek as thanks for letting him take the bike for free. Although George's expression remained rather stiff, when he saw the leek in Leon's hand, a reluctant smile tugged at his lips. Leon politely declined Evelyn's invitation to stay for lunch. At first, she was a bit upset. It was already her second time inviting him. But when she learned he already had plans to dine at the Starfruit Saloon, and that his companion was a single young woman from town, her attitude changed in an instant. Before he left, Evelyn even gifted Leon a tulip from her own garden to give to the girl he was meeting. Under Evelyn's indulgent gaze, Leon walked away holding the tulip. Hey, Gus, I'm here again. As soon as he stepped into the Starfruit Saloon, Leon saw Gus, as usual, polishing a glass. It was as if the saloon's cups could never be completely cleaned. Leon, welcome. You're always welcome here. Gus greeted him warmly with a broad smile and gestured for him to sit. What would you like to eat? I'm inviting a young lady to lunch today. Got any recommendations? Leon had been to Gus's place several times, but since Gus changed his menu often, Leon didn't know what was available today. He decided to leave the choice to Gus. Oh? And who's the lucky lady? Gus leaned in with a curious smile, lowering his voice. Penny. Leon didn't bother hiding it. After all, she'd be here soon, and Gus would see for himself. Teacher Penny, huh? Let me think. Gus paused for a moment. How about this? Starter salad, main course root platter, parsnip soup, and cheesecake for dessert. Oh, and will you be having any wine? No wine. Leon wasn't a drinker, and given Penny's aversion to alcohol, thanks to her mother's drinking problem, he wouldn't order anything alcoholic. Juice is fine. Apple juice, then. Need me to change anything on the menu? Gus confirmed. No, that's fine. How much will it be? Leon nodded and prepared to pay up front to avoid any trouble later. 120, Gus said. The price made Leon frown, not because it was expensive, but because it felt cheap. Gus, that can't be right. Leon enjoyed freebies as much as anyone, but only when they came without strings attached. Sometimes, what seemed like a bargain came with debts or traps waiting in the wings. It's the discounted price, Gus explained. Maybe you don't know, but my saloon has an unspoken rule. When a man and a woman dine together, I only charge 20% above cost. We're just friends, Leon stressed. I know. That's why you get the discount. Gus countered with a grin. If you were a couple or married, I wouldn't give you any discount at all. Why? Leon asked curiously. Gus glanced around and saw no other customers coming in. Since no one's here right now, I'll tell you a story. I'm all ears. When I was young, I worked in the kitchen of a top restaurant in the city as an apprentice. That's where I met a girl who was working part-time to pay for school. I fell for her at first sight. Our new Thailand bot. A nostalgic smile appeared on Gus's face. She didn't come often, only twice a week, but every time she did, I felt full of energy. The whole kitchen knew I liked her, though she seemed oblivious. We'd become friends by then, and she once told me she wished she could dine at the restaurant, but it was far too expensive. She figured it would be a long, long time before she could afford it. So I started thinking of inviting her for a meal. But the prices were so steep, and my pay wasn't great back then. I had to save up. Unfortunately, before I could, she graduated and stopped coming. Later, I found out she'd moved to another city for work, and I never got the chance to invite her. Gus's voice softened with regret. Years later, when I had become the head chef at that restaurant, I met her again one evening. But by then, she was wearing a wedding ring, dining with her husband. She congratulated me on becoming head chef, and I congratulated her on starting a family. He chuckled a little awkwardly. Old-fashioned story, isn't it? Yeah, Leon replied honestly. But it's still one of my fondest memories. When I returned to Pelican Town and opened the Starfruit Saloon, I wanted to bring good food to the town that raised me, and, maybe, avoid those awkward memories. That's why I made the rule. I don't want another young man to miss his chance to invite a girl just because of the price. Gus looked Leon in the eye. Now do you understand? I get it. Leon nodded. But I still have to stress, we really are just friends. Gus's reply was a little dismissive. Leon was speechless. He tried again, half joking. If I bring another girl here in the future, can I still get the discount? Of course, Gus replied without hesitation. But if the girl is someone you're already in a relationship with, then I'll charge full price. I'll remember that, Gus. Leon's smile hinted at deeper meaning. Looking forward to seeing it, Gus said, amused. But remember, only when you bring one female companion. Among Pelican Town's residents, aside from a few eligible bachelorettes and bachelors, most people's backstories are pretty simple. So, I'll be adding details here and there to flesh them out, not just to enrich the characters, but also to meet my word count. If you don't like it, feel free to comment, and I'll cut down on it in the future. When faced with Gus's subtle hint, Leon simply smiled without saying anything more. Gus didn't press the matter either, switching topics instead. I'll head to the kitchen first and get things ready, so when Penny arrives, we can serve the food right away. If any other customers come in before then, give me a shout. No problem. Leon agreed to this small request, handing Gus the payment for the meal as well. Without even counting it, Gus tossed the money into the register under the bar, then took off his jacket and switched into a chef's coat and hat before disappearing into the kitchen. Leon, left with nothing to do, leaned against the bar, resting his chin in one hand, idly staring off into space. Fortunately, the dull moment didn't last long. The saloon's door swung open, the bell above it chiming crisply. Leon snapped back to attention and turned his head, catching sight of Penny. Compared to how she'd looked that morning, Penny now wore a different floral dress, and her hair, which had been pinned up earlier, was now loose, cascading over her shoulders. She had no makeup on, yet her fair skin and emerald green eyes were more than enough to leave a deep impression. I almost didn't recognize you, Leon teased as he stood up to greet her. Was it too much? Penny's cheeks instantly turned pink. She lowered her gaze and asked softly, a little flustered. No, it's just stunning. Leon soothed her nerves as he pulled out a chair at a two-person table for her. Please have a seat. Thank you. Penny's tension returned at Leon's gentlemanly gesture, but this time it wasn't nervousness, it was a kind of indescribable flutter. Thankfully, Leon didn't push things further. He simply sat across from her, chatting about ordinary topics, letting Penny's heartbeat settle. With Leon guiding the conversation, Penny soon relaxed, answering his occasional questions with ease, drawing on her wealth of knowledge to solve his small curiosities. The easy and pleasant chatter made time pass quickly. By the time Gus brought their food to the table, the nervousness had completely vanished from Penny's smile. Gus's cooking, as always, was extraordinary. The main dish, a tuber platter, had a firm, satisfying bite and was bursting with savory juices. The seasoning blended perfectly with the natural flavors of the ingredients, delivering an intense burst of flavor with every mouthful. The dish was exactly to Penny's liking. She polished off nearly 2/3 of the large serving by herself. Sorry, I think I ate a bit too much. Realizing her lapse in manners, Penny gave Leon an embarrassed look. Why apologize? Eating is for getting full. If you force yourself to hold back for the sake of politeness, you're not doing me any favor, you're wronging your own body instead. Leon smiled, teasing her gently. Penny laughed immediately, her mood lightening even more. She could tell Leon genuinely meant what he said. The atmosphere returned to its earlier ease. Before long, they'd cleared the table entirely, leaving only their apple juice untouched, perfect for prolonging the conversation. So, Leon, you're still planning to go to the Calico Desert? Leon nodded. Of course. I have some business to take care of there. Have you mapped out your route? Penny pressed. Yeah. I'll spend a day traveling to Zuzu City, then transfer to Calico Desert. It's a bit roundabout, but I should be able to make it there and back in one day, so I can still rest at the farm, withering above. It wasn't Leon's preferred method. Going straight from Stardew Valley to Calico Desert would be faster, but that would require the bus to be fixed. And to repair the bus, he had to complete the community center's vault bundles. But the vault required 42,500 gold, a sum Leon couldn't put together anytime soon. The detour was the only option. As for cycling there alone, he'd already given up on that idea after checking the route. A bike against scorching sun and dry desert winds? He'd be courting misery. When will you leave? Penny asked. Tomorrow, Leon said without hesitation. Once he decided on something, he preferred to act quickly. In that case, could you wait for me in the morning? I'd like to prepare some food for you, so you'll have something to eat on the road. The first bus from Stardew Valley to Zuzu City leaves at 7:30 a.m., so I'll come by your farm before then. Upon hearing Leon's plan, Penny voiced her own. Oh, wouldn't that be too much trouble? You'd have to walk all the way to the farm, spend time making food, and wake up early. There's no need. Leon was touched, but he hesitated. It was no small favor, and favors from beautiful women were the hardest to repay. It's fine. Think of it as my thanks for this lunch. Penny's voice was firm. Whether you agree or not, I'm doing it. All right, you win. Leon sighed in defeat. It was her decision, after all. He couldn't exactly forbid her. Penny finally relaxed. Then it's a date tomorrow morning. Thanks. I appreciate it, Leon said with a nod. After that, they chatted a little longer. Once they'd finished their juice, they left the Starfruit Saloon one after the other. Since Penny had no classes that afternoon, Leon walked her home. At the door, she sent him off without inviting him in for coffee. He knew that meant Pam was probably still asleep inside, sleeping off a hangover. After saying goodbye to Penny, Leon pedaled to Pierre's general store to buy fresh vegetables and seasonings, filling a large bag before heading back to the farm. What he didn't notice was that while he was paying, Abigail happened to step out from the living quarters behind the store. She spotted Leon's back, laden with groceries, and licked her lips before turning to her father. Dad, I won't be eating at home tonight. I'm meeting a friend for dinner, tell Mom for me. Without waiting for Pierre to ask whether this friend was male or female, she slipped out the door and headed toward the outskirts of Pelican Town. If you're enjoying this novel, please consider subscribing to me on www.patreon.com/romestories. Your support helps me bring you more chapters faster, and it's the best way to keep this story going strong. Back at the farm, Leon tossed the groceries he had bought into the fridge, then pulled out the straight sword Clint had given him and started fiddling with it in the yard. Liking cold weapons was one thing, knowing how to use them was another. While Leon could manage basic thrusts, sweeps, flicks, and chops, he wasn't sure he could choose the right attack for the situation in a real fight. Still, even if he knew nothing about practical swordsmanship, that didn't stop him from having fun. If there had been a field of canola flowers nearby, he'd be having an even better time. Of course, it wasn't just playing. He was building up his feel for the weapon, making sure that in dangerous moments, when he pulled a weapon from his backpack, he wouldn't be fumbling with it. Just as Leon was swinging the sword in the air, practicing the so-called wild slashes from urban legends, a teasing voice came from beside him. Practicing swordplay? Your stance looks awful. Oh, Abigail, what brings you here? Leon stopped immediately, reversing the sword to hide it behind him as he turned to see her crouching a short distance away. "I'm here to scrounge some food," Abigail said matter-of-factly. "At this hour? You skipped lunch." Leon glanced up at the sun still high overhead, baffled. "Of course I mean dinner." She stood and walked to his side, then circled behind him, peering at the sword. "Wow, it's a real sharpened blade. I thought it was just a practice prop." "Interested?" Leon handed the sword to her. "Want to give it a try?" Abigail accepted without hesitation, grasping the hilt enthusiastically. Their hands brushed when she took it. Leon hadn't yet let go, but she didn't seem to care. Once her grip was firm, he released it. "Phew, it's heavier than I thought." She tried holding it one-handed like Leon, but the sword was iron, unusually long, and naturally heavy. Caught off guard, she almost lost her grip. Once she adjusted, though, she brought the blade across her chest and, right in front of Leon, unleashed a crisp set of strikes. Chop, sweep, thrust, 3 moves in one fluid sequence, the air whistling as the sword cut through it. "This girl's got skill." "How was that?" "Not bad, right?" Abigail grinned smugly. "Looks a lot more intimidating than your technique, doesn't it?" "Not bad. Got any other moves?" "Show me." Leon wasn't annoyed by her teasing. Her strikes had structure, and he was curious just how much she knew. "That's all I've got. Learned it from a book. It says if you practice this one set enough, it'll handle most common monsters." She shook her head. "Just one move." Leon replayed her form in his mind. It looked simple, but her attacks were sharp and fast, the movements flowing from one to the next. Even after a thrust, she could loop back into the sequence for a second wave of offense. His eyes lit up. Stepping forward, he grabbed her arm. "Can you teach me? How to put power into it, how to pull back?" "I want to learn." "Heh, sure, but you have to call me teacher." Abigail grinned, taking the chance to get the upper hand. "Teacher Abigail," Leon replied without hesitation. After all, if someone's skilled, they're a teacher. You can always learn from others. Besides, calling her teacher cost him nothing, and the payoff was far greater than the effort. Abigail was clearly pleased by the title, smiling nonstop as she began to demonstrate the set in slow motion, twice, explaining details she discovered through practice: stance, wrist rotation, footwork. Ainoi. Once the theory was clear, she handed the sword back. Leon practiced while she observed, correcting his mistakes and pointing out flaws in his form. Leon didn't mind the critiques. He followed her advice step by step, polishing his movements. Sure enough, with her pointers, his attacks became faster and more fluid. Grateful for the progress, Leon showered Abigail with praise. "Teacher Abigail, your guidance is amazing," making her beam with pride and throw herself fully into teaching. When she saw his movements still lacked coordination, she even stepped in for hands-on guidance. Even with a will of steel, Leon couldn't ignore the rush of heat from the close contact. For Abigail, the realization came a moment later. She'd gotten too close. The warmth of his solid muscles, the faint scent of sweat, and the subtle undercurrent of masculine pheromones made a strange heat bloom inside her. They both wordlessly agreed to keep some distance after that. Abigail backed off 2 meters. Leon focused entirely on the sword and the techniques now etched into his mind. Silence filled the rest of the lesson. Eventually, Leon's wrist began to ache from overuse, muscles burning with the buildup of lactic acid. He stopped. "Gotta rest. Otherwise, I won't be able to lift my arm tomorrow." Wiping sweat from his brow, he headed inside for some water. "Yeah, rest is important. I usually only practice for half an hour before I'm exhausted." "Didn't think you'd last this long," Abigail admitted, now calm after her long time watching. "Well, I am a farmer. Without stamina, how could I work the fields?" Leon joked, then asked, "Thanks, Abigail. I learned a lot this afternoon. What do you want for dinner?" "Name anything, I'll cook. Or we can head to the Starfruit Saloon and have Gus make something." If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider supporting me on www.patreon.com/romestories. Your support helps me dedicate more time to bringing you smooth, engaging translations of this story. Hearing the word food, Abigail stopped following Leon, resting her chin on one hand as she fell into thought. Leon didn't pause. He went straight back inside, downed a large glass of cold water, and splashed his face. A moment later, Abigail pushed the door open and walked in, acting as if she were returning to her own home. She headed straight for Leon's mini fridge and pulled it open. I want meat, but it looks like you don't have any in here. She scanned the contents with clear disappointment. Fish? Leon asked. No, I mean chicken, beef, that sort of thing. Leon looked genuinely surprised. Pelican Town sells chicken and beef? Why wouldn't it? You don't think Pelican Town is some pure backwater, do you? Abigail shot him a disdainful look. Not exactly. It's just that I've never seen Gus serve that kind of ingredient at the Starfruit Saloon, and your family's general store doesn't sell it either. I figured people here didn't eat poultry, pork, beef, or lamb. Leon shrugged casually. Of course, he couldn't exactly tell Abigail the real reason, that in the game version of Stardew Valley, he'd never seen any edible meats apart from fish. Gus isn't good at cooking those, so he rarely stocks them at the Starfruit Saloon. And my father only sells plant-based ingredients and daily goods. If you want red meat, you'll have to go to Joja Mart or John's Butcher Shop. Abigail's explanation was patient. She understood Leon had just moved to Stardew Valley and didn't know much yet. Leon had no idea where John's Butcher Shop was. Pelican Town was much bigger in real life than he'd expected, and he hadn't explored it all. He didn't know Joja Mart sold that kind of product, but since it was kept in the refrigerated section, he hadn't gone over last time he shopped. He'd simply assumed, out of habit, that they didn't have it. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Leon realized Pelican Town actually had red meat. He'd thought the place mirrored the game's design, cutting out red meat recipes to avoid attracting trouble from extreme animal rights groups. If you don't like what's here, let's just go eat at the Starfruit Saloon, Leon offered, figuring it was too late to go shopping now. Nope. Abigail refused without hesitation. Let's just eat something simple. Those pancakes you made last time were great, I want those. It's nighttime. Pancakes won't fill you up, Leon pointed out. I don't care, I want them. Abigail plopped down on his bed and lay flat, arms spread wide, clearly ready to play dead until he gave in. I wet the bed last night and haven't changed the sheets yet, Leon said dryly. Eek. Abigail shot up as if spring-loaded, only to realize a second later that Leon was clearly lying. Why would anyone voluntarily admit something like that? She glared at him. I don't feel like making pancakes. But I do have flour. I'll make something else. Leon ignored her look, grabbed a large mixing bowl, and poured in flour. He added water, cracked in 2 eggs, then kneaded the mixture into dough, working it with steady, practiced motions. Abigail crouched nearby, curious. When she saw him stretching the dough, folding it, and stretching again until it separated into evenly thick strands, her eyes went round. What are you making? Hand-pulled noodles. Leon didn't look up, his hands still moving. He wasn't good enough to make fine, dragon whisker noodles. Thicker strands were his limit. If he'd had a rolling pin, he would have made regular cut noodles instead. Abigail didn't know what ramen was, but the shape looked similar to spaghetti. She was curious how it would taste. Once Leon finished, he asked Abigail to boil water outside and start the fire. The noodles were simple, just oil and salt for flavor, with a handful of chopped green onions tossed in. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of clear broth ramen sat on the table. Ranny S. The noodles are so springy. The first bite surprised Abigail. She'd never had noodles with such a chewy texture. Leon said nothing, slurping his noodles quietly. If only he had chili oil, then the dish would truly shine. Abigail, on the other hand, was clearly enjoying herself. The texture was a completely new experience, making the meal more fun than flavorful. When they'd both finished, she sighed in satisfaction. What an interesting food. All right, now head home. I need to shower and sleep. Leon was eager to send her off, late at night, alone with a woman in his room. He was more worried about losing control, or worse, not even trying. How can you sleep so early? Abigail scoffed. Even George probably stays up later than you. Are you really young? I'm going out of town tomorrow. If I don't sleep early, I won't have the energy to catch the bus. Out of town? Going to the city for fun? She asked curiously. Sort of. I'll pass through Zuzu City, but I'm heading to Calico Desert for something. He didn't bother hiding it, it wasn't anything secretive. That's the long way around. But it's the only way now. The bus from town to Calico Desert still hasn't been repaired. Otherwise, you could get there from Stardew Valley in just over an hour. Abigail gave him a look of sympathy. Exactly. So, you should head back now, I need to sleep. He waved her toward the door. But Abigail didn't move. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Leon, do you know how to drive? Yeah. He nodded, puzzled by the question. Good. Then tomorrow, I'll bring my old car over and we can go to Calico Desert together. But you'll have to drive the whole way. Stardew Valley's farming master. Hearing Abigail's decision, Leon was stunned for quite a while before confirming, You're saying you're coming with me tomorrow? And then Abigail nodded, her gaze fixed on Leon's dumbfounded face. Aren't you touched? No, just feeling troubled. Leon rolled his eyes at her and muttered, I'm not going there for fun. I really have things to take care of, and Calico Desert isn't exactly a vacation spot. Why are you inserting yourself into this? Because I can't bear to see you taking the long way and running around for a whole day. If you drive yourself, you can head straight from Stardew Valley to Calico Desert. That'll save you a lot of trouble, Abigail replied. Then, worried Leon might misunderstand her words, she added, Of course, it's purely out of sympathy and the kind of mutual help friends give each other. I get what you mean. But one thing, are you sure that old car of yours can handle the desert winds and sand? If the engine gets clogged with sand and breaks down on the road, we might end up experiencing a round of wilderness survival. Although Abigail's suggestion was tempting, Leon was more concerned about the extreme environment of Calico Desert. Any accident could trap them both out there. Driving in the desert demanded high vehicle specs. The shifting sands and wind-blown grit got into everything. For safety's sake, Leon planned to refuse her offer. But Abigail brushed it off without a care. Don't worry. That car has made more than one round trip between Stardew Valley and Calico Desert without a single breakdown. You can drive it without any worries. You drove it there yourself? Leon raised an eyebrow. Emily did. She has a friend in Calico Desert who runs the Oasis shop. Sometimes she borrows my car to visit. I've never heard her say she ran into any problems in the desert, Abigail explained. I see. Leon relaxed. If the old car had already proven itself on multiple trips between Calico Desert and Stardew Valley, it could clearly withstand the sand and wind. Without worrying about the car, Abigail's suggestion became far more appealing. But will your parents agree to you coming with me? Even if safety wasn't an issue, whether Abigail could go was another matter. Leon considered her a like-minded friend, but he only had a nodding acquaintance with her father, Pierre, and no contact at all with her mother, Caroline. If they found out their precious daughter was driving off to Calico Desert with a strange man, they might not approve. Why would I need their permission for something I want to do? Abigail asked, puzzled. I'm an adult. That's true. But it's still better to give your parents a heads up, just in case. If you sneak off without saying anything, they might get worried, Leon patiently explained. Do you just not want me to go to Calico Desert with you? Abigail frowned, already sounding impatient. Why do you have so many excuses? Honestly, I don't. If I could, I'd rather you just lend me the car and let me drive there myself. I'll even top off your gas tank afterward as thanks. How about that? Leon offered. Oh, Thailand bot. No. I want to go to Calico Desert and have some fun. Abigail flatly refused, folding her arms and pouting. Clearly, she was digging in her heels. That's fine too. But you'll need to convince your parents. And if I can't? Then you stay home, and I'll head to Zuzu City and take a transfer to Calico Desert. Why do you insist on my parents' approval before going with me? Because it's about your safety and basic social courtesy. I'm new here, and I might have business dealings with your father in the future. I don't want him slamming the door on me over this. My dad wouldn't hold it against you over something like this. I'm not taking that risk. The conversation ended. Leon sat in a chair with his legs crossed, while Abigail stood by the bed, glaring at him, her cheeks puffed out in frustration. They stayed silent for a long time until Abigail gave in. Fine. I'll go ask my dad. Wait here. I'll be waiting until the first bus leaves Zuzu City tomorrow morning, Leon said. What time's the first bus? Abigail asked, a little embarrassed. 7:30, Leon replied. That's too early. Abigail frowned. Why not sleep in? It's not early. Even if your parents agree to let you drive to Calico Desert with me, the earlier we go, the better. Leave at 8 or 9, and you'll find out what a moving oven feels like, Leon said. Fine. Abigail couldn't argue with that. She waved her arms as she left. Remember your promise. If my parents say yes, you can't back out of accepting my kindness. With that, Abigail left the cabin and headed back to town. Leon sighed. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate her kindness. Being able to drive directly to Calico Desert would be great for him. But he wasn't going there for fun. He was going to offer a prismatic shard in exchange for the Galaxy Sword. If Abigail tagged along, he wouldn't be able to do that easily. With her curiosity, she'd definitely follow him, and explaining the scene afterward would be a hassle. That's why he'd rather go alone. Putting the thought aside, Leon stood, washed up, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes before heading to bed. The next morning, his biological clock woke him up just after 6. As usual, he washed up, then went out to water the crops in his fields. He stayed busy until a little after 7, then returned indoors to wash his hands. He didn't plan to make breakfast. Yesterday, Penny had promised to prepare some food for him to take on the road. Knowing her, she'd likely prepare plenty, so breakfast wasn't something he had to worry about. If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider subscribing to me on www.patreon.com/romestories. Your support helps me bring you more chapters faster and with even better quality. After checking his backpack to make sure he had the prismatic shard with him and bringing along some extra money just in case, Leon left the farm and headed toward the bus stop. The bus stop in Stardew Valley sat along the dirt road connecting the farm and Pelican Town, so it didn't take long before Leon reached the fork leading to it. There, he saw Penny, who had already agreed to meet him, along with Abigail and her old car. What surprised Leon even more was that Emily was also standing beside them. The three women noticed Leon as well. Abigail called out proudly, "Well, bet you didn't expect me to bring Emily along too. What's going on?" Leon asked as he walked up quickly. "I talked to my parents about it last night," Abigail explained with a grin. "They didn't want me driving to Calico Desert with you alone. But when I said Emily was coming along and they confirmed it with her, they agreed. So, you're her chaperone today," Leon said to Emily, ignoring Abigail. "Haha, chaperone sounds a bit much. But Pierre did ask me to keep an eye on Abigail so she doesn't wander off," Emily said, covering her mouth with a laugh. "Leon, you're so annoying. Emily's a friend who's coming along for the trip, not some babysitter. And she's not even that much older than me," Abigail grumbled. "If Abigail's threatening you, just blink and I'll rescue you," Leon teased Emily. Emily shook her head. No. When Abigail invited me, I decided to join right away. It's been a while since I visited Sandy." Realizing this trip wouldn't be a lone wolf venture anymore, Leon turned to Penny, who was quietly holding a tote bag and watching the three of them chat. "Since there's already 3 of us, Penny, do you want to come too? I still have to teach the kids today, so I can't." "Here." Penny declined gently and handed the tote bag to Leon. "I didn't know you'd changed your plans so suddenly, so I only prepared enough food for 1 person." "It's fine. They've probably already had breakfast," Leon said, taking the bag and peeking inside at a 2-tiered lunchbox. "You must have spent quite some time making this." "It's just some simple sandwiches, didn't take much effort." Penny smiled at him. "Now that I've delivered it, I'll head back to town. Safe travels." Leon watched her walk away. Before he could say anything, Abigail piped up, "Since when did you get so close with Penny? She actually brought you breakfast. She helped me out a lot yesterday, so I treated her to lunch. While we were talking, I mentioned my trip to Calico Desert. She probably felt bad about me paying for lunch, so she made breakfast as a thank you," Leon explained. "What kind of help?" Abigail asked curiously. "Not telling you," Leon brushed her off and turned to Emily. "Are you driving, or should I? I'll drive us there. That way you can get familiar with the route on the way back and have time to eat your breakfast," Emily said, eyeing the tote bag in his hand. "Then let's head out. The earlier we leave, the cooler it'll be in the desert. More comfortable for everyone." Leon nodded and got into the back seat, leaving the front passenger seat for Abigail. Only once all 3 were in the car, Leon noticed that while Emily sat in the driver's seat, Abigail didn't take the front. Instead, she slid into the back and squeezed in next to him. "Oh, what are you doing?" Leon asked, exasperated. "I didn't eat breakfast either," Abigail said, staring at the lunchbox in his hands. Ignoring her, Leon asked Emily, "Did you have breakfast?" "Yes, I did." "You two eat," Emily replied, eyes on the road as she pulled onto the main route. Leon nodded and, under Abigail's expectant gaze, opened the lunchbox. Inside were 4 sandwiches, each layered with bacon and fried eggs, plus cheese and fresh lettuce. The classic combo reminded Leon of hamburgers. Sighing, Leon took one and handed it to Abigail. She accepted it with a satisfied smile and immediately started eating. Seeing her enjoy Penny's handiwork, Leon relaxed and took one for himself. Though simple, Penny's sandwiches were made with care. The bacon was cooked perfectly, the eggs crisp on the outside and tender within, the rich cheese tying everything together, and the lettuce cutting through the richness with freshness. Each bite was deeply satisfying. One sandwich wasn't enough, so Leon took a second. But as soon as he bit into it, he noticed Abigail watching him with pitiful eyes, licking her lips, the first sandwich already gone. Leon pretended not to notice and finished the second slowly, then moved to close the lunchbox. But Abigail's hungry stare was like needles in his back. In the end, he gave in and handed her the last one. As she happily munched away, Leon shook his head and struck up a conversation with Emily. "Emily, this Sandy you mentioned, how do you know her?" "Back when the bus to Calico Desert was still running, I met Sandy during one of my trips there. We've been friends ever since," Emily said. "She's wonderful, and she loves Stardew Valley. But since she has to run her shop, she rarely visits. If you want to get on her good side, bring her some wild plants that are unique to Stardew Valley, she'll love them." Emily added with a meaningful glance, "You should become friends with Sandy Leon. Then you can buy seeds from her at lower prices, seeds you can't find in Stardew Valley." Of course. I like making friends. If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider subscribing to me on www.patreon.com/romestories. Your support helps me dedicate more time to bringing you smooth, vivid translations and keeps the updates coming regularly. Hearing Leon's reply, Emily couldn't help but laugh. "I know. After all, you've only been in Stardew Valley for a short time, yet so many people like you. For example, Gus. Sometimes he'll chat with me about why he didn't see you at the saloon in the evening. Even Willie, who only drops by for a drink once in a while, will ask Gus if you've been there recently. But I think he seems to prefer making friends with girls." Abigail, full from the meal, leaned back in her seat and joined the conversation. "I could see you for slander, you know." Leon grumbled at Abigail's ambiguous remark. "Oh yeah? Then tell me, besides us, which boys in town around your age do you actually know?" Abigail perked up, suddenly interested. "Alex." Leon answered with full confidence. "And besides Alex?" Abigail pressed. "Clint." Leon added another name. "Clint? Around your age?" "Leon, are you sure your eyes are working?" Abigail almost slid off her seat laughing. "Is Clint that much older?" Leon was genuinely surprised. Sure, Clint looked a bit scruffy with that full beard, but he couldn't be that old, could he? Emily explained, "Clint's actually close to our age, about 3 years older than me. He just looks a little more mature." Upon hearing this, Abigail suddenly grabbed Leon's arm and whispered in his ear, "Leon, let me tell you a secret. Clint has a crush on Emily." Leon rolled his eyes. Of course he knew. What surprised him was that Abigail knew too, which only made him more curious. Did Emily know? "So, Emily, you and Clint are pretty close, huh?" "We're friends, I guess. He often comes to the saloon for a drink, but he doesn't talk much. He's kind of solitary." Emily thought for a moment before answering. "Just friends? Don't you think he seems to like you?" Abigail pressed on, her gossiping mode in full swing. Haha, is that so? I never noticed. Clint's cute, but he's not my type." Emily didn't sound surprised. If Abigail could see it, of course she herself had noticed. In fact, that was exactly why Emily kept her distance, to avoid Clint one day misreading her kindness and confessing, forcing her to reject him and hurt this introverted young man. Ranny S. Just as she said, Clint wasn't her type. "So, what kind of guys do you like?" Abigail continued prying, oblivious to Leon's desperate looks telling her to drop it. "I can't say for sure, but if I had to give an answer, Leon's type isn't bad." Emily mused aloud as she drove, then glanced in the rearview mirror to catch Leon's reaction. Unfortunately for her, Leon's expression didn't change at all, leaving her a little disappointed. As for Leon, he kept his eyes down and tried to blend into the background. Abigail, on the other hand, was shocked by Emily's answer and felt an odd, inexplicable sense of frustration. The lively chatter died instantly. Emily focused on driving. Abigail leaned back in her seat staring blankly at the roof, and Leon turned his gaze to the scenery outside. The view had changed drastically. The mountains and greenery were gone, replaced by endless golden sand dunes. Such a short distance, and the environment changes this much? Leon muttered. That's because Stardew Valley is so close to the Calico Desert. Emily had heard his comment in the quiet car. No politicians in this country ever think about desert control projects? Leon asked. There's no need. The Calico Desert covers a large area, but it's not expanding. Stardew Valley has always been a natural barrier against it. That's how it's been since ancient times. Emily replied. I see. That's good then. Leon almost scoffed at that answer, but then remembered the legends and special existences in this world. Maybe desertification wasn't a threat here after all. He couldn't help but feel wistful. If Blue Star had such unique terrain to keep deserts at bay, that would be wonderful. Through the rearview mirror, Emily caught the complicated look on Leon's face. You really care about the environment, don't you, Leon? Well, I am a farmer. My livelihood depends on the land, so of course I'd think about these things more than most. Is that so strange? Leon asked. Not at all. Emily smiled warmly. Most people today only take from nature without thinking about whether they're damaging it. It's rare to find someone with your sense of responsibility. I admire that. Leon just smiled and didn't reply, turning his attention back to the rare desert scenery. This was his first time seeing a desert in real life. Emily didn't speak further either, just drove while occasionally stealing glances at Leon's profile in the mirror. Each time, a faint smile curved her lips without her even realizing it. Meanwhile, Abigail had already fallen asleep. She wasn't used to waking up early, and today's early start had left her drowsy. Without Leon to chat with, she quickly drifted off. At one sharp turn, Emily's sudden steering made the sleeping Abigail topple sideways, landing squarely on Leon's lap. Leon considered waking her up, but when he saw her peaceful sleeping face and remembered that she'd gotten up early to drive, he decided against disturbing her. Instead, he shifted slightly to make her more comfortable. What Leon didn't know was that Abigail had actually woken up just before she fell onto his lap. She was curious how he would react, so she kept her eyes shut, pretending to sleep. She had expected him to nudge her awake. She hadn't expected him to just let her stay like this. Now, she didn't dare get up. The position was far too intimate. But more than anything, she felt a quiet happiness. Leon's thigh was firm enough to be a little uncomfortable, but it gave her a strange sense of security. So she decided to just stay there and sleep a little longer. If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider subscribing to me on www.patreon.com/romestories. Your support helps me dedicate more time to translating and ensures you can read ahead of the public release. Leon glanced at Abigail, who was sleeping soundly with her head resting on his thigh, and regretted not having a marker in hand. Otherwise, he would have doodled something ridiculous on her face, like a turtle. Emily also noticed Abigail had changed her sleeping spot, but she didn't say anything. She simply pressed a little harder on the gas pedal. The road from Stardew Valley to the Calico Desert was a proper asphalt highway. Although it was a single-lane road, the sight of other vehicles passing by was rare as hen's teeth. We're almost there, Emily reminded Leon. Leon shifted his gaze toward the front windshield and noticed that the road ahead ran straight through a mountain valley. Unlike the lush green mountains of Stardew Valley, the mountains in the Calico Desert were a reddish-brown, standing out starkly against the golden sands. Oases in the Calico Desert are usually tucked within mountain ranges, Emily explained while driving. The towering peaks act as natural barriers, shielding them from sandstorms and the scorching sun. So your friend Sandy lives in this oasis? Leon asked. Emily nodded. By the way, Leon, what brings you to the Calico Desert? If your destination isn't the oasis, I could drop you off elsewhere first. My destination is the oasis. Leon already knew Sandy's oasis store was located here, so he answered without hesitation. You're not here just to buy seeds from Sandy, are you? Emily asked after a moment of thought. No, but I wouldn't mind taking a look. Leon hadn't planned on it, but the thought of Sandy selling seeds unavailable in Stardew Valley sparked his interest. After all, since he was already here, it would be silly not to. And starfruit was on his list of must-grow summer crops. It was a key part of his money-making plan. Emily grew even more curious about Leon's real purpose for coming to the Calico Desert. But she was smart enough not to pry when Leon didn't volunteer the answer. As the saying goes, the mountain may look close, but you'll run your horse to death before you reach it. The mountains had been in sight for a while, yet even with Emily keeping the speedometer at over 70, it still took another 10 minutes before they finally entered the valley. The moment the car passed between the sheer rock walls flanking the road, the view opened up and Leon was stunned. This was nothing like the bare-bones setting in the game version of Calico Desert, where the oasis consisted of nothing but sand, a few palm trees, and some cacti. In real life, it was truly brimming with green. On both sides of the road were low shrubs, hardy enough to survive in the desert. The ground was still sandy, but darker in color than the lifeless yellow dunes outside, clearly due to moisture in the soil. The source of that water was obvious. A large lake shimmered in the sunlight on the right-hand side. The water was crystal clear, rippling in the breeze, and every so often, a fish would leap, sending up glittering splashes. The lakeshore was dotted with tall palm trees, their fronds swaying lazily. Nearby stood clusters of cacti. While shorter than the palms, these cacti still towered at 3 meters or more, imposing when compared to a person. Emily kept driving until she slowed near a small roadside station with a shade canopy on the left. Beside it was a neatly paved parking lot. It was completely empty except for their vehicle. End of the line. Once Emily parked, Leon impatiently shook his leg, jolting Abigail awake with a startled yelp. "Hey, couldn't you be a little gentler? I thought it was an earthquake." Abigail yawned, still bleary-eyed, and shot Leon a resentful look. "Seriously, your leg is hard as a rock. It's like sleeping on a pile of stones." Heh. Leon rolled his eyes, then opened the car door and climbed out with a slightly stiff movement. Emily noticed and teased, "Legs numb." "Yeah, well, I've had a heavyweight on me for a while." Leon nodded, testing a few steps before his leg quickly recovered. Abigail had overheard their exchange while getting out. Her cheeks flushed with irritation. "Am I really that heavy? You tell me." Leon pointed at the obvious dent in his pants. "Doesn't that say it all?" "Humph." Abigail snorted and ignored him, slipping her arm through Emily's instead and pulling her toward the only building in sight. Emily smiled fondly at her and didn't resist, but she didn't forget about Leon. Halfway there, she turned back to call out, "Come on, Leon. Let's go meet Sandy, S." Leon nodded and followed. He had been scanning the oasis earlier, but hadn't spotted the 3 distinct stone pillars he was looking for. Without those, he couldn't confirm whether this oasis housed the altar where prismatic shards could be exchanged for the galaxy sword. Still, it wouldn't hurt to ask a local resident, and Sandy was a prime candidate. As they approached the oasis door, Leon's urge to comment surged. The building was a massive 2-story structure, its exterior clad in a deep pinkish-purple brick that was almost garish. If not for the large glass windows revealing shelves, tables, and sofas inside, a clear sign of a casual shopping space, he would have thought it was some over-the-top club. Truth be told, if he'd stumbled upon a building like this elsewhere, he would have turned right around. It reminded him far too much of that one time a friend tricked him into going into a gay bar. Following Abigail and Emily through the glass doors, Leon immediately noticed the woman behind the counter facing the entrance. She was a striking beauty with an air of confidence. "Emily, you're actually here. Welcome, welcome. It's been so long since I last saw you. I've missed you so much." Her expression lit up from calm to delighted in an instant. Waving her arms, she rushed out from behind the counter and swept Emily into a tight embrace. The impressive curves under her sea blue dress were pressed against Emily's face thanks to their height difference, making Leon quietly envious.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.